Fly Racing, coming at you. It's Monday, February 10th, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Man, Tampa Supercross was a banger, as the kids say, but also some bad news from Tampa as well in terms of the series and the competitiveness and everything else. We might look at Tampa Supercross as a real turning point in this series. Thank you, everybody, for watching and listening on YouTube or on PulpMXShow.com, 702-586-PULP, 702-586-7857. Let's talk Tampa. Let's talk some more. If you want, the GP guys had a season kickoff international races this weekend. Maybe we'll talk to our in-studio guest about that. Got the LCQ Challenge points updated as well. We'll tell you more about where to buy a raffle ticket to win a YZ450. We got some live shows coming up at Indy, Seattle, and Vegas. Fly Racing live show, so we can talk about that. Got a great studio guest as well as some great guests calling in. Malcolm Stewart, the winner of Tampa. Awesome to see that happen. He will call in. Max Anstie won the opening round of the 250 East. He will call in. Adam Cianciarulo just won at the Game of Life, so he'll call in. And, of course, Phil Nicoletti as well. He will call in.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not. Phil will call in as well. Jason Thomas later on, of course, and you at 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Thank you to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin, Race Tech, Renthal at Cherby's, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Pro Filter, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Atlas Braces, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Vehicles, Wiseco Piston, Troll Training, MTX Braking, Luxon, Ethica, Factory Chassis Parts. You want to save with these codes, you go to PulpMXShow.com, and the codes to save are on there, whether it's with W, Guts, Atlas, Renegade, etc., etc. You can save with those guys. And, thank you for supporting the partners with our show. We really appreciate it. Again, Malcolm Stewart, Max Anstie, Adam Cianciarulo, Phil Nicoletti, Jason Thomas, all calling in tonight to talk Tampa and more. Opening round of the 250s, too, was lots to get into when it comes to that as well. With me in studio, he is from Vital MX. He's LVK Show, the award-winning LVK Show as well. Lots to get into. He was on Race Day Live, I heard, this weekend, but I can't confirm. The Lewis Phillips. G'day, mate.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
I know we've not been the same lately,
Yep.
so I appreciate you still welcoming me into your home.
Well, Big Lou, we got lots to get into when it comes to sort of your rise in the media game lately. Mm-hmm. And I have some thoughts on it. Maybe save it for the Race Tech rant. Maybe.
So I will be your rant.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe just the way you've been lately. Not you, but the way you've been.
Not me, but the way I've been.
Not you, but you.
Okay.
Working the cameras over there, holding things down, working on the app as well. The Travis Marks. What's up, Mark Stark?
Steven, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, do you want him to put the mic on the other side of his face?
Yes, I would.
That's a
How
new
do I do
headset.
that?
Well, you can swivel that mic, I think.
What?
You can swivel it.
Oh, okay. I get you.
Yeah, yep. I think you can. Oh, look at that. That was my bad for not telling you that.
That was my bad.
Oh, it's my bad.
It was all our bads.
Okay.
I'm just happy to be here with the premier journalist in the sport tonight.
Oh.
He must have seen me on Race Day Live.
And
wow.
It's always a pleasure to see you too,
Oh, wow.
Steve.
Thanks, Marks.
You're welcome.
You get that computer fixed yet?
Working on it.
All right. Also taking your calls in the corner. He's on the phone right now, but the Tallon Taylor. What's up, Tallon?
What's
Lone
up,
Wolf?
Steve?
He's it's not Cody Webb, but it's Lewis Phillips.
Yeah, it's not at all the same as Cody Webb, but I'll take it. I like Lewis.
Big off-road guy.
I just try to be Cody Webb every single day.
We all try to be Cody
Yep.
Webb or Gator.
They're almost the same height, so I can make it work.
Gator fucks.
What film's that from?
I forget. It's from a film, though.
I think I had
The
seen
other
that
guys.
film.
The other guys?
I think so.
No, Gator's from the other guys, but the Gator fucks thing is
Oh,
from something else.
okay.
Yeah, Kiefer grabbed it from somebody. All right. Also, Lewis Phillips brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. Chase Sexton using Decal Works on his Red Bull KTM. And Aaron Plessinger, Tom Vial as well. Whether you're a seasoned vet, race team, whatever it is, decalmx.com. Promo code PulpMX23 to get some 20% off your custom graphics. Decalmx.com. Great guys. Ron, Sean, and Nick and everybody else there doing great things with the sticker world. And DecalMX is bringing you Lewis Phillips tonight. So thank you to those guys. We know that you like to say you're Chase Sexton's friend, along with Hunter Lawrence's friend. But I would like to start with Malcolm Stewart. when it comes to Tampa.
Okay.
But would you like to start with Chase?
No, I'm okay. We can talk about Malcolm.
Okay.
It's your show.
Yes, but I want to make the co-host comfortable and feel at ease.
Well, seeing as I now have Race Day Live, I don't want to step on your toes here. So this is your show.
Oh.
It's your day.
The show you were on that I've been on 3 or 4 times already.
Yes,
That
you warmed it up for me.
Okay. Malcolm Stewart, what a ride. I think he would have caught Chase Sexton anyways. I don't know why your guy Chase couldn't nail that 2-3 before. He was doing it. And I don't know why your guy, I think, and see now we're talking about Chase. I think he saw Malcolm coming and got a little rattled. I don't know why, because like Chase has beaten Malcolm in 98 out of 100 Supercrosses, the last 100 or whatever. But I think he got a bit rattled. Either way, Malcolm was riding amazing. He came from whatever, 5th to 1st. So, yeah, let's talk. Malcolm's win, the most popular win maybe in the paddock for a while. Like, everyone loves Malcolm.
Yeah, how do you compare this to AP's win on a popularity scale?
I mean, right there, right?
Yeah,
like,
maybe more?
I mean, he was in Tampa. He's from Orlando area. You know, the Stewarts have grown up there. Maybe more?
But I think AP's was more emotional because of what happened in Detroit. It was
Okay.
more of a rags to riches.
Yep.
But this, to be honest, I wasn't as mind-blown as I expected to be.
Why?
Like, you know, when a win like this happens, you leave the stadium, you still feel it, you're mind-blown, you're trying to figure
Yeah.
out what happened.
Uh-huh.
I kind of had none of that. I was almost like very at peace with the fact that Malcolm won, and that's okay. That's normal.
He's been good this year. Best he's been on a Husky, but he hasn't been this good.
Yeah, I think that the reason I felt like this is because it wasn't a case of he took the whole shot and, oh my God, is he going to hold on? Is he going to hold on?
Yeah.
Because we saw it playing out in real time and it looked possible as the laps went on, maybe it's easier to comprehend, easier to believe.
Are you with me that he would have gotten Chase even if Chase hadn't fallen?
Yeah, well, he'd already caught him.
I know, but
So I guess the only question is he probably would have passed Chase in the whoops for the next lap. So the only contradiction to that is whether Chase would have been able to respond and find a way back past. But
why did Chase start riding worse?
I haven't spoken to Chase, so I don't know.
Sad.
But similar to A2, I think in A2, he was very good in the whoops to begin with, and then not so much at the end because I think bike setup got away from him, which I think is what happened here as well. Just it looked very similar to
What do you mean
A2.
got away from him? Shock-wise, fading?
Yeah.
Like,
something like that.
okay. And he couldn't jump the 2-3, which he was doing and other guys were doing. And
Yeah,
I don't
know how you explain that.
Yeah, how do you explain that? I don't know, right? I'm pretty sure I watched the broadcast back. I think he was doing it earlier. He was for sure doing it earlier. Everyone was almost. And then maybe the track changes, right? 20-minute main. The rut changes or whatever. But I found it so odd that he went from doing that to not, and then also getting worse and worse and worse in the whoops as the race went on.
Is it possible that he stopped doing it to not come into the whoops with so much speed and
Okay.
therefore set himself up
Okay.
safer for the treacherous set of whoops? I could see that because Malcolm was carrying so much speed into the whoops that it was full commitment. If Malcolm wanted to check up and start jumping from that sort of momentum, I don't think that would have been possible. So maybe it was an effort to just stay upright, which obviously was in vain, as we found
'Cause
out.
We each brought up a good point on the review pod. Like, your Chase, Malcolm's coming. Malcolm's literally made up 5 seconds on you in 5 laps, right? Ish. You could see it. You could see him coming. And like Chase he's a Supercross champion, he's a motocross champion. They're not built like this. But man, if he had just, hey, it's Malcolm's night. I'm in Florida. Mookie's got the fever. I'm taking second. They're not built like that, these guys. But
No,
and I know it's easy to say that.
going back to what you said at the beginning about maybe Chase getting rattled because Mookie was coming,
Yes.
I would think the opposite and think that Chase is like, I'm being closed in on, someone's coming, sees it's for 27 and goes, I'm fine. I don't need to worry about...
What? But you can see the gap getting closer. You're like, I'm not
but
fine.
You can convince yourself. You can't tell me that Chase would feel the same about Malcolm coming as Eli.
No, for sure not. Like I said, Chase has beaten Mookie in probably 98 of the last 100 Supercrosses.
I think you can rationalize it more in your mind and be like, okay, I've beaten him a lot. I can figure this out. Or even similar to what Weege said, maybe you can rationalize it as this isn't a championship threat.
But
I don't
dude,
need to fret as much.
just take the 3 points. it's your night.
But I don't think that
Yeah.
Chase crashing was a result of him pushing too hard or trying to hang on to it, because he was not reckless. He was just inconsistent in the
slow.
whoops.
Yes, he was just. But he got. You're with me that when he was leading earlier on, like I didn't watch him every single lap because he was. I just figured he was going to win this thing, like we all did.
Yep.
But I swear he looked really good in the whoops. Maybe not Malcolm good, but he looked good.
Well,
like,
that's what makes me think it's similar to A2,
the-
because
yeah.
A2 he was the fastest guy in the whoops early in the A2 main event by far.
Yeah.
And then it just went away.
I saw a photo Michael posted about the shock. They had a venting on the shock. They have a scoop on there.
Yep.
So maybe the shock fading is something that's going on. I don't know if that helped or not, but I don't know. What a race, though. And if you're Malcolm, like, look, you'll take a win no matter what, $100,000 bonus, a win to for the first time in your career. You'll take it any way it comes, even if it's two dudes colliding on the last lap and you ride by for first. But if you really want to win a race your first time, is there any better way to do it than the way he did?
And it makes it more unbelievable that he hasn't won up until this point. How do you just do this in your 105th start, I think?
Yeah. Well, we're going to ask him that. And then what was first podium since 23? Since
22.
22 at Salt
And
Lake?
even more surprising, his first top 5 since 2022. It had been 1,008 days since his last top 5.
He didn't have a top 5.
He didn't have a top 5 since 2022, the final round.
He was on Husqvarna then, right?
Yes.
Yes.
2022
So,
was his first year.
first year of Husky.
And he was great that year.
So
top 5
23
every week.
So 23 he blows out his knee.
Yep.
Last year was just a
Terrible.
disaster, right?
Yep.
Wow. So 2 years.
Yep.
2 years and 4 races.
2 years and a half, I guess.
Yeah.
But to go from that,
Yeah.
basically just scratching for a top 5,
Yeah.
and then suddenly you're working past all of the major contenders,
Yeah.
coming from 9th, 10th on lap 1, I think,
Yeah.
and riding away with a win with not a single mistake. And
Yeah.
all of this talk about Craig on the Husky, Malcolm on the Husky, whoop speed isn't as good, suddenly that's back. All of this talk about WP, and suddenly the WP rider is just the best in the whoops by far.
Yeah,
I looked at it, he had the 14 fastest times in the whoop segment.
14th.
14 fastest times.
Oh, 14 fastest times.
There
Really?
were 23 laps. He had the 14 fastest times.
I mean, I believe that
But
because
it's believable but unbelievable.
Yes, because he told me at Glendale, and I said, hey, at Anaheim too, you were good in the whoops. And he's like, yeah, I was good. I don't think he had the 14th best times at Anaheim too, but he was good. And these whoops were brutal. I mean, brutal. Like they were concrete, guys were telling me. Wow. Yeah.
I'll tell
Malcolm
you
Stewart.
what adds to this as well. The start of the season was okay, fine. I don't know if I'd say good.
Well, good from where he's been.
Yeah, but still
Okay.
not what you would expect from Malcolm. His starts had been better, so that's a positive,
Mm-hmm.
but that's all I would really cling to. I interviewed him after Glendale, where he had good starts, ran up front a little bit, and I'm kind of putting words in his mouth. I'm kind of reading based on his demeanor, personality.
Yeah.
He looked like a broken man, like someone who had an opportunity and couldn't understand why he went backwards from starting second, third, whatever he did. So to then turn that around a week later as well.
Yeah. It was good. It was great. Awesome to have him win. Really good for the series. Now, the Chase thing.
Yep.
Go ahead, Big Lou.
Well,
Tell us all about
I
it.
don't like the Big Lou name.
Kind of fits you now.
How many times
fits
have-
the ego,
This is,
fits the way you've been acting.
you can't say that because people will believe you.
Do I ever exaggerate? Do I ever make a mountain out of a molehill?
All I'm going to say is for the man who has ranted about being called Big Man,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's insensitive for you to now say Big Lou. But anyway,
Fair. Report to HR. I will report myself to HR.
okay. I think we can agree that Chase's crash wasn't a result of him pushing too much, being reckless, or it wasn't like up until that point you watched him and it was a any time coming kind of thing.
No. I think he got rattled.
Like,
I just don't understand.
if anything, I could argue that he was doing what we all wanted him to do previously because he didn't have it, and it wasn't like he was continuing to go the same pace. He was backing it down in the whoops and, managing a
Yeah,
little
but
bit.
you can't back down and whoops. You gotta, aggressively go same speed.
Try and tell Justin Cooper that.
Well, listen, that's another story. But you can't gingerly ride whoops at his rate of speed. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, but you can jump. You know, either
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
the point stands. The writing wasn't on the wall. There was no point up until that moment where you were like, Chase looks sketchy, this is going
Right.
to go
No,
sideways.
no. Yeah. But Sexton on the Honda, Supercross champ days, that was the same.
Yeah, I guess.
There was no point where you're like, oh, it's It was like, hey, look at Chase. Oh, my God, look at Chase. You know, and he would lose the front end or cartwheel or whatever.
I still don't
Now-
think it's the same.
Okay, just because you're friends with him, he doesn't listen. He's not watching.
He might be listening because I'm on.
Look at the camera. Tell Chase what you want to tell him.
This
camera right here. Just tell Chase.
I don't think I have anything to tell him, but sure.
Tell Chase. Go ahead.
Hi, Chase.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you're well. I miss you dearly.
Uh-huh.
It hurts
Carry on.
to be this far away from you, but time, absence only makes the heart grow fonder, so I look forward to Detroit being even more spectacular. We have the red plate. Nothing is over. We're going to win in Detroit. Get this ship back on track, back on smooth waters. And the biggest thing here, for all of us in the inner circle, that's not you, is that we need to not overreact, not start searching with bike setup, not start throwing the kitchen sink at the situation.
That's where we're going to go.
Just accept it as shit
Yeah.
happens,
Uh-huh.
and we go to Detroit.
Has Chase accepted shit happens all the time?
Okay,
Or
so,
has he started looking at the bike?
so on press day, I interviewed my friend Chase,
Uh-huh.
and I said to him, is this the most settled you've been with a bike for a while? Because even though you were Supercross champ,
Mm-hmm.
what we maybe forget is that year you were all over the place with
yeah.
bike setup.
Right.
And he said yes.
And then
He said,
2024, all over the place.
yeah. The week leading into Tampa, he said in practice his heart rate was the highest it's been in years because he was actually just doing motos and pushing himself, which he just hasn't done. So he was really in a very good place.
So what happened to your friend Chase on one day later?
Well, I mean, this is sport, Steve. Anything can happen. All bets are off.
Okay.
So that's it, though. You've got to just not. If you're Chase, you can't
Yeah.
ask yourself those questions. You need to just go.
I'm scared for my friend Chase.
Oh,
I'm
do you have
scared.
something to say to him?
No. I'll text him. He hits me right back. He texts me right back.
I'm now. We have a group chat with Chase. I'm now in other group chats with Chase.
Uh-huh.
You wouldn't know it. If the FBI go through my phone, they would not find much evidence of this.
The only worse texter than Chase is his dad when I was trying to line up that podcast with him last year. But anyways, Chase, if you're listening, if you're out there, if you want to
You make it sound like he's gone missing MIA.
if you're out there,
losing his
Chase,
mind.
call me. And it's not the bike. It's not the bike.
Well, what is it then?
Let it go. You've been riding great.
If it's not the bike, what is it?
You got rattled. You saw the
So
27
you're
coming.
saying it's him?
He got in your head. You were trying to think about where he was going better. You couldn't figure it out. He was also doing the tabletops that you weren't doing. Also, Chase, the on the tabletops. But it's okay, Chase. It's okay. It's not the bike.
To that point,
It's okay.
you speculate that Chase was trying to figure out where Malcolm was making
I just
time.
think he was thinking about that. Yes.
Chase must know where Malcolm was making time.
I don't know.
That's quite obvious with Malcolm especially, and you know.
What? How do you know? I mean, I guess you could hear the crowd cheering every.
Well, if I'm a rider and I'm going, where is Malcolm making time on me? The first thought is probably the whoops.
I mean, Malcolm hasn't crushed the whoops on a Husqvarna.
I know, but
so I don't know if that's a natural
also
thing.
Malcolm isn't a Lommel specialist, so I'm not exactly looking for him to shine in the sand.
Florida, growing up in Florida.
He did crash in the sand like 4 times
Yeah,
in
he
practice.
did. He did. And I'm going to ask him about that too. But Chase, if you're listening, it's not the bike.
Please come home.
Please come home.
We miss you.
Leave the bike alone. We're going into Detroit. Leave it alone.
I think he will.
I don't know.
Honestly, we just need the Lewis Chase interviews back. We missed a week.
Okay.
So-
We got Morgan on
Okay.
3 for you. Morgan, what's up? You want to talk to Lewis?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Steve. I listened to the LDK pod earlier today,
Thank you.
and Kellen was talking about
Keller.
he thought that some of the reasons why, like how Mookie finally did this, was when he found the speed in the whoops. Like that's when it clicked. Like this is my night. And I just wanted to see what your thoughts were on it.
Yeah,
Even. I know.
Absolutely. Well, first of all, he was nailing the 2.3, right? So that gives you a lot of speed coming in. So right away, you got speed coming in. You're on it. And I mean, look, he's like Lewis said, he is the whoop man for a long time until this switch to Husqvarna. So, yeah, I'm guessing at some point in the main, Malcolm was like, "Oh, I got this, the line, the speed, the throttle control, whatever it is, and I'm feeling great." But hey, he was also crushing the sand after the whoops. Malcolm was. He was pinning it through that.
Yeah.
He was doing those tabletops after the big triple. He was going over, on, off. Chase wasn't doing that, which I think was faster. So I think there's a few spots where Malcolm was just on fire.
Yeah. How was the view from the press box? Because I was actually there, but I was in the seat with a common man. So how was the seat? How was the view up there?
Oh, view's good up there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had 7-deuce up there, and Reed's kid, and they were yelling a lot. There was a lot going on, but the view was great.
The audio, not so much.
Yeah, the audio was just a lot of bro. But that's 7-deuce. We love them.
Yeah. All right. Thanks,
Thanks,
Steve.
Morgan. Appreciate it. Thank you. Maxima, Pulp 20 code to save with Maxima. What's your favorite Maxima oil?
SC1.
Thank you. SC1 Maxima, use the code PULP20 to save with that, as well as their 4-stroke oil, and of course the FFT, MPPL, all of that. PULP20 code to save with Maxima, and Pro Filter as well. Pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and all that stuff. PULP20 at profilter.com as well. ProFilter works with a bunch of teams out there. We got Gypsy on one. What's up, Gypsy? You got a rant on Jordan Smith? How could you rant on Jordan Smith? He's like the coolest guy ever.
Oh, I know, Mike. Just hear me out. Okay.
All right.
It's so I'm looking at this tweet he put out over the weekend. Have you seen this? Have you guys seen this?
About the sand section or something? Was that
Mike,
it? Yeah.
Might as well add a rock garden.
Yeah.
Mike, why don't we just go ahead and allocate the sand section budget to tampon dispensers, you fucking pussy?
Well,
like, Mike,
dude, honestly,
we don't have...
not just Jordan, they all hate the sand. It gets in the goggles. They have the wrong tires for it. All of that.
Mike, I understand. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking for that. But like, Mike, we don't have a 10th whoop. There's no dragon backs.
Mm-hmm.
They understand. They get the track styled in, like, I don't know, by glancing at it. They got dot fish. Mike, we are looking at the pinnacle of the sport, and I'm sorry. I get it. With all due respect,
I get it.
With all due respect, Jordan. But Mike, we got to see some like challenging, like courses here.
Well, I can do without sand corners. They never turn out that well. But sand straightaways like at Tampa with rollers, I love that. Lewis, where do you stand with that?
Maybe you don't agree with me. I thought you would, but that's putting me off a little bit. I think this year, across the first 5 rounds, we've had the most consistently good sand sections in a long time.
I didn't like the corner this weekend a little bit, but whatever.
Okay, but let's say before Tampa, I felt like every sand section was well thought out, multiple options, better than in the past where it's all funneled into one line.
Right.
I've been a sand guy this year.
Okay, well, Gypsy, I'm with you. Like, they all hate the sand, but I'm with you. Yeah, it's called Supercross, man. It's called Supercross.
Sure, I get it. It just kind of rubbed me the wrong way because it's like, we got guys coming over from Europe, from Australia, coming up to do this type of racing, and I don't know. And again, I don't want anybody.
Yeah,
it's a knee-jerk reaction because of Kenny. I bought it. My heart goes out to Kenny. He almost died again. But it's a straightaway. I get the turn part with not having the sand in it. Sure, I get it. I don't know, mate.
All right.
It's not my thing.
Fair enough, man. Yeah, I get it. And Jordan's a great guy. I will tell you, the racers all hate the sand, but at some point, buckle up, man. Like, it's called Supercross. So
there we go. I like it. All right.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. You saw the tweet from Jordan?
Yeah, I just looked. You've got to take the positive from this. You could argue that Jordan's tweet is effectively giving us authorization to add rock gardens to Supercross.
Good point. All right, let's get the rock gardens fired up.
Yeah,
absolutely. Bo, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I got a few things for you, so I'm going to fire away.
All right.
First and foremost, the starting greats, they've got to go. I think it's just too dangerous. Everybody's, like, Cooper Webb, Eli Tomac, guys that have spun off the line or have any kind of issue, those championship caliber riders, if they mess up a little bit, it is almost a wrap for them, and it's dangerous. I think that's got to go. Also, the sand straightaways, I think, is horrible. I think that the lines are going everywhere. That's what caused the Roxon incident, not so much blue flags and our home state guy, Jeremy Hand, but I think it's those that got to go to make Supercross a little bit better. Also want to say that this has been the best year in Supercross thus far with all the different winners, all the hype and drama on the 250 West, all the depth and surprises in the 250 East. The 450 being stacked this year coming in, it's absolutely crazy. But then with the injuries, like with Jet going down last week, in time qualifying this week, Eli, I thought he was going to be out for the year. The two big crashes between Roxon and the Lappers, and then with Hunter Lawrence, it was a dangerous race for sure. I'm sure that Malcolm getting the win is probably the most exciting win of all time for many of us. I'm an AP fan. I think that Malcolm's win beats that. And I'm sure that for James Bubba Stewart up in the broadcast booth, it was just awesome. But I got to complain about some people in that booth.
Oh, boy.
If I may.
Yeah, you may.
Including your boy JT that will be on later.
Oh, JT doesn't get a lot of fire, so I'm interested in hearing this. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So first I got to say that I would imagine James is getting so tired of hearing an H put into his name every time he says Stewart. But the only 2 people or 3 people I can think that's worse than Lee in the booth as the main guy or whatever you would call him, the color guy, I think.
No, Lee's the play-by-play. Color is the other guy. Yeah.
Art Ekman is the all-time greatest at that. Todd Harris, Ralph Shaheen, awful. DB was great at it. I hate what happened there. Man, him and Weege are the people's champs when it comes to that.
But hold on.
RC needs way more credit as an analyst.
What is wrong with Lee? Is it the accent? Is it the fact that you don't think he's core moto guy? Because he is. I'm telling you, he is. Like what? I rarely and I watch all sorts of sports, football, hockey, baseball, and there's analysts that I don't like for sure. But the play-by-play man in almost every sport to me is just whatever. They're just getting in and out of breaks and calling action. Like I don't see how you can't like a play-by-play guy. Like what does Lee do wrong, or in your eyes?
When the play-by-play guy says they're going to crank up their machines and go on a flyer of a race.
Okay.
I can't. What does that mean? Like I can't get around that.
Was that a direct quote or?
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
If you go back just in this, if you go back and listen, you'll hear it. But it, man, I can't stand the guy. I turn it on mute, and most likely I'll listen to AC or something like that during the race. RC needs way more credit as an analyst. He is the GOAT, people. Respect anything he says. Even if he's holding back a little bit, he needs way more respect. He doesn't mess up as much as what people think. I think that people still kind of hold on to a little bit of animosity for stuff, 20 years ago with RC. Mm-hmm. But, Steve, you need to be replacing somebody that they have as the color analyst.
Now I can get on board with this.
Believe.
Yes. Now I agree with your takes. Maybe punt JT, put me in there.
I think that you'll agree with this too. I've listened to you guys for a long time. This is actually my second time calling in. But I feel like you do JT a huge favor, let alone what you've done with Phil and, of course, Dark Side of the Moon.
Big Lou.
But,
yep. Lewis, too.
I mean, the list is endless, right?
Yeah,
all the privateers.
Yeah, all
But JT is, to me, the 2 worst is Lee and JT. I cannot stand it when JT, who I know he's got his hands in a lot, he's accomplished a lot of different things. His career is good, and I respect for what he's done for Fly and some things. But any chance that he is on another platform that may have a more broad view, he cannot wait to throw in your face that he had access to go to Hunter's house or Eli's house, or that he was invited by Feld to go do this event or whatever. I can't stand that. I also believe, and you guys can tell me what you think here, but I believe that he probably only takes shits in bidets and probably voted for Hillary and Kamala. Have a great show, guys.
All right. Thanks for the hot takes. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. That's a lot. That's a lot.
I don't think I've ever heard.
He loves Trump, by the way, the caller. But just to
I figured
clarify
that.
Yes.
But I don't think I've ever heard JT hate like that.
No, JT does not have much hate.
Don't tell JT about this.
I might, because he wants me to replace him.
What?
Bo wanted me to replace him.
Okay, you can mention that.
Okay.
Just say you've heard some things.
Okay.
I'm ready to expose myself.
There was no actual mention of what JT does wrong on the broadcast. He doesn't like on pods.
Yeah, when he
talks to you about his
but
other
the
work.
broadcast,
There was no actual reason for hating him on the broadcast.
Not really, no.
No. And to his other point, I agree with you on the play-by-play guy, like, who really notices him.
Right.
I think Lee's good. Ralph did irk me. But that was because I felt like Ralph stepped outside of his role a lot, which I
Okay.
don't feel like Lee does.
I don't feel like Ralph followed the sport as closely as he needed to. That's my beef with Ralph.
Yeah,
Good guy, great guy, good at his job. But sometimes I'm like, Ralph, we need something here.
And it's long been my theory that the reason that RC was rough to begin with was because Ralph was setting him up terribly to talk.
Yeah, sure.
Like
Yeah,
Ralph
yeah.
was asking him such dumb questions that RC couldn't even compute
how
how to
Right.
figure it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen to WSX announcing your series.
Yeah.
Not great.
All right, everybody, let's get to our first guest of the night. Brought to you by the folks at Wiseco, whether it's the garage engine rebuild kits, of course, clutch components, and, of course, pistons. Wiseco's made their name in those things for a long time, and they also help the Honda HRC guys. And the coolest part of this Wiseco is PulpMX is the code to save with Wiseco. We want to thank them for coming on. We want to thank them for bringing our next guest. This gentleman won Tampa Supercross. Yeah, Mookie, what's up, man? Thanks for calling. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, what's good, guys? How we doing?
Dude, how busy was your phone this week? Sunday, Monday? How much did that thing must have been on fire.
It was pretty insane, actually. It was, I haven't had that many text messages since I won the 250 championship back in 2016.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
really, right? Yeah.
No, it was a cool moment. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. After that night, I remember glancing at my phone and it said like 215 text messages. I got text messages from people I ain't even heard of in years. I'm like, you guys still have my number?
You're like, you guys even know I'm alive? Right.
Yeah.
Dude, what a night. So popular. Everyone was happy for you. And you just did it, like we mentioned before you came on, you just did it the best way, too. Look, you'll take the 100K and the win. If the two leaders hit each other on the last lap and go down and you ride by for the win, you'll take that. But, dude, slicing your way through these dudes and the stadium going wild, I mean, you couldn't have painted a better picture for your first win. Couldn't have done it.
No, I mean, we're all sitting there talking about it, me, my dad, and my mom and stuff, and it's like the scripted way of, like, you couldn't even explain it, like how your first win at home, like, it was a pretty cool dream come true for myself. And no, I mean, the racing format of it wasn't easy. I just felt really good. I don't know how. I just was just in the zone somehow. And obviously, of course, the whoops was in my favor that night. I know a few guys are, like, not sure where to go in the middle, left, right, and I just stuck to it. And I'm like, I feel pretty good in here, and I feel like everybody's making mistakes, and this is what I need to do. And I remember clicking up the fifth gear.
Fifth?
The whoops.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm like, well, the bike's staying straight, so we're going to stick with that.
Now, I heard there was two grooves, left and right. Were you blitzing on the right of that groove, or were you in the left of the groove, or were you in the groove?
I wasn't in the middle for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I remember in the opening laps. It's so funny because actually my mechanic, of course, Nathan Ramsey came over the radio and told my mechanic, he goes, like, the rest of the track seems pretty good, but you really need to look at the whoops. So
Okay.
parade lap, I do everything else but look at the whoops. And when I remember going through the sand, and I'm like, oh shoot, I didn't look through the whoops. Like, I just kind of just blipped and whatever. So the first lap come around to the main event, I'm like, I have no idea where to go. So I just kind of started, like, piggyback a little bit off of, and I kind of was going left, going right, went in the middle, like the first kind of opening laps. I'm like, all right, like, it seems to me like the right side seems to be the best right now.
Okay.
And I just kind of stuck to the right-hand side of the whoops.
Dude, it's unbelievable. So, Lewis looked up this stat. Tell Mookie what you found.
Okay, this sounds unbelievable, but I think I got it right. In the main event, you had the 14 fastest times in the whoops.
In the segment, yeah.
In the
with
whoop
whoops.
segment. I don't know how that's possible.
I don't either, but
because like rider to rider, it was like 8/10, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So then there were 13 other times that were in that 8/10 window. It's got to be a record.
I don't know, but we think you have the 14th quickest times.
That's still pretty sick, though.
5th in the whoops too. That's awesome. So, and also you were catching them on those tabletop sections too. Now, when did you start being like, shit, I can win this thing? Like, because you weren't, off the start, you were buried and like you're clicking off the laps, you're feeling good. Like, when did you start going, I can win this damn thing?
Well, I didn't really of course, I didn't really realize like Chase wasn't like really, really too far ahead after I remember looking after I passed Anderson, and I'm like, okay, Kenny's right here, and I remember jumping the trip or the finish line, and I could see Chase going down the straightaway, like kind of like out of the sand coming out, and I'm like, oh, Chase is right there. I'm like, okay, like I know Kenny's like he's very, really strong rider. He's very smart and stuff like that. And I'm like, if I could just figure out a way how to get around Kenny, because me and Kenny were taking very, very similar lines. And I remember like one thing that he wasn't doing was the rhythm section before the whoops. A lot of guys are going inside, and I'm like, okay, if I just stick to my line, go double, triple, that'll give me just enough momentum to get through the whoops, and maybe I can square him up through the sand. So that was like the intention. And I felt really confident in the sand for some reason, like that left-hander, just because I passed Anderson there. So I was like, okay, I could probably get this done. And I went for it. And I remember like me and Kenny got real close through the sand. And I'm like, all right, he backed off a little bit, and that was it. And then we kind of was I don't know, like it was kind of weird. Like I would say probably, I don't know when I kind of got around Kenny, maybe 8 minutes or so. I'm just kind of looking at Chase, and I'm like, he's not pulling away, and I was like, man, I felt like I'm actually kind of catching him a little bit, and I felt like there was like a stagnant in the main where it was like maybe like 5 minutes to go, and then I can really start to see like that he was really starting to switch his lines up, like kind of, and I think that was like a little bit of like a panic mode, and I was like, all right, maybe he's finding something that I'm not seeing, and I'm like, well, what I'm doing is working because I'm catching him, right?
Yeah, right.
So
yeah.
it never really dawned on me until like the last, I would say like around 4 minutes, that I'm like, I'm actually really catching him, and then I start seeing him really switch his line up in the whoops. So it kind of made me like, if I can just like put that pressure, like him entering like the whoops, because and we all been there, like there's nothing worse than like you coming out of a corner, and then you start seeing that guy like out of your peripheral, and then all of a sudden you don't see him no more, right? Like
you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, like, and then of course like being a fan, like the crowd favorite, like the fans didn't help the situation either.
No.
So it was a cool moment, and I was just really confident in myself and my equipment and everything, and I was like, dude, I'm just gonna go for it. Like I had the mindset that I'm just gonna go down the right hand side of the whoops. If I crash, I crash. I don't. And unfortunately, he went down.
Yeah, it was cool. Now, I talked to you a couple of weeks ago. You told me this is the best you feel on the Husqvarna, and obviously we saw what happened. Look, I don't know if you're going to slice through the field and win again this weekend, but you do feel better. You do look better. It's got to be so much confidence to do what you just did. From just a season point of view, like never, even if you'd gotten second, that was a great ride either way. Like you feel really good right now.
Yeah, I feel great, and it's just, sometimes you need to hit the reset button, and I kind of felt like going in 2025, I'm like, I have a feeling I'm going to get on a podium like at one point, right? Whether it's and I just was just confident in myself and just kind of keep believing myself, and then obviously like it's funny that you sit here and say like, oh, I'm going to get on the podium, and then Anaheim won. You just next thing you know, you're flying through the sky upside down, right? Yeah. So I'm more like, well, I might need to take a couple weeks off, and maybe we'll circle back around to that. And it was just so funny how quick this sport is. Like things can change so quickly and drastically. And I was like, I don't know, just for some reason it was just the cards aligned where it should have been, and I was just happy. I would have been content to be on a podium 1,000%, but I felt like if I would have took that podium and just backed down on second, or not at least try, I could have backed down a little bit, but I had so much momentum going that it just was heading the right direction. If I would have got it second that night, and knowing that I didn't try to take the chance or anything, I would have been bummed on myself, right? Because wins don't come to you like that. It's a hard thing, and whether Chase fell or not, I don't know what would have happened. But
I think you would have got him, dude. You were going 14 miles an hour quicker than him. I think you would have. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? You're right. Chase is a champion. Who knows? But I think you would have had it. I do. Why? Okay, so the 2-3 before the whoops, it looked kind of easy, man. But was it hard for you or hard for other guys, or did you not get it at times? Because, dude, I'm in the press box eating popcorn. Everything looks really easy from there. But, man, it didn't look hard. I don't understand why certain guys weren't doing it.
Well, to be honest with you, it's just really because of the setup when you went, after the big triple left and you went 3-3. And anytime you have, you come in on the backside of I call them fives, a 5-footer. Yeah. There's so much pressure, that you kind of have to take. And that corner was pretty slick, right? So I felt like a lot of guys are just, rather just instead of hit the brakes, just be off the brakes, just jump, roll, double, and then they try to carry their momentum through the whoops. So I knew the whoops were super slick. You can't, and whatever speed you enter with, you can't make up speed, right? Because that's just how the track was, right? And I'm like, I'm gonna try just going double, triple, and I really honestly don't know why guys didn't really pick up on it earlier. And that was the biggest thing. I obviously rewatching the race, Coop picked up on it, Anderson picked up on it, Kenny picked up on it, but a lot of those guys didn't pick up on it in the beginning of the race, and I felt like that was the make it or break you through that entire section. So we were all doing it in practice. I just stuck to the script. Honestly, I just stuck to it. I'm like, well, I got third in practice, so clearly I'm doing something right here, and I just wanted to stick to it.
In the off season, we spoke about how you would feel if this win never came, and honestly, maybe I misjudged what you were saying or how you were acting, but I felt like you'd made peace with the fact that this may never come. So now that it's happened, and maybe you can be more honest, had you gone through that process of thinking?
No, I mean I haven't. It was kind of in a way where I wouldn't say Lewis. I wouldn't say I gave up on the chances of me winning. It was just of me saying when I did my knee last year, I think it was more of you just be happy with what you got kind of attitude. You kind of back down a little bit because when you race and you get injured, it humbles you pretty quick, right? And I was just really just trying to keep myself motivated. I'm still hungry. I still wanted to win and things like that. And now that I finally got a win, it's an awesome feeling, but it doesn't change my mind of the reflect of anything else what I've done, right? This is just an add-on to me, right? I look at it dude, you've been racing for this long. How many riders that you race with in the amateur made it this long, and the professional, there's only a few of us left. So it's more of an accomplishment, more of a career than was winning or not winning.
This was such a clear win, a dominant win. Does that make it even more confusing that this hasn't happened sooner? This went so well that it almost makes no sense that it never played out this way in the 100 or so starts before Tampa.
No, I'm not mad at that at all. Actually, I think it's kind of cool. Yeah. I think I'm a late bloomer anyway, so I can't take away from the past. The past is the past. I mean, at one point, honestly, dude, I was gonna quit racing in 2017. That was the all-time low in my life in racing. I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. You're spending your own money going racing, and and obviously coming off a championship, you went from winning a championship, holding up the number one plaque to you came and you're fighting for 12th place and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. It's at this point, what am I doing it for? So the reflect on that, and then the speed this, years ahead, and then next thing you know, you're holding up a trophy. I think it's pretty cool, right? So it just goes to show you like an emotional roller coaster of how life can be. But I mean, either way, man, I'm content. I'm happy that it happened right now. Actually, if anything, being a little bit older, it's more sweet.
Yeah. It's really one of the cooler things that I've seen, just the way you did it. And you're a great dude. Everyone's happy for you. And I'm so jaded because I just go to these damn races for so long. I found myself like kind of getting the goosebumps watching you. I really, and it doesn't happen to me, right? Because I just go to all these races and the same guys win and you're like, whatever. And then I was just like, it was so cool for me. I know you a little bit, but I was just like, this is awesome. It's such a memorable race for so many people because you did it in Tampa and the way you did it and the fact that everyone likes Mookie. Like, I don't know, even Bam likes you now, like everybody. So it's awesome. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think for me, it's like I said, the whole industry, man. Like, I got messages from just everybody in this industry, people outside the industry, like, and I think like you said, like the cool factor of it and being thankful and blessed. Like, I'm a likable guy, and I kind of felt like as a rider, like when I saw AP get his first win, like, dude, I was so happy for the guy, right?
Yeah.
The hell what happened to me that night, like, I was so genuinely happy for the guy because like he's just a liked guy, right? And I think it was really cool that Cooper and Anderson, they were clapping for me and stuff like that when I got announced. Like, it's just a mutual respect, and I felt like it as any rider, if they're like, man, if I had to pick a guy to win a race, I'd rather have Mookie because he's been at it for so long. But to have my brother in the booth announcing, he was kind of. Now I rewatched the race. He was kind of pausing. He didn't really know what to say, and I just think there was a lot of emotions going on that night. So it's a really cool moment.
Travis, you backed up Lewis's stat about the whoops. You just looked it up.
I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah,
he's
14
right.
fastest times.
Yeah, he's right.
That's pretty amazing. By the way, I want to ask you about James because at some point in the broadcast in the main, he goes, I was talking to him after practice, and he was really listening to me. He made it sound like you don't really listen to him, except for tonight you did.
No, not really. I mean, and it's, I'm not saying like in a bad way, but you hear it, you're like, yeah, and then like it's like taking that advice and then you can't apply it. I'm like, sometimes I feel like some of the stuff that he says to me, I'm like, you do realize like I'm your little brother, right? Like, yeah. I'm not you. Like, I'm not going to go out there and quad this and, hit the whoops. Like, you do realize, like, your little brother, like, you're dealing with, and he's going to do all that, right?
Yeah.
So
you've seen me ride every day, James. You see me ride every day of my life. Do you really think I'm going to quad that thing?
Yeah, exactly. Like, when you were in 125s, going out there winning, like, I was up in the stands eating Panda Express. Like, let's not forget that moment.
Exactly.
James also said that you seemed different in the day and he could tell a good result was coming just by your demeanor. So what did you feel different?
Well, hold on though, but then he crashed 14 times in the sand.
Well, I don't know if James was just kind of, I saw this coming. I saw this. I was the first one to spot this.
Right.
Did the day feel different or special or like it was going to be good?
Like the sand?
No, just the day itself. But we were saying, like, I don't know why James would say that because you did fall in the sand a couple times. So we were,
Yeah, no, the sand was eating me up, dude. Especially the one after the finish line. I almost fell there 3 times trying to do a hot lap in practice, and I gave up. Yeah, and it's so funny? I was sitting there. The first time I crashed it was qualifying 1, and I'll never forget. Like when I hit the ground, I'm just like, dude, like this is Clearwater Beach. Like I can't stand this type of sand. And I was like, man, this is not good for the hair. This is not good for the hair. Like this was a 2-hour shower tonight, 1,000%. Yeah. And I was just cracking up. But on your thing, Lewis, he said like, yeah, I had a different look in my eyes. It was right before the after practice, before he had to go up in the booth and stuff, and he was like, "How you feel?" And he asked, in front of all the guys, and then I was upstairs in the lounge and there was nobody around. And he goes like, "Listen, like, how do you really feel?" And I was like, I actually feel like loose, like really loose. Like, and he was like, that's good. You feel like you could win. I'm like, I have no pressure on me right now. I usually I would say like, I need to do this, do that. I'm like, I actually feel really, really good. And that's when he was like, okay, like, then let's go out there and like do it. Like, and he says, like, just told me, was like, man, like, if you just go out there, it doesn't matter if you win, you lose, it doesn't matter. Just do it for you. Don't do it for anybody else. Do it for yourself. And don't hold back. Like, he goes, you have nothing to lose. He's like, it's your contract year. Like, just telling me a small little, like, pep talk. And he was like, you know, you trying to conserve energy or whatever, if you're worried about being tired or anything like that. He goes, I'd rather you go out there and lead like 8 laps and then get tired and fade back. At least it shows that you're trying to be up front. You have something to work on. But you don't know what you can work on until you're up front. And that's kind of what I was just running off of. And I was just running off that adrenaline, and I was going to apply it and see where it takes me.
So what was it that made you feel loose in the day? Were you more at one with the bike than you have been at rounds this year? Is there something you can pinpoint which you can now take or translate to the upcoming races?
I mean, of course, you know, once you win a race, you kind of feel like that weight off your shoulders, like, okay, like I finally joined the club, and you just feel confident about yourself and your equipment and everything around you. And not to say I didn't feel that before that, and that's what kind of helped me get to this point. I actually was just, I don't know, man. Like, I just was just really happy that day. Just maybe just hometown race. I maybe got a little fishing in. I don't know. I just was just I was just cooling and vibing, and just something about being back home was cool for me.
Yeah, that's awesome. We got some phone calls for you here, Malcolm, as well. We got Malcolm Stewart, brought to you by the folks at Weisco Piston. Jake's on 3. Jake, what's up? What's your question or story for Malcolm Stewart?
Hey, Malcolm, congratulations, buddy. That was awesome to watch. We were there. But it was funny, years ago when you were, I think you were riding 80s or 125s, but there was a Florida race up there at Waldo. And it had been raining, and it was sloppy, and it was a black fan with the loose ruts. And we were parked right next to you and your dad. And you came off the track, and your dad had, like, steam blowing out his ears. And he started jumping on you. He said, man, you slow down in them ruts. You just slow down in them ruts. You say you want to drive cars like your brother drives. Well, your brother don't slow down in the ruts. So you ain't never going to drive no Ferraris till you start going through those ruts.
Well, makes sense. Yeah.
And it was funny because when the race was over, my son, who was probably about 9 at the time, when the race was over, he looked at me as, I guess Big James was right.
Yeah, there we go.
But, yeah, your dad was so cool because we were kind of new to the mini bike racing. And he was giving him tips and everything. He actually said to me, he goes, I might as well give them to your boy because my boy don't listen to me.
Well, Malcolm, I mean, the word is, too, for you, like motocross wasn't your first thing. It wasn't your first love. You loved to fish, hang out, right? Like motocross wasn't you weren't all in.
I can promise you when I was 9 years old, being a professional motocross athlete was the last thing on my list.
Thanks, Jake.
Not even come close. So,
yeah.
But yeah, you are correct as far as getting chewed out. I still get chewed out today, still to this day. So, yeah, I mean, dude, my whole amateur career was I didn't want to race. I was more like my parents just wanted me to race, maybe because it would keep me out of trouble. So,
yeah.
That was pretty much it. But, yeah, as far as getting chewed out, them days are still here. I think I'm always going to get chewed out as long as I'm still racing.
Your dad's reaction was awesome after the race. And Nathan Ramsey, you threw a lot of props to Nate Dogg, who I've known Nathan forever, and I have a lot of respect for him. So you could see that your dad's reaction was so cool, and then also just your appreciation of Nathan Ramsey, So that was great.
No, Nate, he's awesome. Like I said, we've gone back whenever I was a teenager, from JDR days. So, between me, Nathan, and my dad, like that past history is always been really, really close and connected. And Nate, he's been at it. He's been working hard for a very, very long time. He was always a great, rider growing up when he was racing his professional career, hard worker. So. Any tips? And I love about one thing I couldn't always say about Nathan Ramsey, like, between him and different other team managers, like, he's did it. He's been at the top level before. He knows what it feels like to win and all that. So I think, like, for him, like, when he approaches you and on riding and kind of like a little bit of a coaching thing, it's sometimes you take that advice versus, like, you take that advice more seriously than your dad or that one person that's just always in your ear, right? So having Nathan is always good. And obviously I try to listen to everything that he says to me. I try to apply it the best I can. And like I said, last Saturday, it all fell in the right way.
Awesome. We got some more calls for you here. Anthony's on 4. Anthony, go ahead. What's your story for Malcolm Stewart?
Mookie, I'm curious at how pumped, as a Florida native myself, how pumped was your Polk County boys?
Man, boy, them Polk County boys, they were loud, man. I tell you what, they were screaming, and like I said, to do that just in front of all the people that were in Florida was awesome. So, I was happy. I was so happy and blessed, and I brought my whole family out there, and they got to see me, get my first win, and we'll always cherish those moments until then.
Thanks, Anthony.
Yeah,
thank you.
Well, I got a few other things too. Like, I actually sold Pup, Watley, and Garrett their bikes when I was down there, and I've had plenty of opportunities to hang out with you at the DMXS stuff up here, and it was always really cool to get to hang with you in person. But also in like 2010, I remember, I think it was Winter Ams at Gatorback. You dropped in the gate next to me, and I was like, holy shit, that's Malcolm. And when I saw the speed and how you destroyed all of us, which that KX252 stroke sounded so badass. I was just, if I would have heard then that you would win a Supercross one day, I'd be like, I believe it. Until last year, I kind of was like bummed. Anytime my buddies and I would talk about it, I was like, I don't know if he can do it anymore. And I was so, like, more of a disappointed bum. And when watching it live, like, I was just blown away and so pumped that you finally got it. So congrats, man.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And those bring back good old memories at Winter Ams at Gatorback.
All right, we got a fishing question. Do you want to take it, Malcolm? I don't know if you want to take a fishing question or not.
I mean, of course, why not?
I mean, all right, we're not a fishing show or a motocross show, but go ahead, Wesley. We do know Malcolm likes the fishing.
Fellas.
Go ahead, Wes.
Yeah, first off, congrats, Mookie. It was awesome watching you win, buddy. I'm just curious, what is your favorite bass setup at the moment?
Favorite bass setup is I like to fish a 7-foot rod, bait caster, Abu Garcia, with just keep it short and sweet. Texas rig, purple worm.
Gotcha. Right. Hey, can I have one more question? For instance, for Lewis, real quick.
All right, go ahead.
Is it fishing?
Yeah, because Lewis doesn't fish. So
we know you're not afraid to ask the straightforward questions. So we need you to ask McAdoo. Is it more uncomfortable to ride with a torn ACL or with his balls hanging out?
Okay.
I'll add that to my to-do list.
Yeah, we'll get on that. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I said to McAdoo before the day, I'm like, look, man, it can't go any worse than last year. I know you got a torn ACL, but last year was just too much. So
that's optimistic of you.
Yeah, thank you, right? Malcolm Stewart here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Weisco. Speaking of fishing, you want a bunch of money? Do you have something planned for this bonus money, a fishing boat or rod or something?
There's definitely, I was on Bass Pro Shop looking at some stuff, so definitely. So yes, I have been looking at some options, but right now I definitely earned enough gas money for sure. So I do got some gas money. Boat.
Yeah, when we were talking in Paris, you were telling me about how much the gas costs for boats, and you need free tools. So I was,
Yes.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, listen, again, I don't get excited anymore at these races, but I was on Saturday night, man. That's awesome. It's cool. Really appreciate you coming on tonight. Congratulations, and we'll see you in Detroit, man.
All right, appreciate it. Make sure you bring your jacket because it looks like it's pretty cold there.
Yeah, I think so. We'll go from one extreme to the other, right? All right, man.
Right.
Thanks for the time,
guys.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. That's Malcolm Stewart, everybody. Now, you didn't clap when he came. When I was clapping, you didn't clap when I brought him on.
Okay.
You don't like Malcolm's win?
No, I
don't
don't feel
win?
the need to just follow your lead anymore.
Okay.
Now I'm carving my own path.
Yeah. All right. Well, stay tuned for the Race Tech Rant.
Is
Fox-
the next guy on the phone?
He's coming on.
Okay. Do we have time for a quick Malcolm discussion?
No.
Okay.
Fox Factory Vehicles, your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, and more. Partnering with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram. They bring you the ultimate turnkey custom trucks and vehicles. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com to find your next vehicle. These things they take your trucks, and then they bolt on all these cool aftermarket parts, and then they sell them. And backed by the original factory's warranty, easily financed through your local dealership. The vehicles eliminate the hustles of do-it-yourself customization. foxfactoryvehicles.com brings you our next guest. We went from Malcolm Stewart, who won the 450s, and this gentleman dominated the 250s, and it is from Star Yamaha. Max Anstie, what's up, Max? How are you, man?
Oh, I'm doing well. How's things with you?
Well, I got Big Lou here, so
Brilliant.
Yeah, I got to go through that. But I don't know if he's moved on from you to Chase. How you feel about that? But.
Well, I did watch Race Day Live back, and I thought Lou did a great job. I thought he did amazing, and I thought Lou's I think he's got my back. I mean,
only thing
I don't know if it's more than Chase, but I'm okay with being slightly below.
Okay.
I mean, of course, that Lewis's number one has got to be Chase.
If Ben Watson, Max Anstie, or Chase were in a burning building, Lou, who are you rescuing?
I'd find superhuman strength to do it all.
To grab all three? Okay. Right.
Or just throw. I would rescue them.
Correct answer then.
No, I would rescue them and then just walk myself back into the building and be like, yeah, I'll just call it a day myself.
Okay. All right.
Wait. Did you seriously watch Race Day Live back?
Yeah. I thought you did great. I thought you did.
It's just weird that you wouldn't tell me this. Hey, I just watched Race Day Live, but no, okay.
Hold on, you broke out there. I couldn't hear what you said, but of course I did. I watch everything back anyway because I was doing my studying.
But you watched the daytime program back, Max, like practice
on there.
and stuff. You watched
that?
Yeah,
but Lou, but of course it's Lou, isn't it? It's Lou's big time. I like the bit about the Marcus Nations, 2017. But no, it obviously it was a great weekend. It was crazy how round one's always so wild anyway. But just there in Tampa, I love Tampa anyway. Like spending a bit of time there over the last couple of years, and just how that whole day went. It was really cool, and it was obviously a great night.
It was. By the way, if you're going to watch Race Day Live back, Max, I suggest San Diego. That one was on fire. San Diego. There was Reed, me, JT. So really watch that one back if you're going to watch anything.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm wondering.
I
don't know if this is weird or not. This might be a weird way to start this interview off. But Pierce goes down. He's hurt badly. You have the restart. It's 10-minute wait. You kind of wait and stagger start, all that. Do you ask anybody, how's Pierce doing? Does it get into your head? Do you think about that? Because, he's got a long road ahead. He's going to be okay, but long road ahead, all that stuff. Or do you, as a racer, you're just like, hey, I don't care. I got the rest of the race to figure out. Like, there is 10 minutes there to sort of let your mind wander. Does that come into your mind?
100%. So, literally how it works with this team, and being on the Swanee program, we all train together. We all ride together. Right. Like even today, we all cycle together, apart from Pierce. And over the last however many months it's been, the whole off season, we've spent a lot of time around each other and got to know each other and of course, we all race, but I have so much respect, a ton of respect for every single one of the guys that's, even around that team, but just the races in general at our level. And you do get to know, each person individually. So, that being said, the start of the race, having Pierce, me and Dax 1, 2, 3 was fantastic. It was like, all right, we're in we're in a brilliant situation for the first round. It couldn't have been any more kind of, I know in a weird way, but like relaxed, because it's not relaxed. It's not relaxed, but you know what I mean.
Think how many times you guys did that on a Wednesday, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So it was somewhat familiar, and I knew Pierce had great pace. So I was like, right, let's go. Let's try and get a gap, and we'll go racing. And Pierce was obviously sending it. He was riding really, really well, and again, like I know that from the last few months, he's insanely fast and talented on a bike and been riding great. And to be honest, even in a heat race, like he had the heat race in the bag too. You know, I was 8 seconds down, and then they red flagged it, and then it was carnage on the first 2 turns after that. And I even came back in after the heat race. I was like, mate, you had that. It was just unlucky, and I was like, well, yeah, that's the way it goes. But yeah, I saw him go down. I was switching. I was actually hitting the right side of the whoops.
Okay.
And then he switched to the right that lap. So I darted to the left. And I had good speed going through the whoops anyway. But by the middle end, like, I was obviously focused on what I was doing, but I just saw his bike cartwheeling. I didn't realize how bad it was until the next lap we came around. He was still down, and then they red flagged it. So it was like, right, we all lined back up again, and I was talking to Dax. Literally, I was talking to Daxton behind me, and it was like, okay, yeah, this ain't good. We got to focus on what we're doing. But genuinely, I'm not scared of whoops. Like I'm good in the whoops. But after watching him do that, I was thinking, geez, let's just not do anything silly. Like the whoops were tricky, but the whole day, like I was like, oh man, it was weird. It definitely deflated me and took the wind out of my sails a little bit. But as soon as the green flag went up, I was like, right, I need to refocus and just hit my marks. But every time I was going into the whoops, I was 2% more cautious than kind of what I was before that, you know, at the start of the main.
Yeah, you had a front row seat to this crash, and now you're leading, and you're like, here come the whoops.
Exactly.
I can't help but think that creeps into your head.
Yeah, and I didn't actually even realize that he hit the tough blocks until I watched it back. I just thought he span and hit a kick or something. So I was like just trying to stay away from the right side. Even when I was coming up to lappers, I remember I just followed down the V of the left. Like I was like, I'm not trying to hit him on the right now. Even though like when you watch the race back, I was good in the whoops. I felt really good in the whoops all day. But just after that, it definitely was. I thought in my head that, okay, I'm going to try and do just enough and not send them. I'm just going to do just enough, and if Dax starts catching me and ripping, then all right, I need to step it up. But for right now, I'll just do what I need to do for round one, because it's carnage. You know, it's obviously the track took a lot of guys, even in the 450 class was wild anyway. But yeah, it was a crazy night, and I've been in a few round ones in my career, and I've seen the history, and I know that round one, a hell of a lot of things normally end up going down. So just try to keep it stable and in one piece.
Yeah, it was a great night for you, and obviously, like you had better whoop speed than Pierce coming before he went down, and that was kind of where I was like, okay, I think Max can get him here. And then I don't want to say, like, after the restart, there's no such thing as easy, because you guys are gnarly and it's all that, but I almost think, like, dude, it just looked like you were riding, like you said, another day down at the Go Farm. Like you lost your big lead. Dax was behind you, and yes, he was there. But on the other hand, I'm like, dude, I don't know if you put a foot down wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, it looked really effortless to win this thing.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a good compliment. No, it's been a lot of work. You know, it's been. There's been a lot of times that I've told Lewis, but man, I feel like in my head I can do it a lot better than what I'm doing it, but I don't know why. It's just not happening, and whether it's bike or whatever, or you know, and it honestly, we did our homework. The whole crew, you know, Austin, my mechanic, we made one. It was funny actually. we only made one clicker change, right? And the time that we did that clicker change was on the red flag of the heat race. So I did the first few laps of the heat race, then the red flagged it, and I was sitting there in that little break, and I said, I think I could go this direction. And Austin went, all right, click, click, bang. And I then got to try it for the second half of the heat race, and I was like, "Yeah, all right, we're good. We're on the money now." So, so that was it for the main event. And it's been the settings that I've ridden on all these different tracks around here. I did end up going down to Sandbox. I've ridden MTF. So, yeah, I wasn't searching, which for me, coming into round one, you never know. And on a new bike, for me, racing, Supercross. I raced some outdoors last year in SMX, but Supercross with whoops, you don't really know until you go racing properly. And I know I had a little run out in Vancouver, but AMA Supercross is still a different beast altogether. So I was very pleased that we were in the ballpark with all of our setup, and the day just went very smoothly. I'm not expecting that every round. Of course, we know we can go to Detroit this weekend, and it's freezing cold, and the track's probably, or the dirt's probably been sat outside frozen, and we get in there and it's going to be super rutty and a completely different thing altogether again. But as far as it went for round one, we were in a good spot. My starts were solid. Felt like my speed was good, and like you said, I could ride at a pace that I was comfortable to just hit my marks and not go too crazy. So, it's a testament of all things coming together, I suppose.
Love the Vancouver World Supercross mention, Lou, from Max, because I was there. I went there.
So was he. Didn't go very well.
Yeah, he was the fastest guy, but didn't go that well.
A little bit reckless. Maybe a little bit too excited to be in WSX.
I think more
honestly,
more excited to be in Canada. A great country.
Well, weirdly, since then, I came into Tampa, kind of with that in the back of my mind, I'm not doing that again. Not doing that as in, making the mistakes that I made. I'm like, right, I'm executing. I'm 1,000% focused on every single little detail that I'm doing right now. And I, even since Canada, it was probably the best thing that happened to me, because I came back and I was like, I'm not ready. I've got more work to do. Whereas if I'd have came out of there and just had a great time and it would have all gone pretty easy, I don't know if I would have been quite as thorough in my approach to this season. Even Austin, my mechanic, and the team, some days, I had notes on notes of all these things that I wanted to test and go through, and different clutch levers and all this stuff that in the end it was no, pull back. We're in a good spot unless we see that there's anything majorly going wrong, and we can go down that avenue. But that's the great thing, and also the it's amazing on this team. You can test literally anything you want, from lever positions to foot peg positions to whatever, but you can also go too far into that. Sure. So over the years of my career, I've not always had those things, and I do know where the line is, but still, you want to do everything you can to make sure you're as good as you can coming into round one. So, yeah, it was probably not a bad thing, because I definitely came in and was extra focused in Tampa on making sure I didn't do anything silly like I did there in Vancouver.
2 segments to this one question. Tampa was slick in spots, maybe not a traditional soft East Coast track. So is it fair to say that all off-season you didn't ride conditions that were really comparable to this? And if true, are you surprised that you only had to make one clicker change and the bike was so much in a good window?
No, the tracks that we've had started off really soft when they built them. Then they went harder and harder and harder, as test tracks do. So we were actually, everything gets a little bit more mellow and this and that. So for a while, all of December, Eli was there, the tracks I felt like were pretty hard pack. Then we branched out a little bit. We went to MTF, different dirt. Also Colleen's, the Colleen there's another track just down the road, which is super hard pack. So that was kind of a good test run. But we rode Sandbox, which was soft, and then MTF, and now Star have just had 2 new tracks built the week before we went racing, and they were really soft. They were like super rutty and more like, I would say, an East Coast style. Like the whoops were really grabby and things like that. So I do feel like, I mean, it is this team, Star Yamaha. Mm-hmm. They leave no stone unturned. They certainly have given us all of the scenarios, or as many of the scenarios as they could think of, I suppose, to make it work. So I don't know. I just felt really ready and strong. I felt really good with everything. And it all complements each other. I knew I had it in me, but I've never come into a season, and I've never had a bike and a team like this. Like, I've never come into a season knowing like, oh, I've got a legit shot at this before I even show up. Like, I'm like my bike, my crew, and my team is so good that I now can. If you fly, you might just touch the sky.
No, right. Hold on. This was going to be a question. So, okay, there's 2 parts to this.
Okay.
People listening are going to be like, what just happened?
That's what I'm saying right now. What just happened?
So, little known fact, Chase, Max, Ben, Jeffrey, I bring a lot to the table.
Okay.
So Monday morning, before Tampa, I messaged Max and I said, this is your mindset for this week. If you try to fly, you might just touch the sky.
Oh.
And every day, I messaged him that again. After he went pole in qualifying, all I did is just text him that line, and it's all me. If you try to fly, you might just touch the sky.
That was it.
But
okay,
on the negative side, me and Max have mad beef at the moment.
Oh.
And we may never be the same again.
Oh, okay.
Because you know, on NBC they do the segment where they ask the riders to make their ultimate SMX rider, like they say, like Jet picked himself for everything.
Yes.
On the Tampa broadcast,
and Hunter picked Jet for everything.
That was weirder than But on the Tampa broadcast, they did Max's. He did not pick Chase for a single segment. He picked Jason Anderson.
Oh.
Everyone else got a shout out. Not one mention of Chase. The disrespect.
Yeah, because he doesn't like the fact that you're kind of weird about Chase. That's what, He doesn't like that.
Oh, this is brilliant. No, I was on the spot. Like, dude, we did that media day, and we went from one thing to the next, to the next, to the next. We were banging stuff out. It was like, and in that situation, of course, Chase is amazing. Like, all of the guys are fantastic. It's not, but I was just trying to spice. I don't know. That just what came into my head at the time.
It would have been great if they said, like, Max corners, and he went, I heard that Lewis was ripping some corners on an 85 back
we
in the
went
day.
through this the last time he was on with these photos that he picked of you.
Oh, yeah,
riding.
I forgot.
Right.
I forgot there's actually evidence of me out there.
There's evidence. By the way, are we still running the body belt?
Yeah, I got Alpine Star one now. I've leveled up.
Oh, nice.
I got a new one this weekend. I was running a Euro spec one.
Yeah. You told us that was forget the brand you told us. Yeah.
Ortima, it's German. I got an Alpine Star one this weekend. I'm dialed. I've got that. I'm like, I'm just leveling up. I mean, it's still not the full US spec of not running one at all, but it was a step in the right direction.
Lewis, the only thing Max did wrong was that gear. He can't talk about it, but what was going on with their gear?
I thought he shit himself.
Juju had the brown at Glendale with the pink, and these guys got like a teal going.
How weird that 4 and 1 Industries had 2 gear sets that were basically exactly the same.
Hey, brown pants. No one will ever think of that. And then they had it.
Yeah.
It was weird. And then also, I was rubbing my hands together thinking of Urive when Mumphy and Max had a little battle going on in the heat. I was really thinking of Urive sitting there going like, come on, Mumphy. but it wasn't to
be honest, I actually thought about your Eve at the same exact moment. You probably did.
Yes.
I was going on, step off after because he stuffed Pierce pretty hard in the second turn. And I thought, that's your Eve out in follow. Like, that's the Firepower Honda Quad Lock or whatever it is. I was like, oh, all right. Now,
you're like, here we go.
Let's not do anything silly in any of the turns, and let me just send her through the whoops. But no, it was of course, they've also done well. They got a 450, with Joey and Shane now. It's a lot going on over there too. But yeah, I have a different spin on it. So,
well, they also pay your bills, so they pay you.
I'd imagine his spin is that he didn't shit himself.
No, my little guy, he also likes Peppa Pig, and Peppa Pig wears like that same colour, whether it's green, turquoise, teal top. Peppa Pig's Daddy Pig. So I have had this set of gear because we had to do a photo shoot in this a while ago, and I've been wearing it quite a lot at the practice track. And my little guy always says, "Oh, it's Daddy Pig," so he loves that gear. So my little guy loves that set of gear. So I'm going with that. It's fair. It was a 10-10 for him, 10-10 for me.
Okay,
at least someone's happy.
I mean, when you bring family into it, Lewis, as you know, there's no comeback to that.
Yep.
I have a couple questions. One, when Eli is there, does he talk to anyone?
I've asked him this a lot.
Oh, you have? Does Eli talk to anyone when he's there?
I chatted to him. So he didn't get changed in the locker room. He did do his own thing there, and did his own training off the bike. But on the bike, he rode with us. We were like, I'm pretty easy to get along with anyone.
Yes.
But like we were going back.
Way to pat yourself on the back.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue at Washugo one year, he didn't get along with me, but that's another topic.
Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah. Well, that was slightly different.
I'm kidding.
That was a slightly different situation.
We've moved on.
No need to do a 10-minute answer on that. Just move on.
Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah.
So,
you are a nice guy. Yes, I agree. You can get along with pretty much anyone.
Well, we were having actually, which was like, okay, when he first showed up, not gonna lie, it was scary to ride on the I qualified. We all do like a super pass. I qualified second behind him one day, and we started our moto, and he literally roosted me so hard in the fucking face on the first jump, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's so aggressive!" And he just literally smashed every turn, and he was gone.
And you're like, "Great, this is awesome."
But it was almost scary. Like it was so loud, the track vibrated when you were around him. But I was like, all right, and then we kind of got a bit more used to it, obviously, after a little while. It was similar to riding with Barsha, because I rode with Barsha actually quite a lot, with Justin quite a lot last year, to actually help me. I started a couple of practice motos in front of him, and I said, right, let's pass me. I want to be not roughed up, but I want to get better at that kind of situation. And the first couple of motos with him in front, I was making so many mistakes. I was nervous. I was this and that. So him and Eli kind of have the same aggressiveness of how they are on the throttle, and it sounds like they're just destroying the jumps and the turns, and it's very impressive. It is very impressive. But we did this segment thing one of these days, and I actually beat Eli's time in one thing or one part of it, and we were going back and forth, like sat there, and he was going no, and then like we were actually bantering a little bit, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, this is
that's kind of cool.
It was all around.
Speaks.
It was all around that time when there was a video of Hayden passing him on that one of the motos and all that. So like we were all really close at that time, and there was days and the track at certain times, he was 99% of the time he was always the fastest, but there was certain days and certain moments when the track actually suited the 250s sometimes better and here and there. So but it was cool, and I chatted to him. His kids were there and some of the times, and just general chit chat, and it was cool. It was very it was just cool to be around him, because I guess, he's always been that kind of mysterious, not really just do his own thing and sit in Colorado and show up and win. It was definitely a cool environment. I mean, obviously him, we've got Cooper Webb, even Justin Cooper, even having Hayden around. It's all everyone in the 250s, but everyone that is involved with Star, you've got to respect that they're there for a reason, and it's nice to, I don't know, you can learn something off of everyone. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
For sure.
So no, it was cool. Okay. He was all right with me. I was fine with it.
Okay. Second thing I got is, can you show Jay Coop, how to blitz whoops? Can anybody there at the farm? It's killing him. It's killing him. I know he got fourth. He rode really great, but I don't know what happened. He used to blitz whoops, and something is in his head this year. It's just.
I know. They do talk a lot about it at the farm.
Max is just staying away from this.
Maybe we've got to get my mate, Justin Brayton over to teach him how to do some whoops.
Something.
No, I had actually heard a little bird saying that might actually happen. That's why I mentioned.
Yeah,
that.
No, I did. I heard the same thing. Yeah, I honestly it's killing him. He can jump him really good. I get it, but man, yeah.
Yeah, I know it is tricky, man. It is hard. There's so many good and great riders that he is arguably the best at jumping the whoops.
Yeah.
But then at skimming the whoops, then there might be 10 guys that can do it as well or maybe a touch better. So then it's hard if there is the section on the track that skimming the whoops is faster, and especially, I don't know how they've been the last few rounds, but yeah, I mean, got a great team around him, and he works hard, so I'm sure he'll make the changes and figure it out. I mean, we'll all be riding together tomorrow, so we'll maybe be doing some whoop segments, I'm sure.
All right.
I'm worried the answer to this question is going to be 20 minutes, so we'll try.
Yeah, because we have some Twitter questions for him too.
Okay, let's try. Okay, so let's play a game. You can try and answer this in like a minute. But moving away from like Star's amazing and how much to test, blah, 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 something that I don't think we've ever spoken about, or you've definitely never spoken about in interviews. So when you went to HEP and left GPs, you had offers from Jackie Martins, Dixon, maybe there was talk of Hitachi at the time. If you had stayed in Europe and done one of those teams, do you think you'd be retired by now? Or do you think you would have somehow made your way back to a factory team and still be doing the GP thing? Or do you think you'd be retired now?
Oh, I don't know.
This will be. See, you can tell he wants to do a 20-minute answer. You can feel it.
I literally didn't even know Hawkstone was on until Hawkstone Park was on until obviously I woke up on Sunday, and I thought, I feel like I am in a completely different world from being at Hawkstone, and that was always the first international of the year, the race you got ready for, and like I love racing in England, obviously, and Hawkstone's been great, but man, racing in Tampa was a lot cooler.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, so this is when I was thinking about this. I think if you'd stayed in GPs and especially on a lower level team, I think you'd be over it by now. I think you'd be not interested, burnt out, whatever you want to call it.
But also, can we talk about this? Like, and this may come across as shitting on Max here. I'm going to try not to shit on Max, but when he came over to HEP, I know he didn't gel with the bike, but he had a pretty good Supercross season and not a great outdoor season. And then he jumped in some. He did well with Firepower, the one Southwick race. And honestly, the Star outdoor results last year were just okay. There was some good as Lewis liked to point out, there were some good times in there in coming from the back. But it's weird because you spent so long in GPs, and I would say your second American career here, Max, Supercross has gone better than motocross for some wacko reason. Am I right?
Yeah. No, I've always been very precise, and I've always loved Supercross. Like even when I was racing GPs, I was always thinking about whoops or thinking about Supercross, which was random. But I have a lot of experience in outdoors, and I mean the outdoor tracks. And riding in the 250 in outdoors is again. That the reason why I did I tried to get on the bike last year and do as much as I could was for knowledge for this coming up.
Supercross,
Yeah, coming up outdoors. Well, no, not even for Supercross. It was for coming up for outdoors because the whole Supercross is one part, but obviously SMX, the whole championship. I want to get as much knowledge as I can on that side of things because I knew I was going to have a long off season for Supercross, but for outdoors, let's say even Pierce, right? Let's say he wasn't injured right now. We haven't done a day of outdoors yet, so you do a few days before going to Palo, and it's completely different setup, a completely different riding style, especially on a 250 for me. So that's a different thing, but than Supercross. So that's why it takes a minute for the guys to get going after the first few rounds. So I wanted to limit that time. So I want to come into round one at Pala. I want to do the job in Supercross, but then also I want to do the job in outdoors. And I want to do the job in SMX. So it was all a plan for that whole kind of side of things. So yeah, I mean, going back to your question, Lewis, would I have been retired? I mean, I watched a thing the other day on like Serena Williams and the tennis players and like Rafa Nadal and all these guys that were, late 30s and they're still absolutely dominating they were still dominating the sport of tennis. And I just think nowadays with the advances in rehab and injury prevention, but also training, nutrition, all of that stuff, like I feel better and better and better every month, every year so far. And as long as that keeps going, there's no reason to stop. So whether I would have been back in GPs, the goal would have been, get back on a factory team and fight for a world title. That's what my goal was there. And obviously everything in life is preparation for the future. And I used a lot of those skills and things that I learned to be as solid as what I was on Saturday night. But I never achieved what I wanted to achieve. I won races, and I was there or thereabouts, but never as consistent and things as what I've liked to have been. So hard to say, but it's crazy how the world works. We're here now, and after those, coming over to America, the massive change of moving over here and being in this, even being able to race a 250, like I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that like, oh, why is a 31-year-old racing a 250? Well, the rules are rules. I'm allowed to race it, so I'm racing. And it doesn't matter to me when I win a title, whether it's 18 or 31 or 32, whatever it is. Like, I want to win, and I have a lot of admiration and a lot of, I mean, I wish I was as good as some of these Hayden Deegans and Axtons and Cole Davies is at their age. They're incredibly impressive and things, but yeah, the rules are the rules. I'm allowed to race, and why not? I feel like I can be better and better and better every year and still progress. So I'll be in this 250 class, I'll win the championship, and then get kicked out the year after, whatever it is, and then we'll go from there. But that's the plan.
All right, we got some Twitter questions from you, from our buddy Darkside. He asked for questions, so we're going to ask you them now. From Randy, curious if Max uses a start map or if he's a man like Eli and Coop and sends it. Start map or not?
Yeah, start map. Not a man. So I'm pretty sure they all use a start map as well, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But
Coop told me him and Eli don't, and I was surprised at that. So
okay, yeah. The Brad is incredible with that stuff. He is our computer guy. I mean, Brad is Brad. Everyone knows Brad. So, I use a start map.
All right. Reed asks, if you were to win the 250 Supercross title this year, would you have to move out next year? Would you be eligible? And we're here to tell you that you would be eligible to defend the title.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you can race. Yeah, I know that. You can race one more year, so it doesn't matter what coast you do the year after, but you can defend or race the other coast for one more year.
Yeah, exactly. From Jimmy, at Dino_Jimmy, was Max surprised he didn't have to race Levi, RJ, or Tom for the win since they were talked about as big favorites? Yeah, you never really saw those guys. Obviously, your teammates were the number one threat to you. Were you surprised?
No, I mean, not no or yes. I don't really know. I didn't really think about it, to be honest. There's so many good guys. it kind of reminded me, I know, again, I'm using old references and this is where my experience comes in, but it reminded me of when I first went to 450s in GPs in 2017. I lined up and I was like, there's so many guys here. And I was battling for 8th with, I think it was Caroli was in front of me and Nagel. Well, I don't even know if I finished 8th or 9th or 10th or whatever, but I remember having the race of my life and thinking, oh my days, there's so many good guys in this class. And I realized, sat on the start line there, that you can't think about one other guy or two other guys. You can only think about yourself because there's so many good guys. So that's kind of how I went into Tampa. It was just focus on myself, do my thing, whoever it is, I'll race, and that's it. And I'm sure all of those guys are going to rebound and bounce back and be strong as hell this weekend in Detroit. I'm not expecting to every night or every day to go like it did in Tampa. So I've been around long enough to know I've got to stay locked in, stay focused, do my thing, and those boys are going to be super strong, and they're all amazing athletes. So yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to get some racing here pretty soon.
Big Lou, I don't know, on your LVK show, you and Keller probably talked about title favorites or whatever. Did you get, obviously your team Max, you love Max, we get it, we understand it, but I'm sure you picked Max as a title guy, right?
I remember clearly what I said. Right. I said Max, Levi, and RJ are 1A, 1B, 1C. Okay. And then Viao and Faulkner are 2A and 2B.
So I said Levi's 1A to my Max 1B. And I got a lot of pushback from listeners and DM. Like, I don't feel like the fans put Max in the category of a title threat. And who knows how it's going to go. It's only one round. I get it. But I do feel like from the fans' point of view, and maybe Tampa will open some eyes, like I don't think they realize how good he was last year on a bike that isn't as good as a Star Yamaha. Sorry, not sorry.
Well, I think that's the first problem, is maybe people don't realize the disadvantage to not being on a Star Yamaha.
Yeah.
And then even more so being on essentially a privateer bike.
But you did feel like fans are like,
oh yeah, I got pushback.
Right.
But to me, it was the most common sense pick, mainly because of what's happened in the off season as well.
Yep.
Like Max has had no issues, we know that.
Yep. And then also his experience and what we saw last year and a better bike and a more structured program. I'm like, yeah, why couldn't Max win this title? But anyways,
he has me messaging him really motivational.
Yeah,
stuff.
Motivational quotes. We have that too.
So there's a lot that goes into the puzzle, and I think I think for the general US fan base is, I haven't been around very long over here. It's kind of seems, he's an older guy, he's just shown up, and maybe he's been kicking around for ages. He just, hasn't. People don't know my history really unless you are a proper fan of GPs and all of that stuff as well. So I think I think that's kind of the case there. And obviously last year, I did well in Supercross. We had the red plate with the Firepower team. It was great, but it then I was kind of not out of action, but I only raced a few outdoors. Switched to it was a bit of a not a messy end to the season, but it was like a weird end when all the focus is on Aiden, all the focus is on other people. And that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to just be able to start on Star, kind of under the radar, do a load of testing as I was going, and get myself feeling comfy. And so at least even at Tampa, it wasn't my first race with a team. Like I know. Yeah. Even the PR stuff, I know we have to do the monster rig right, we have to do the autograph stuff. I had the routine dialed, so I knew when I was eating, I knew when I was planning all of my stuff, I knew when I was having a nap or whatever. Like I planned all of that stuff by just kind of running through it all at the end of last season. So I think for the majority of the fans, they obviously didn't really see me, and I haven't really been in this situation on such a fantastic established team where you are expected to do well. Last year I guess I wasn't expected, and we did well. We exceeded expectations, but and that's a testament to those guys. They also did a great job in Supercross, but of course now it's a you're expected to perform well, and being in this environment kind of promotes that. Yeah, I don't know.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, thank you for the time. Congrats on the win. Great job. Really appreciate that. I really appreciate you coming on for the time tonight. So, Big Lou, anything you want to say? You want to text him? Anything you can?
I need to come up with a motivational
quote for this week.
I did just have a stat that I've meant to dig up, and I just remembered to.
Okay.
So just
quickly, because we got Phil
it's,
waiting.
It's just one statement. 5,509 days after Max made his Supercross debut on a Star bike, he has won a main event on a Star bike.
Great stuff.
Brilliant.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, Lou.
That's quite wild, isn't it?
Now
that's going to confuse all the fans because they're going to be like, "What? So he has been in America all these years?" No, when I was 16, I raced one season of Supercross in 2010. Then I went back to GP for 9 years.
You did get a podium, right?
No, he failed 2 corners.
Was that it? Okay, all right. I swear he thought.
Oh, I was second. It's San Diego 2010. Yeah, and then that's a whole other story. We can do a whole other podcast on that.
We can do that for sure. All right. Hey, Max, thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Great work. Thank you, man.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys, and have a good evening.
All right. See you later. Thank you. That's Max Anstie, everybody. Brought to you by Fox Factory Vehicles. And you won't find a better interview of Max this week anywhere than that one right there.
Well, you got the fan questions in.
Yep. I got everything in there. Brought to you by Renthal. Philip, how are you, buddy?
Steven, how are you?
We kept you waiting a while. I apologize for that. Right away, right off the bat, Renthal.com bringing you Phil Nicoletti. You have some beef with my co-host here, Phil?
Who's your co-host?
That's not a good start.
No.
Who is it?
Lewis.
Never heard of him.
Okay.
Sad.
Well, let me start.
You, Lewis.
Okay, seems like he now has heard of me.
Seems like that was a ruse.
Dude.
To go to mirror some other stuff that's gone on in this industry recently, I deny all allegations, and I look forward to my good name being cleared.
Okay.
Now you can go on.
You know what? I never knew a media guy could become so cool and just somehow look down on retired riders. You know?
I don't know where this happened. I genuinely have no idea where this happened.
Every other time I did an interview with you in the past, I fucking regret it all, and I wish I could take all that time back.
Fair, but where did this happen?
Twice at Anaheim.
Twice?
I waved at you twice at Anaheim too, and you just completely fucking disregarded me.
I have no idea.
I even waved to you guys in the press box. Everybody waved. Everyone said, "Hey, Phil," and you just like.
To be fair,
disregarded me, dude.
Yep.
To be fair,
sad.
There is another instance this season where someone said they waved at me and I had no clue. So I am working on maybe having a better view of what's going on around me.
Oh, you think that would be like, standard if you're a journalist? I mean, if you're just like supposed to be aware of what's going on out on the track and stuff.
Well, I don't know.
Aware of everything. Aware of everything.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, Phil, but I don't have many friends. So, to be honest, when I see people wave...
I can see. You lost another one for me. I thought we were friends, but now, no. Fucking take me off the friend list.
Yep.
Rip up the fucking friend card, dude.
Yep. Rip it up.
Now I'm down to 2 again. I was close to double digits.
Chase said rip it up, too.
No, really?
Yeah, rip up the friend card. Chase said.
Well, he was close to the other person who waved at me, and Chase was the middleman of figuring that out. So,
dude, I'm telling you, I got done with Anaheim too, and I text Steve. I'm like, "Fuck Lewis, dude."
Yeah.
Well, just to also defend myself, once I found out that this happened, because again, I had no idea. I asked Steve for your number, and Steve refused to give it to me because he wanted us to talk about it on the show.
Yeah, I don't. He's not ready for your text, bro. Yeah.
Well, I don't think anyone is.
I would have blocked your number instantly, Lewis.
Well, that's understandable. Most people have. You sound like every girl I've ever tried to talk to.
You're gonna have to dig yourself out of the hole now, man.
Honestly, okay. I was thinking that I must have walked past you. You waved? I have no idea of this.
Yeah, you walk right by me, and I waved to you.
In the pits?
In the pits and in the press box.
Mm-hmm. Now he's on Race Day Live, and now he's thinking he's fucking a big shot. Yeah,
I get it.
Well,
I get it.
What's the next race you're going to?
Don't worry about it. I ain't gonna come see you.
Well, I know, but I need to be prepared because if you catch me by surprise, maybe I'll be tunnel vision.
He's gonna punch you in the face, is what he's gonna do in the next race.
Well, I've got a meat right hook on me, so
next time it's gonna be a shoulder check through the pits. It's all right. No worries. But anyway, how's everything else going?
Well, I'm having a really bad night now, to be honest.
Mookie told us that he was hitting fifth coming into the whoops. He was grabbing fifth.
Fifth?
So, yeah, fifth.
Holy this bike has 5 gears?
Why doesn't Chase go double, triple there? It looked easy, Phil.
Yeah, it did look easy from my couch. The whoops didn't look that bad either. But, I don't know. I mean, Coop picked it up.
Kenny?
Mookie picked it up. Kenny picked it up. I just think maybe one guy saw somebody else doing it. I don't know. Chase is kind of out front, just clicking off his laps. But, yeah, I mean, you texted Jade asking why he didn't put it on the pit board, but, yeah,
don't
I don't
blow
know.
me out on that, Phil.
Why?
I'm just kidding. But, hey, Mookie kind of backed up about Chase seeing him coming and what I said at the beginning of the show.
I guess.
Lewis, Mookie kind of backed me up, Phil.
Yeah, but also
I was saying, like, if you're Chase, because he was good, dude. He was good the whole race in the whoops and everything else. And then I think he saw Mookie coming and started thinking about it, started maybe changing a line, started wondering what was going on. And not that didn't cause the crash, but he all of a sudden got really bad in the whoops. Maybe not really bad, but just average to poor in the whoops. And he just wasn't doing that 2-3. And I just think in Chase's mind, he was like, oh, shit, when maybe, and it's easy to say this, Phil, but maybe if you're Chase, you're like, hey, man, Mookie is on it. I don't know what's going on. He's grabbing fifth in the whoops. Take it, and I'll grab these 3. I'll lose 3 points to someone that's not in the title fight.
It doesn't make any sense. I don't know how, because Chase was greasing the whoops pretty consistently, and I don't think those whoops were any different than kind of the whoops that were maybe at A1, kind of similar. Obviously, he had a little bit more speed going into them, but I mean, is Mookie and Chase, are they on the same type of shock? Are they on the same type of everything?
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Mookie's bike looked like it handled pretty good relatively compared to Chase's, but again, I'm just looking at what I see on TV, but the 3 laps prior to Chase going down, that didn't look like the normal Chase hitting whoops.
No.
No.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Lewis brought that up earlier. Maybe, shock faded, shock issue, something that affected it a little bit. I don't know. It's just weird that guy,
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is some sort of shock issue going on. I mean, they got a freaking vent going from the radiator back to the shock, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, it kind of looks that way. So I don't know. That's why I'm wondering, are Mookie and him on the same type of shock? I mean, I don't know. There could be a lot of other stuff that, played into it. But, I mean, Mookie was obviously the fastest of the night, most consistent, and fuck, it was a clutch performance. It didn't matter if Chase didn't fall, I believe Malcolm was still going to get him.
Yeah, I do too. What a win, though, right? Everyone loves Malcolm. Yeah. He's a great dude. Great guy.
Yeah. It was, I don't know. That race was awesome. The whole night, 250, 450, awesome night of racing. I'm bummed with Pierce. That's kind of a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
But it was an exciting night for sure, though.
Question for you, and we got 3 people on hold, and I got my social media mentions full, and I was going to talk to Lewis about this before we got Malcolm on, but let's just hash it out now. The Kenny Lapper thing, what do we do about the lappers? And these lappers get out of the way. And Coop and Anderson talked about it in the press conference. And Weege and I talked about it in the review show. Honestly, it's the sand. Those guys weren't doing anything egregious. It's just sketchy. And I put some of the blame on Kenny for trying to split the 2 guys in the sand section. Yes, lappers are a problem. These guys, and a lot of privateers use it to make up time or make passes, which is kind of janky. They shouldn't do it. But I don't know what you can do, and I put a lot of that blame on Kenny. You?
No, I don't blame Kenny.
At all?
I don't. No, 0. There was a pack of 5. Whoever was 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, there was 5 of them in a pack, and it was just like they were going for it Meanwhile, they had just been lapped by Chase, and they had just been. Actually, Mookie was trying to get through him as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like they were in their own three-way battle, and then Mookie, Kenny, and Coop were in their own, or Anderson, I don't even know who it was in their own little three-way battle. Like, dude, you're getting lapped by the 10-minute mark. It's not even the 10-minute mark. Move. Like, the blue, there's got to be some sort of penalties. The blue flag has to be, it's got to become like the medic flag. You know, I understand they'll wave it 2, 3, 4 corners before.
Or even more.
All right, yeah, which I get that, okay? That's fine. You can still go ahead and keep racing, but, dude, you know when those guys are right behind you. You know it. And the refs, the AMA people should look to see, a lapper should not pass or gain an advantage. The blue flag at that point in time should be like the medic flag. I don't think you should be able to jump. I don't think you should be able to pass or gain an advantage. Plain simple. And if they try it, or if they do, they get docked. You know? I don't understand how someone in 17th place affects Kenny, who's battling for a podium in a potential championship. How is that possible?
So you want them to slow down and roll?
Yeah. Get to the slow side of the track and just fucking wait. You know?
Wait. So stop?
Or do so. Or not even stop. Just like wait for the race to go by. They got to do something, Steve. How do you think that's right?
Well, they're racing for points and money too.
Dude, come on. $2,200 versus a championship? Is that fucking for real?
I don't know, man. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what you do because I've been around long enough. You've been lapped, Phil. You've lapped guys.
Yeah,
I don't think
you got to get out of the way.
These officials, there's not enough officials. They throw the flag so early. They don't throw it at all sometimes. They don't know what they're doing. I don't know how you can police it. I don't know if you need like another 10 officials there to police guys who are getting lapped and going too fast. So you put 0% of that on Kenny. 0.
I do because Kenny is in the race, going for a podium, going for a championship. He takes priority. He is the priority. You know? I don't care about 17th or 18th place. You know?
All right. Lewis?
I can almost guarantee you if that was Cooper Anderson. Okay, Eli got lapped too, right?
Yeah, lapper. Get out of the way. Yeah.
Yeah, did Eli get in the way? Just wondering.
But and again, we brought this up in the review pod. Factory riders, or even like Oldenburg, did you see how slow he was going when he got lapped?
Yeah.
Those guys, there's a certain class of rider that is like, fuck it.
Okay, that's what it comes down to. It comes down to class.
I mean,
it comes down to class. You
Lewis?
know, like that's just me. I mean, Anderson got lapped at San Diego?
Mm-hmm.
Got the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
You know? Like, come on, man. No one cares about 17th spot. I understand. It's awesome you made it in the 450 main event. It is really cool. But when Kenny's in the championship, Coop's in the championship, all those guys, like, dude, yeah, move. It's not like it's the last lap and you're battling for 8th. You know? Even if that was the case, like, you're being lapped. You know?
All right, Lewis? Okay. No, never mind.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
All right.
Let's hear it from two guys that have never raced a Supercross. Go ahead, Lewis. Go.
Well, I just wanted to say, superb point by my friend Phil, and honestly, I don't think anyone in the world could have put it more eloquently.
Oh, okay. All right.
Really.
Yeah.
Award-winning stuff.
Are you aware of Phil's rant last time he was on the show?
Last week.
Yeah.
I can't remember it.
It was about the media.
Was it?
It was
yes.
about the
Yes. Okay. Yes. So I've kind of been hit.
Yeah.
Double-barreled.
Yes.
My profession and personality have been called into question quite aggressively in the space of 7 days. But nonetheless,
yes,
I do actually agree with Phil because Hand got off balance off the sand roller. If Hand hadn't got off balance, Roxon was fine to go through there.
But don't you have to anticipate I'm in the sand with privateers? Like maybe they get off balance here?
But considering it was in the sand, had Roxon hesitated, it would have cost him so much time because he would have lost so much momentum.
Yep.
So it was kind of the worst possible place for that to happen. And then also Webb was just there, so he's got a carrot dangling in front of him still. So maybe you're a little more focused on what's ahead rather than aware of your surroundings. Phil's going to now tell me that all of that is bullshit. But...
No.
Look at that.
I agree. You know, that pack of riders caused Chase to lose a lot of his gap, soon as Chase got by, he pulled away, and that pack then slowed up Mookie, okay? And then Mookie got by, he lost time to Chase, and then those other three were trying to get through those guys, and it just, like, wasn't working. And those guys, it's not that I'm knocking them. They're badass riders, but, like, dude, you're in a completely separate race that has nothing to do with what those guys are doing, you know? And the main focus of that race and of the people watching are not you guys, you know? It's just like if I was in 17th. No one gives a fuck about Phil Nicoletti at that point in time. Phil, get the fuck out of the way, you know?
Well, if there was one rider who needed to get the fuck out of the way, it was that Phil Nicoletti, let me tell you.
I mean, okay, so if you wanted to make a rule, I just don't know how you would ever enforce it because, again, those guys aren't on you when you get the blue flag most of the time.
Yes, but then that's why you have to have proper etiquette. A professional rider that qualifies for the top 22 main event, you have to do your due diligence to know what's going on in your surroundings. You have to.
Okay.
The argument will be, I guess, how can you have one consistent rule where people get blue flags in different places on the track? Whoops, you know, like, I can't check up there. That's dangerous. Oh, I can't check up there because riders are fading to the right, and if I check up, I'll be in there. You know, like that would be the rebuttal.
I think it's impossible.
You know, in go-karting, when you like bump or something, they cut your engine. They've got like a button that cuts. Maybe we have that.
Oh, we want the AMA to have a button.
You just cut engines whenever you can.
Oh boy.
So you don't do anything. You just leave it.
I just don't know how you can do anything.
Well, that's unacceptable. You need to come up with something. You got to say something.
Yeah, I just said it. I don't know how you can do anything. I don't know how you can enforce it with enough officials and enough people who give the blue flag the right way.
Because even if the rule is you need to slow down a reasonable amount to X speed, the argument will then be like, how can you penalize me? That guy looked like he was going a mile per hour
I will
slower.
say if you
faster.
Pass someone on a blue flag, you should automatically get that spot taken away,
Yeah.
which they never do. They never do that, and they should.
No,
but that doesn't mean anything. But
yeah, no, I know, and that happens a lot. Someone will be slow up, get the blue flag, and the guy that he's battling with will slingshot around him with
it's bullshit.
The guy that's winning, you know, which is a crock of shit, dude. You know,
I've actually noticed Morans do that a few times, and I'm just like, come on, Kev. I've seen him do it.
I mean, there's a few other I'm not going to blow out that do it quite a bit, and it's just annoying.
Blow them out. Who is it? Who do you notice do that?
No.
Oh,
bunch of those people that back there, you know.
PC Phil.
16th through 22nd, you know, they do it all the time. It's just like, dude, why? You know?
Yeah.
But I don't agree with it. It needs to change. I mean, I'm sure they'll say something about it at the riders' meeting, but it'll just be like, you know, talking on deaf ears.
Yeah,
you know?
nothing's going to change.
Nothing will change. But I'm just lucky Kenny's okay, and, you know, Lane and Hand. I'm glad everyone's okay, but it's just like the crash was just...
No, Lane's fucked up. Lane's elbow's jacked.
Oh, it is?
Oh, yeah, he's got some problems, yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And, dude, he almost nailed Kenny in the head.
Yeah, trust me. I know. I honestly could not believe what I saw. You know.
Yeah.
I couldn't. You know. So it is. Like you said, it is what it is. You don't know how it's going to change, but we'll just keep doing the same vicious, ridiculous cycle over and over, and not try and come up with something new. You know.
The only way you can fix it or start to fix it, I think, is if you hire someone who is literally backmarker blue flag man who's watching all of this, assessing.
Sure, yeah,
because
you
need someone who's going to focus solely on that, otherwise it will never work. I don't know what that person does, but that's step one, I think.
That would help.
Well, how many AMA officials are there? We got 5 of them, 6 of them.
Yeah, whatever the guys with the blue flags.
7 of them. I mean, we got more AMA officials at the race or people part of the AMA than there are riders, it seems sometimes.
You know what? If it'll make Phil happy, I volunteer.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, you don't know enough about racing.
No, you can't even see me fucking waving at you in the pits. How are you going to see what the fuck's going out on the track?
Great point.
I'd also like to say that PC Phil, who wasn't willing to name and shame,
Yeah.
really wish that had happened at the start of the interview.
He's willing to name and shame with you.
Really wish that guy had come on 15 minutes earlier.
Phil Nicoletti here, brought to you by the folks at Renthal, renthal.com. And yes, you mentioned it. Phil Pierce Brown's got a long road to recovery. He sounds like he's going to be okay, but that sucks. First race on the star team. We all thought he was going to take a leap, and his career sort of was in the balance, like which way he was going to go. Does he end up on a firepower or a PRMX, or does he keep going, from here and become a champion? And now he's got a longer road. So that took the wind out of the sails.
Yeah, I could not, Pierce is always, he has a stigma of like a ticking time bomb a little bit, kind of always making, slightly dumb decisions, crashing here or there, not really putting it together. And after Vegas SMX, looked like he had it dialed there, and then he came into Tampa, crushing in the heat race, which he really got screwed on the heat race. Like I was kind of bummed for him after that. But then in that main event, like he looked so good on the Yamaha in the whoops, didn't look squirrely, and it's just like I don't even know how that happened to him in the whoops.
Well, Max said he clipped a tough block, and I know
Max. What I thought was interesting that Max said was, I didn't notice this. Maybe you did. That was the first time Pierce had gone to the right side of the whoops.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Max said he was left side all the way up until that lap.
Yeah, I didn't really see the tough block. Am I blind? I watched it twice.
I could see how people think that, but I don't see it so clearly.
I don't either, but maybe he did. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I think he kind of went over that way, kind of stuck the front end, then hit the tough block, and then car wheeled,
Yeah. Dude, nasty.
That was not good. But like if you're in Max's position and like Pierce's past history and you train with him every single day, like do you just sit on Pierce and you think he's going to tip over or make a mistake or what?
Yeah.
I don't know, because obviously if that didn't happen to Pierce, I don't think Max would have really got Pierce.
Yeah, it was, and I mean it was a great ride by both of those guys until that crash. Phil,
but true MVP for me of the night, Dax Bennick.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere, much like Detroit last year, and now I want to see it again, or that sort of level.
No, the Detroit thing was, to me personally, a kind of not really a fluke, just because the way it happened.
The crash,
first time crash, everything. You know what I mean? But Saturday night was like, dude, he was fucking unreal. He got all the triple ins, greasing everything perfect. Whoop speed looked okay. I mean, he took 50 steps forward compared to what he was last year. Okay. Not even comparable, especially with that stacked of a field,
Okay.
Like it was very impressive.
Bennett could be on his way to doing the unthinkable. Being at Star, being essentially on the verge of being one of the guys to be dropped and forgotten about, doing a U-turn and bringing yourself back to safety. I'm not sure anyone's done that.
I mean, I think for SMX, they just told him to stay home.
For outdoors, Ironman, they did for sure.
Yeah.
And they benched him after qualifying.
Right. So
no, they Dax told me, like, they told him if he didn't qualify top 10 at Ironman, he's benched.
Right. And now
he didn't qualify top 10, and they benched his ass,
Yeah.
And now he's out there fucking P2 in a stacked field like that. Like, I don't know, that ride with that competition and everything is well worth a win on, I believe, on the West Coast.
Obviously, I'm guessing Eli hasn't texted you with his diagnosis and photos and recovery plan, Phil. So I know that. But hard to see how he can come from getting lapped twice to even a top 5 in 7 days. Or, I mean, how do you get that much better?
Which is weird. So, like, we talk about, everyone said, they said Eli was fine, and, you got people betting on him and whatever. It's like this whole fiasco in our sport, right? But when I saw Eli, they had him on doing the Airdyne, warming up before the race, and he was doing, 30-second opener, and it looked like he was digging, like he was actually putting forth a lot of effort to get his heart rate up, but, like, it wasn't like his face was squinting or anything, So I'm not really sure what was really hurting on him, Because, like, most of the time, if you're banged up that bad or it's your leg or whatever, I don't know, it'd be kind of hard to really do a proper warm-up with some openers, you know?
Yeah.
But the TV broadcast showed him, you know, he was hammering. So I thought he was fine, you know?
Right. He was going through the whoops with one leg. He had one leg off the peg.
Yeah, I don't know. I just can't believe Eli didn't get in anyone's way when he's getting lapped.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Again, the factory guys and Oldenburg and these vet guys are like, I mean, they've cost me spots in fantasy that I've been so pissed because, you know, like you got to get 16th to get, you know, double points in PulpMX fantasy. And then, dude, they don't give a shit. They'll let 4 guys go. Do you know what I mean? Because they're like, and I'm like, no, stop.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with Eli. I don't know if you heard from anyone close or whatever.
No, he hasn't texted me either, but, you know.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going to.
Yeah.
Well, the Yamaha statement confirmed it was calf muscle, didn't it?
And ankle. It said ankle, too.
Yeah.
Or Eli said ankle or something.
Yeah. So kind of what we thought on Saturday. But he did seem to get progressively worse with every lap that went on.
Dude, right?
But isn't that a good sign?
Oh.
Because that tells you that it is just like a muscle that needs to rest. And with rest this week, it should get better?
I don't know, Dr. Lou.
Yeah, I was just about to say, all right, Dr. Lewis.
Well, I'm not very good at social, so now I'm trying to find another thing to keep me busy.
All right, hey, let's do the X Brand goggle tear-off, shall we? X Brand goggles. Choice of champions everywhere.
It's the X Brand tear-off.
Kyle Chisholm, opening ceremonies. X Brand goggles. The Lucid goggle, Pulp Show 25 is the code to save. Great goggle, great company, lots of good colors as well. And please check out X Brand goggles, eksbrand.com for the great goggles that, you know, Henry Miller, Fast Freddie Noren, Kyle Chisholm, so many wear.
Who can forget Kevin Strybos won a moto in Latvia in 2012 with X Brand.
With X Brand goggles, absolutely. Jessica Patterson, like 4-time WMX champion with X Brand.
Yep.
Okay. All right, these questions submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar at all, Lewis?
He probably waved at me at some point, and I probably looked right past him.
Probably. All right, let's do this. 30 seconds on the clock.
Steven?
Yep.
Who seems to have more issues with chicks, Lewis or Phil?
I would say Lewis, because, like, outside of the car crash story, there's been nothing.
You want more car crash stories?
No, but with chicks, like, you talked to the chick on Tinder, she got in a car crash, you told the story.
No, she could be dead. No one knows.
You've never talked to her since?
No.
Right. Her and her friend got in a car crash, then you heard a bunch of moaning, and then she hung up.
Yeah.
Right. So has there been any other dates or anything?
Yeah, a few things, but nothing, it's all a waste of time.
Okay.
I think I'd have more luck qualifying for a main event, to be honest.
Okay. All right. All right.
Lewis, if you were going to cover any other sport, what would it be?
F1.
All right.
Phil, who else is most likely to get their first 450 Supercross win this season?
First.
Their first.
Like, let's go with, like, first career or just first in general?
First career, like Malcolm. I think there's only one guy. There's only one guy you can pick.
I don't even know who it is.
He jumps whoops.
Oh, J. Coop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish I could say J. Coop's going to win one, but I just don't. Not yet.
But there's literally no one else if you have to pick someone.
Hunter.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, not bad.
Yeah.
Fuck, didn't think about that.
Great media guy.
Yep. Good
Great
job, Phil.
media people. Well done.
Well, maybe he's going to be out for a few weeks, you know? I don't know. All right.
Steve.
Yep.
Who would be your hall pass besides Anne Hathaway? Because everyone agrees that's a bad take.
No, Anne Hathaway's hot.
I agree with Steve on Anne Hathaway.
Thanks, Phil. Yeah, she was at Super Bowl. She looked good. Hall pass. I don't know. I have to ask Pookie who at the hall. Pookie has to give me the hall pass, right? That's how it works. I can't pick the hall pass.
Sure you can.
Pookie, come up here. I don't know. I feel like Anne Hathaway's also very gettable for me. Now I can't get her. I won't. But like she seems
in your range.
In the range of gettable.
I don't know how to take this serious. I literally can't look you in the eye.
You don't even know who Anne Hathaway is.
Yes, and a 450 Supercross win is gettable in my eyes too. For sure.
As you're saying this, I'm just imagining you bringing her into the studio and being like, "There's my Tim Ferry jersey.
Yeah,
here's like maybe you're interested in this Sexton jersey. Like this is what I've got for you."
Yeah.
Who said that? Yeah, she's gettable for me. Yeah,
gettable. I don't know. You know what I mean? She seems like the every woman. What?
If you fly, you might just touch the sky.
Yep. See, thank you. Thanks. All right.
Lewis, who do you consider the most respected moto journalist in the U.S.?
That's tough.
Oh.
Because there's two. And I don't know whether to go with you or Weege.
Oh.
Yeah, I am a shitty media guy, no doubt about it.
Weege isn't even a journalist anymore. He's just a
No, that is fair. I don't know.
TV
Yeah,
guy.
I don't know how you class Weege. So then you, I guess. I mean, kind of by default, because there aren't many other good options.
Okay. All right.
Phil, what was your favorite stadium and least favorite stadium?
Favorite stadium. Oh man, I don't know. I enjoy Glendale Stadium just because it's big and it's open. I don't necessarily like the track, but I like Dallas Stadium for racing.
Yeah, good dirt now. Dallas got great dirt.
Yeah.
God, it used to be the worst dirt on the circuit, like in the open in the Cowboys. Did you ever do Cowboy Stadium? No.
Yeah.
Did?
08. Terrible.
Terrible.
And Irvine, concrete.
Yep. All right, we got like 4 guys on hold that want to talk to Phil about lappers.
Oh boy,
we gotta go.
I think we got a lot out of Phil on lappers.
I do. We gotta go. All right.
Steve,
Yep.
What year of Supercross had the most notable amount of injuries to the title contenders?
There's only one option for this.
Oh, well, 03 was bad. 03, it was just Chad, Ricky, Ernie. DV left.
12. Reed, Stu, Dunge, and even Villapoto, who won the championship, went out of the season with injury.
Okay. I have to go back and look. You're right. I remember all that. I just don't remember. And also, 98, I did a study on this one time because Birdwell, I was working for Birdwell. I think by the end of the season in 98, there was 3 factory riders left, if I remember right. They started with 11 the first round, and by the end of 98 in Vegas, there was 3. Something like that.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was the days where trucks wouldn't even show up. So if you had injuries, you didn't fill in and you didn't show up. So there weren't any many semis around back then. Like only the factories had semis, right? A few other teams, but it was really weird. I remember that. All right.
Lewis, if you crashed at Kiefer's house and Dark happens to be there, are you getting in the hot tub naked or with shorts on?
Shorts on. Every hot tub, everywhere in the world.
Right.
Even if I'm alone, every hot tub everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
All right, last one, Phil. Rate the 450 brands from best to worst.
Oh,
jeez.
By the way, Pipes is still mad that beginning of the year in some sort of power rankings of brands, Suzuki was after Beta, and Pipes is still mad. So it was just funny.
Really?
Yeah.
Suzuki was after Beta?
Yeah.
That's actually kind of a low blow, to be honest.
I mean, truly, I like the Beta guys. It looks good. Those guys are doing well on it. But yes, if you're Pipes and if you got Kenny winning,
Suzuki.
Right?
Yeah, dude, I'd be pissed about that too.
He was.
Dude, I don't know. I do like the way the Cali looks this year. I think Anderson has it looking good. So Cali, Yamaha, Honda at the moment. Suzuki. Fuck, I don't know.
You didn't mention KTM, Gas, or Husqvarna.
I'm wondering if KTM is going to beat out Beta at this rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, because I still watch some of the. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck, that's a dumb question. Dumb one.
All right.
I don't know.
Dumb question, Moser.
Fuck.
All right, that's been the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, ending it on a high note. EKSbrand.com. Anything else for Phil before we let him go?
No, I guess I'm glad that we hit rock bottom because the only way is up.
Yeah.
And rebuilding is going to be a fun process.
Uh-huh.
We're going to shoot for the stars.
You got a cinder block tied to your legs, dude. You're fucking.
Well, I do in life anyway, but that doesn't stop me so far. So
you and I both better swim harder, buddy.
Oh boy.
Well, sounds like I'm sunk.
Yeah.
I'm cooked. Phil's in a club right now with Lewis's cooked sign.
But seriously, you think the lapper thing's a bad take? I mean, fuck.
No, I don't think it's a bad take. And in a perfect world where I have a money tree in my backyard and a chocolate river that I can sail down, yes, slow down, roll the jumps, and let the leaders by. But I just don't see how you can A, enforce that, B, make it work, because if you start doing that, then you're gonna have first and second go by you, and then by the time you pick it up, now you got third and fourth. Now you got to back it back down and keep rolling, and then you're gonna gas it. But here comes seventh and eighth, and I don't know how
Yeah, I mean, what's so hard about that?
Basically, the only way to do it is to essentially come out and say, if you are being lapped, we do not care about your race or your result.
Yeah.
You are not a priority. Accept it. That is our stance moving forward.
And you will get docked. Money, points, whatever.
But then you also deal with backlash from the privateers and everyone
I don't
who's
care
like...
about that so much.
But well, I mean, that matters to the AMA or Feld because that's public-facing stuff.
Well, I think fans would be fine with it. I think fans would be like,
The
man,
fans.
you're
I'm
getting
talking about the actual riders and teams.
Wow, whatever, man. Point now. They adjusted it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, okay. 22nd don't matter anyway. Move.
Yep.
Well,
all right.
Sounds great.
Sounds good, Phil. Well, listen, we know your feelings on lappers now. So,
and Lewis.
And on Lewis.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the time tonight. Always fun. We'll chat soon.
All right. Sounds good. Fuck you, Lewis. Bye.
See
ya.
Rentall.com bringing you Phil Nicoletti on the show. PulpMX 20 to save at Ethica. Thank you to those guys. And we're going to commercial break. Adam Cianciarulo coming up.
Oh,
that's the guy.
My Race Day Live colleague.
Yep, that's the guy that likes you. And and we'll go into JT. We're going to have a special appearance by Lars tonight.
Why?
Special appearance by Kellen, maybe?
Why Lars? What's Lars coming in for?
I have an idea for Lars.
Okay, I thought that maybe he waved at me and I ignored him as well.
No.
This was just an all-star cast of...
He won't answer texts about an idea I have. So I told him I'm putting on the show.
It's going to be a dumb idea, isn't it?
No, it's going to be a great idea. So stay tuned, everybody. Go to commercial break. Be right back after this. Myself and Lewis Phillips.
God bless.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championing built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling, looking for products as well. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomac superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed.
Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow at Atlas Brace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phillips had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, Bar-X Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jet Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Town Hawkins. Sergeant Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferranjit, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. The PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Spilled something on me. Steve Matthes, Lewis Phillips back here. Adam Cianciarulo coming right up here on the show. And Chairbees, love the guys at Chairbees. You know who uses a Chairbees plastic?
Lots of riders.
Max Voland.
Of course.
Yes. At ChairbeesUSA.com. Chairbees is a world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Great website, super informative. Check it out, please. Love a Chairbees because it always fits nice. It's just aftermarket plastic. I built these project bikes, and you never quite get it right, but get it right with the Chairbees. So thank you to those guys for coming on and check their website out. And also Factory Chassis Parts, founded in 2018 with one goal in mind. With the success and popularity of the FCP engine mounts, they're excited to announce the latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years, and now they are available to you. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save, changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike with these race cups. And like I said, I use these as factory mechanic for a number of years, and they're available now to everybody. So check out FCP Factory Chassis Parts, and they're proud to bring you our next guest on the show tonight. He's a Supercross Race Day Live host, former factory rider, former national champion, Adam Cianciarulo. What's up, AC?
Did you make up that intro on the spot?
Yeah, I did.
It's kind of weird to say. It's kind of weird to say Race Day Live host, right? Like you
Yeah.
were probably like Monster Energy Kawasaki.
Yeah.
Fan of mine.
Honestly, I thought about dropping in. Should have been a Supercross champion, but I don't want.
I mean, we needed to win a race first. Oh, you're talking about 250.
Oh, even 250s. Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it happens.
So I don't want to start this interview off with a downer, but let's just continue on. Watching Malcolm do that, and everyone loves Malcolm and hometown race, and that was awesome, and we're stoked. Part of you had to have been like, I should have done it, right? Or no, not at all. Have you totally let that go?
No, I mean, like, I can't. I'm no monk. Like, I can't say that I just completely, like, didn't think about it at all, right? But, I mean, genuinely, the way it went down, JB and I are doing the live calls, for the stadium, which has been pretty fun. And I was like, if you had a camera on me, you probably wouldn't have even asked me that question because, I mean, I was, like, losing my mind. I was, like, borderline unprofessional up there. Like, I was grinning ear to ear. I was standing up, clapping.
Yep.
So, I mean, I genuinely do get a lot of joy out of seeing, just because you know how tough that is, and like how having Malcolm having that injury in 23, and you kind of, I feel like maybe people thought he missed his window, but just I don't know, I built all of 24, and then when we talked to him at media day before the season, like he just seemed like he was. Everybody says it's going great, right? But he just had a genuine kind of glow about him, and it was cool to.
No.
That was super cool to see. But, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a part of me that's like, damn, that would have been cool.
It's just like you are literally – like you're going to go on a list of media guys like me when we're like, who can you not believe never won a Supercross? It's going to be you, Guy Cooper, Lamson. Like you're on this list and because you were so fast and led so many laps. And
totally.
Whatever.
I mean, it'd probably be relevant for what, another 20 years max? I can make it. I can figure it out.
So anyway, I'm starting the interview off, a real downer. But
love it. No, I love it.
Let's start an even worse theme here. Is Big Lou on Race Day Live? Like, did you completely run out of guests? Was there no one around? How does this guy get on Race Day Live?
Well, we actually tried to get him on at A1, but he was too busy, so we kind of had to book him in advance.
Wow.
But
it is true.
No, man, top of the list. Lewis was top of the list, and you crushed it, Lewis.
Oh,
I mean,
thanks.
you got up there like you'd done it 1,000 times before.
To be fair,
popping off.
I was actually a little bit nervous. More nervous than I thought I would be.
I always look at the guests. Like their hands. I always look and see if you guys are shaking over there. And you were like pretty steady, dude. I saw a couple little shakes, but you were pretty steady.
What about the guy in San Diego? He knocked it out of the park.
You were great. You were great too, Steve.
Okay.
But
a little less passion in the voice for you, though, I think.
In Adam's voice?
Yeah.
I mean, well, it's his show. I get it. I mean, I can't believe I just got on and I just got berated for not winning a 450 Supercross.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Tough start. We should do it again.
That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I got my movie paused right now for this.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring you back in, all right? Hold on. All right, here we go. Hold on. All right, everybody, brought to you by FCP, Factory Chassis Parts. Pulp 25 Chassis is the code to save. Let's welcome in national champion, Race Day Live host, Adam Cianciarulo. What's up, AC?
That's incredible. Of all the times I've been on the show, I think it's the only time you've introed me twice.
Well, it's kind of a dick way to start. It really was.
Yeah, but that's
no, dude. I mean, it's good TV. It's good radio.
Hey, listen, how are you enjoying it? How are you doing it? Obviously, you did a lot of stuff last year, but it was like part-time. Here we go. Let's try this out. And but now, man, these are the 14 phone calls during the week, the 3 meetings on Fridays. This is everything. How are you enjoying it?
I enjoy it. I really do genuinely enjoy it. And I think a big part of it, right, with any job, a big part of it is the people that you work with, the people that you're around. And I think we have a great crew. Obviously, I'm around JB all the time, and him and I get along really well. It's been cool to kind of get to know him more. And, yeah, I really do enjoy it. It's, I had some experience, of course, like before I even, before this year. So I kind of had a pretty good idea with how much work it is. But I think in the position now with Race Day Live, Justin and I are pretty hands-on in terms of the production and just kind of, I don't know. So maybe that's a little bit more, I guess, than I thought it was. But it's super stimulating for me. You know, like I can't get home fast enough to watch the race back and take notes. I probably over-prepare, you know, just because I'm into it. But I think it's great for me, especially first year not racing. I always tell people it's kind of the same thing, right? Like you're preparing, performing. So I think the sense of normalcy is great. It's been a really smooth transition for me, but it's just like anything else. You know, it's like I just want to be better at it every time. And so Tony Martinez, who is the broadcast coach that Feld hires, I work with him a lot. He's been fantastic. He helps Justin and I out quite a bit. But yeah, even the live stuff, even the calling the main for the house, it's pretty cool. I mean, I remember San Diego, that race with Jet and Eli. It's just, yeah, those are super fun too. So it's been about what I expect, and I've probably enjoyed it a little bit more than I even thought, if I'm being completely real.
I'm going to pretend you're not on the line here, but Lewis, Adam, and Brayton, I could listen to both of them all day. They're funny, like they're interesting. They pick up things. I just think it's great. And let's pretend Adam's not on here, but
yeah, I feel like they've really started to form this partnership where they come as a duo. And honestly, if they stick with that duo theme, I feel like together, hand in hand, they can go quite far together. Because it is I was talking to JB about it at the weekend, and he said that they're so different, which makes it work so perfectly.
Right. Almost like they should do a collab maybe down the road.
Maybe. I think there should be a lot of things coming down the road. Like this can be more than media, even agency stuff. Like this could be it.
Really? Yeah, this is big. I mean, we're what are we 5-6 rounds in, and we're talking agency.
We are.
And hey, if you need a British guy, I'm available.
Nobody needs a British guy. Okay. Adam, Vanilla Ice. Have you met him before?
You know, I do believe I had ran into him here and there, but I do not think, and I could be wrong, hit my head a couple times. I do not think I had the time to like sit down and really talk to him.
Yeah.
And I know we were kind of live for the stadium, right? But he did come and sit with us for probably 10, 15 minutes, and that guy
he's
just
cool.
has an
immaculate
vibe, dude.
Yeah.
Like he's just, I didn't realize how into dirt bikes he was. You know, I thought it was more of something that he just, he rode a few times as a kid and watched it on TV here and there, but he's into it, man.
He did Loretta's. I think he did Loretta's. Like he was legit.
Well, I was tripping. Speaking of you guys talking about JB and I, we were doing our little preview podcast on Friday, and we hit record, and JB just goes full. I mean, he just rapped the full song.
Oh,
like I didn't even know the lyrics, dude. And I love this from JB, and it's JB's kind of, I don't know, in a way he's a quiet guy, right?
He's straight-laced.
All these little tidbits I get. That was just so far out of left field for me. I was like, oh my God, I didn't know you had it in you. And so that's been fun. I think with JB is just, I don't know, things like that pop up almost on a weekly basis, and I feel like I know him even better. But we definitely do have a kind of a natural rapport, I guess you would say. And he's just a good dude. Like
he's great.
Even last year during the playoffs, man, I was pretty, I mean, not too crazy, but I was pretty unorganized, man. Like I'm getting used to this whole adult thing, right? And he bailed me out so many times of like, oh, here's a pen, or here's this, or I left my script in the hotel room, so I'm looking at his. Like,
wasn't there a suit?
Like
wasn't there a suit shopping in there somewhere? Picking up a suit.
Yeah. That one I got a bone to pick with him still a little bit because I went to the some suit place in the mall in Charlotte, and I sent him a picture. I'm like, is this good? And he's like, dude, it looks sick. And that's the one that I got roasted for. So maybe, I don't know, maybe he was trying to get one up on me right off the bat. Maybe we have this whole thing wrong. Maybe he's out to get me.
Or maybe you weren't tight enough at that point for him to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, man. I guess it is kind of hard, right? It's kind of hard to be like, yo, dude, that looks like shit.
I don't know.
You mentioned working with a broadcast coach. What's like been the main lesson that he's tried to put onto you across these first few rounds? Like something that maybe you didn't even think about?
So I have worked with Tony before here and there. Every time I would do like a guest role, right? Like I would try to work with him the week before. So I knew him a little bit, and I think one of the biggest things that comes to mind off the top of your head is how do people actually hear what you're saying, right? It's like to communicate and to get a point across to somebody, they tell you to state your point, explain your point, restate your point, right? So it's just like starting strong, grabbing people's attention with something right off the bat, explaining it and restating it. And that's basically how people are able to process the information. I think one of the things that I've had to work on specifically is I have so much information just flying around in the dome at all times. And sometimes I really want to go deep on things. Like I want to just keep breaking it down and keep breaking it down. But the more thoughts you have and the deeper the thoughts get, it almost gets more diluted, and people can't really, it's like, I could feel good about the info that I put out there, but if people don't comprehend it or people don't remember it, then, I'm just wasting airspace. So yeah, I guess it's just, you're playing to people's attention spans, in a sense. Right. And then there's a bunch of tiny little things, but I think that's kind of broadcasting 101, if you will. But Lewis, dude, you were solid. I mean, you were solid. You got on there and you basically did what I just talked about.
Yeah, no coaching. Went in blind. I kind of watched Steve's San Diego performance, and that really taught me what not to do. So that helped. Those were some rough guidelines for me.
Yeah, I like how he.
Well, that makes sense.
He couldn't pump up the Supercross video pass any more than what he did.
I'll keep this short.
Dude, like that was sick.
Feld guys just beating off in the show office listening to Lewis talk about this Supercross video pass.
Spoiler alert. Okay. After that, Kenneth is actually adopting me. So if you had me in next week, I'm actually going to be Lewis Feld.
That's incredible.
No, seriously though, and I've said this to a few people, genuinely, every single international fan will agree with me. That is the biggest game changer in life for us.
Yeah, no, it's been good.
Honestly, before that, I would wake up at 3 a.m. in the morning to watch the night show live, go through a million illegal links. None of them would work.
Yeah.
And it just would be impossible. Maybe I could watch highlights.
Yeah.
Like, we've all been there.
Game changer.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Steve, you're just a hater, man.
I think I put it best. You were in the press box when I said this, AC.
Oh, yeah.
Like a racehorse that just has stopped performing. You get a gun out. You put it out its misery. It's no good to you anymore. I think we're there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think we're there.
Wow. Okay. I
think we're there.
That's a lot to take in.
Not to analyze your performance on this show.
Yeah.
And maybe this is going to stop you getting further race day live performances.
Mm-hmm.
But at the beginning, you mentioned MXGP and called them MotoGP riders.
I said MotoGP riders.
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah.
I just feel like a young Steve Matthes isn't doing that.
I feel like this is like the prelude to a physical altercation.
Maybe it's time to head to the glue factory. I don't know.
I feel like we could YouTube this, like a boxing match.
Or the glue factory.
No one has helped Lewis Phillips in this industry more than I have. And this is literally like...
You're coming across a little narcissistic, Steve.
Literally, it's like the
I'll
end
get
of...
the gun out.
It's like the Anakin's turning on Obi-Wan. And it's sad. And it's sad to see. Lewis doesn't know what that means, but it's sad to see.
Oh my God. Sad that you don't know what that means, Lewis.
So one of the takeaways from hanging out with JB and AC in the press box this weekend and shooting the shit was Adam doesn't have his championship winning bike and has no real desire to get it or caring about getting it. And I found that amazing. I found that, like, I've been to so many riders' houses that have their title bikes. And if I was a rider and I won a championship, I did have to pry that bike out of my cold, dead hands after the moto or the main because I want that in my house. I want it hanging from my ceiling in my room. These factories
hanging from the ceiling.
Well, Ricky does it. I think Ricky's got his hanging from the ceiling. And Adam in Tampa was like, whatever. I find that amazing, AC.
I guess they have it at Cowie now. I don't know if there's another one at Pro Circuit or what. I don't even have a number 1 plate.
There we go, everybody. There
19.
we go.
I got a few trophies in the closet here.
Okay.
But,
all right.
You know what? No, I do have my championship jersey like hanging above my fireplace. I'm not going to actually hang it. Like it's just sitting on the shelf.
Okay.
Kind of.
Yeah.
But
it's there.
That was me trying to like, I don't know, trying to get the house like homey. That's pretty much the best I can do.
I know someone who went to Mike Alessi's house in the high des, and they told me there was pictures of Mike Alessi in every room. So that's maybe a little much, but AC, could we put the bike in a room? Like, because you're not that type of guy, but on the other hand, like you won a fucking national championship, and that's gnarly, and it's incredible. Can we get the bike and just put it in the room or in a garage or like, again, I don't need it in the living room.
You know what?
What?
I got to get rid of my skier, which I think McAdoo is going to buy that. There was on Track Walk this week. There was a bit of a discussion between McAdoo and Nick Way as to who's getting a skier and for what price.
Yep.
And then I have a rower that I need to get rid of and a spin bike.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And now this is the big thing keeping me from one, getting a motorcycle in general, just getting a dirt bike, and 2, getting a championship bike is I have a bed frame in the middle of my garage right now that I don't know. In Marietta, I can't really list like Facebook Marketplace things. I don't really feel comfortable doing it off my own name, right? So that's what like kind of keeping me there. And it's like it's too nice I don't have room for it in the house, and it's too nice to just throw it away. So I don't know. I'm thinking about donating this thing or something. But once I get I get the garage sorted, because I've been getting calls from Temecula Motorsports. Like apparently I have Kawasaki sent in a 450 for me that I just got to go pick up too. So I'm working on those 2 things. I should have both bikes by, call it, end of 26.
Okay. Wow. All right. Okay. Wow. Odd you have all those physical fitness machines, and then you showed up at the end of the Supercross looking the way you did at your career. But we'll move on from there.
Wow.
I mean,
dude, you're so right, man. I cannot believe you fuckers didn't tell me sooner.
Our group texts were on fire.
Dude, that's insane.
Like we were the cat gif on the keyboard about AC's size.
Dude, I think that's awesome. It's so funny. I was just like, I totally didn't even think about it. I didn't even step on the scale until after, because nobody really said that I was. I don't know. Nobody really said I was bulking up, right? But I couldn't really ride during the week. Anyway, and then
ankle.
I broke my ankle, and then I'm just basically, I don't know, going out and sitting in a lawn chair in the sun for like 30 minutes a day was my training, essentially. And then Millsaps on Track Walk at Salt Lake comes up to me, and he's like, "Dude, like, what are you doing? Like, look at you." And I'm like, "What?"
It took Davey Millsaps.
It all just came to me at one time. It was like it's almost like I had been like subconsciously suppressing these thoughts, and then once he said that, I was like, man, he's got a point.
And you buckled down.
Yeah. And then I just stopped eating. I didn't eat all summer, hardly anything.
Adam Cianciarulo here, brought to you by the folks at FCP Factory Chassis Parts. Pulp25-chassis is the code to save.
Where do you see yourself going from here? Like Race Day Live, you're obviously enjoying it, enjoying the process. But do you have bigger goals? Do you have a plan for your future, or are you just going with the flow?
Do I have a plan for the future? I have a rough outline of where I want to go. I think with anything that I've done so far in my life, which is not, it's a lot in one sense and not a lot in another sense. but I've the motivation has been to see how good I can be at it, and so I only know one way to go about doing something, and I think with broadcasting, it's a different feeling, right? Like it's never going to be. I'm never going to feel like I just won a race, right? But Justin made this point at A1, and it resonated with me. It's like broadcasting it's not like winning a race, but it's like getting a solid top 5 every time. Like I have that sense of like kind of joy, fulfillment after a good broadcast. So to me, like so far, it's been very easy for me to work hard at it because of that. And yeah, I think, I would love to be one day, I would love to be like the voice of Supercross. To me, this has been, and I've been on the show, and I've told you guys this already, but this has been as much of a dream for me as racing was to an extent, right? I mean, of course, I guess racing was number one, but this is, this is right since I heard Art Ekman, David Bailey, like this has been what I wanted to do. And it's always been really easy for me to imagine myself. Like, it's always been easy for me not to limit myself in terms of what I can do, in this line of work. And so, yeah, I just want to see how far I can take it. And I'm open to things changing. And I think this just happens with maturity as you get older. You learn to hold a little bit looser to some of the things and kind of be open to some curves in the road. But yeah, I'd love to be the voice of Supercross. I'd love for everyone to not even remember that I raced a dirt bike. Like I'd love to be that good.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're certainly good at it. Like I said, you and JB just crush it. Just besides the guest list this weekend, it was great.
And JB's job is a lot harder than my job.
It is. Yes.
I mean, for the folks out there, like he's doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now too. And for him, he had a little experience in 2023, but to be only really a year and a half into this and to be in a host role is insane.
Yeah.
Like I think about, sit next to him as much as I do, I think about and I look at his notes and I'm kind of trying to imagine myself doing what he's doing, and the amount of information that he has to process compared to me, I mean, he's maybe double. So
and people talking in your ear, getting in and out of stuff.
Oh man,
it's
so much. Yep. It's so much, and we get a lot of crap too for not getting everybody's fastest lap. Like we have 2 cameras for Race Day Live right now. We do our best, of course, but I can tell you that everybody on the team, everybody on the Race Day Live team, everybody in the TV truck, and everybody is they care a lot, right? There's nobody that's just clocking in and clocking out as far as I can tell. So we're all pretty stoked to be trying to continue to improve the show. So I think that's fun. Just improvement's fun.
Yep. No,
and
absolutely.
So far, I think it's gotten a lot. After we got the first few shows out of the way, I think it was. I think it's been getting better.
Dude, Race Day Live used to blow chunks. It was nothing but a big advertisement for all the sponsors. Hey, let's bring the MMI guy on. Let's bring the VP Gas guy on. Let's bring in whoever gives us money on. And it was just like it sucked forever. And slowly but surely with the Feld guys, it's gotten a lot better, and they're working on it. And, yeah, I mean, they're not perfect like you said, but they've really put an effort into the broadcast and the Race Day Live. Feld has with everything to try to make it better, and it has been better. I'm old enough to remember all these things kind of sucking, and
just in general too, being on this side of things and seeing the growth and the viewership and sales and all this stuff, man. We are in such a good spot right now too. Like of course, everything gets better the bigger it gets, right? And I don't think that's going to slow down. I see it on an upward trajectory, and I mean that genuinely. Based off what I've seen, I think we're in a good spot, and I really am grateful just to have this opportunity to be in there. And more, it's a 3-hour show. It's pretty. It's a fair amount of work, and it's also really, really good just practice for me, good reps for me.
Yep.
And so I'm stoked. First year racing. I don't think I thought I would have something as steady as this, this time last year. So I'm happy where I'm at, man.
And
I get to talk shit in the press box with you guys.
Yeah, that's always good. In case you're wondering, like, how the racing thing, if you're missing that, Malcolm told us he was grabbing 5th coming into the whoops onto those whoops.
5th?
Yes, he said he was grabbing 5th.
Those whoops, for some reason, that dirt, I remember in 2023, I think I was in fourth place.
Mm-hmm.
And the whoops were small in Tampa. But for whatever reason, they're unbelievably slick. Like, it's not just ordinary blue groove slick. There's something weird about those whoops.
Always,
specifically.
I remember the first Tampa race in '99 in that stadium. The dirt was weird back then. I feel like it's always just been wherever they're getting it from, whatever's going on in Tampa around there. The dirt is different. It's not Daytona dirt, and it's not Dallas dirt.
You would have thought that race was staged, huh?
I know, right? Totally.
It's wild.
It was great. I told Mookie earlier on the phone, it's like I don't get that excited for races anymore because I've just seen so many, and I'm jaded and old and ready for the glue factory, according to Lewis. But
Lewis, what do we? Are we stoked with where we're at, Max? I mean, if that's just what we wanted.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I think the best part about it is it wasn't spectacular in a sense of like, wow, this is amazing. It was kind of just business,
exactly what Steve said earlier.
I don't remember you saying
it
that.
It wasn't our best work.
It just felt like clocking off laps and going there and ticking a box.
It really felt like just he didn't make any mistakes and just rode his pace and pulled away.
There was no standout moments, but if that's good enough to win in that fashion, that's the ultimate place to be, huh? I mean, with me and JB in his corner, what more does he need?
He's a great interview, Max.
He's a long interview.
He's a long interview, yeah.
No, I love it.
All right, AC. We'll let you get back to your movie.
That's it?
Well, you said 30
That's
minutes.
it?
You said 30 minutes. It's been 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, 30-ish. Nah, it's cool, man. I get it.
I'm just
stoked to get an invite back on.
Yeah,
it's been, a couple years?
Stop it. But you almost didn't get an invite after I saw the Race Day Live guest this week. I was contemplating maybe losing
crazy.
you.
Are you going to come back? Are you going to come back on?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I was planning on it.
I might have to call in a favor, but
well, Lewis says there's a master plan here.
Well, I heard whispers of me and Steve together at some point, but he doesn't want to do that.
Okay.
He said he doesn't want to share the stage with me.
Yeah, I'm not sharing the stage with Lewis. I'm Phil Collins. I'm not in Genesis.
I have no idea what you just said.
Neither does Lewis. But
no idea.
You know who might know? JT. Did you get that reference, JT?
Of course I did. You are a solo act. You are not a part of a larger band.
Thank you.
You are the main attraction.
I'm Phil Collins.
Somewhere.
I don't know a Phil Collins.
Sad. Well, anyways, all right. We got JT coming on. So
JT's the man, and that guy is unbelievable at what he does, and he's just like Weeds. He's always working. So I'll get off the call so he can get some sleep.
Well, we had a caller earlier, Adam, and we can tell JT this now. He doesn't like JT. He couldn't name anything that JT does wrong on the broadcast, but said I should replace him.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started on critiques of
on the keyboard guys,
the broadcast crew, because I could, man. You give me about 20 minutes, and I will rip some people to shreds with just straight facts and logic. But I'm not. I'm gonna go before I ruin my reputation.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Thanks, AC. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a good show. Later.
Right. See ya. It's Adam Cianciarulo, Fly Racing's Jason Thomas. Yeah, JT. The caller said he doesn't like you. He doesn't like Lee. He said you and Lee were on the same level of what he doesn't like. Then couldn't name anything you don't do well because we asked him, but said that when you're on other shows, you always bring up to me that I wasn't in the meetings during the week, which is obviously rubbing it in my face.
Weeks does that more.
You both do it.
That more than I do.
Yes, and just like I say things about whatever, and this gentleman took them very seriously. But
he shouldn't do that.
And then he said that I should replace you, which that's the part that I liked.
Yeah, but you know what? Like the comment of I can't put my finger on it. I just don't like you. there have been so many women in my life that have told me that. I could send him an email full of women's names that have told me that exact same thing. Like, I don't really know what it is. I just don't really like you.
Don't like you. Yeah, it's not working out. Fly Racing. Use the code PulpMX when you check out from Fly Racing. Cianciarulo, RJ Hampshire, running Fly. And, we got some cool stuff coming up from Fly. Cooper Webb on the box again with Fly Racing. And Jason Thomas on the show. All right. I'm going to start this off nicely in the nicest way I can.
Okay.
But lappers, JT. We got people on hold for hours now that want to tell me about blue lights and blue flags and how to do it. Phil was on earlier, and he was very strong in his opinion. Well, people are saying.
What did Phil say?
Well, Phil is saying, fuck the lappers, slow down and move over. You're not in the race.
Okay.
Other people are saying, the leader lights, can you put the colors of the leader lights differently? And when those come on, that's when you know. But Phil put zero blame on Kenny for that and all on the lappers. And as a guy that's been lapped a time or two in your 130-something main events, I don't know how you police it. I don't know how you can control these guys who are racing for money and points from really getting out of the way.
Yeah, it's really tough. I don't know. There's an answer. Cooper Webb in this press conference said, he thinks there should be a penalty for points or money, and I don't know how you'd ever do that. How are you gauging that?
It's like Lewis said. Lewis, sorry to interrupt you, but Phil said slow down, and Lewis' point is like, well, I did slow down. Well, how much did you? I didn't slow down enough, but this guy ahead of me didn't slow down.
Right.
How are you gonna? Yeah.
Yeah, and my approach to it has always been to just be as predictable as possible, because those guys are so much better that all they need to know is where you're going, and they can do the rest. The tough part is when you have a track that's very one-lined, or the main line is the only line, then that rule doesn't work anymore. Because if you just are predictable and go on the main line, you're blocking whoever you're around. So it's tough, and to exacerbate that, then you put them in a battle, because Jeremy Hand and Tristan Lane were battling, and what are they supposed to do? Not care about their own race? Like,
that's what Phil said.
Yeah, this is their whole life.
Right, Lewis, am I not?
Yeah, no, that was it.
Phil was like...
Which, I mean, to a degree, their race isn't the priority, but how do you tell them it just... Yep, you're done. Like, you were having a great battle, but because now 5 seconds later you're being lapped, game over.
Phil kept yelling $2,200 over and over, which is like last place in the main. So...
Yeah, there's no easy answer. And everybody, I think, that is arguing their point is probably right. That's the hardest part. Is I think everybody's right. Everybody could make a statement that I would nod my head to for the most part. And so that means there's nobody that's just defiantly wrong.
I totally agree.
Bad deal.
If you get lapped twice, black flag. I'm fine with that. Get out of here. Beat it. Eli Tomac beat it this weekend. But I don't know. I would absolutely love to police these guys and have them move over and slow down. But I would also, like I said earlier, sail down my chocolate river with my money tree. Like, it's just, I don't know how you would enforce it / monitor it / penalties. I don't know how you can do it.
The only thing I would say, and this is my advice to these younger privateers that are making main events, moving over, you can go the wrong way. You can cause more harm than good by moving over. I would say the best course of action, and this is what I tried to do, and I didn't always get it right. I got in Chad Reed's way in Indy 05. I got in lots of people's way.
Dunge, Hangtown.
Yeah, Dunge, Hangtown. I wasn't trying to ruin the race, In hindsight, the only advice I would say is if you know that there's a fast line and a secondary line that's not optimal, go to the not optimal secondary line. That's probably going to be the best course of action in most cases. Always take the line that you don't want to take, and that's going to give the leaders the option to take the faster line, and they're probably going to get their business done and be gone. I just think that situation with Kenny was so much worse because those two were in their own battle, right? And it's really difficult to tell them that their battle doesn't matter. Like, I don't think you can do that. I don't think it's the right thing to say to them. I don't think it's justified to say to them. This is, they've been working towards this their whole life the same way that Ken Roxon has. I know they're not as good. I get it. I understand all sides of the argument. But to tell them in the heat of the moment, hey, man, your race doesn't mean shit. Get out of the way. Like, I don't know that they would probably give you the finger. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I probably would too.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's part of racing. Get through these guys. So do you put some blame on Kenny in a sand section?
No. I think Jeremy Hand made the mistake. Jeremy Hand,
yes, but
he leaned right in the rut and he moved to the middle of the track without, he needs to keep a straight line. That's rule one, and that goes back to my first point: is you have to be predictable. You have to stick to your line. So Kenny has the middle there, like Tristan's on the far right, Jeremy Hand's on the far left, and Kenny sees an opening down the middle. That's what he needs. Yeah. And if Jeremy Hand doesn't veer right, we get through that without incident. And I think Jeremy Hand made a mistake. He didn't mean to go right, but in that moment, you have to be so damn careful about holding your line there. And he simply didn't. He didn't. And I know he didn't mean to.
Yeah.
It sucks, but he made a mistake at the most critical moment of that whole sequence.
That's where I'm like, Kenny's got to be like, dude, these guys are sketchy. It's the sand. I better check up and not try to split two dudes in the sand.
I really think 9 times out of 10, that all goes fine.
Right.
It just, in this scenario, it didn't.
Right.
It just didn't.
All right, we do have some phone calls for you, JT. Kyle's on 4. What's up, Kyle? What's your thought about lappers with JT?
What's up, JT? Hey, before I even get to that, I was going to say, that caller earlier, that guy's an idiot. I think JT does a great job on the broadcast.
Hold on, sir. Sir, he wanted me to replace JT.
Yeah, well, and look, if it wasn't for that replacing JT, I think you on the broadcast isn't a bad idea. I think you probably would do a good job. But I don't know if I would say let's replace JT with you.
Because is this a muscles thing? Is this a muscle? I don't have as much muscles.
Maybe. Look, hey, you gotta have a little bit of sex appeal for the women.
I have sex appeal, tons of it.
Well, yeah, you do.
Okay.
Maybe. I guess you think it's enough for Anne Hathaway, but
Lewis, what were you going to
pay close attention to what he said?
What?
Probably, and isn't a bad idea. Really, not a lot of passion behind those words.
All right, Kyle, go ahead. Yeah.
Anyways, but JT, I feel like I noticed last year you made like a big jump. At least maybe I paid more attention, but I thought there was like a noticeable improvement. I think you've carried into this year. But anyways,
with all due respect. Sorry, Kyle.
No, this is not. Okay. I don't have anything to back on JT.
Oh, okay.
My whole point was, my question was based off of, do we think that we need to pay or have like some more like situational or locational awareness when it comes to tracks and what sections we put in? Because we've seen in the past at Tampa that it's historically like kind of a short track. We get deep into lappers and then we throw a sand rhythm in. I'm for sand sections in Supercross, but maybe the sand rhythm was kind of excessive because like you're saying, I mean, guys can't slow down in a sand section much. So it's kind of just, I feel like that was more just kind of, Kenny caught them in a bad spot. They can't really slow down. One guy makes a mistake and, chaos happens.
You know what? My only complaint with both sand sections, and them fixing the sand sections, this is super counterintuitive as a thought, but I think them going in and grooming the sand sections is what caused the problem. If you let the lines work in, then everybody can get through them. And it's like not this chaos that you see where guys are sinking and don't know where the holes are and they're swerving from side to side in this, 5-foot deep sand. Once the lines got in, it was relatively okay. I think they make a mistake when they go in and reset all of it. That's when the chaos really sets in. So I don't really care if they're sand or not. Like I know, a lot of people hate it. That's fine. I'm fine with everybody hating it. It's not my decision to make anyway. But I think there is an argument to be made about once the lines get worked in, just leave them alone. Just leave the sand lines alone, and I think everybody will be better off.
All right. Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for the call, man.
Cool.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, you're right, Lewis. He wasn't exactly like a total Steve fan there.
No.
Jason, what's going on?
Oh yeah, I want to say JT's awesome.
Oh, here
that
we
guy
go.
earlier, it was retarded. But JT does a very good job at doing what he does. It's more entertaining too. It's like AC, the science of Supercross this last week with AC. I felt was better than before when he explained seat bounce and stuff. That just seemed a lot better as well. But the lapper. The lapper situation, it's part of racing, and I like to see people work the lappers. Like Webb is awesome. Just watching him, he's the man. And because at the end of the race, that's why Webb is there. He knows how to work lappers better than, like, let's say Chase Sexton. Chase is awesome, but he's not good with lappers. And then
fired
Chase to do
about
Chase
lappers.
things.
Yeah.
And then I think tough blocks are more of a than lappers. Should be more of a talk. I mean, they cost.
Yeah.
I think tough blocks are an issue.
I do too. I've been
really
screaming.
need to
I've been screaming about it for years. I don't know. We should have the technology.
Yeah, it should.
Thanks,
it should
buddy.
Be,
thanks for the call.
All
right, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. He wasn't really getting anywhere. All right.
What is it for you with the tough blocks? Is it just a shape thing?
It's everything. The fact that they move more than anything. The fact that they get kicked out in front of them.
I'm not arguing.
I mean,
with you. I'm just asking.
Lewis and I were laughing in the press box. That center round thing in the corners that RJ got caught on, the disc thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it got kicked out 5 more times, and then they were putting it back in the spots it shouldn't be, and the guys would come the next lap and be like, "Oh shit!" Like it's blocking the inside rut. Like, dude, we got the technology these days to be better.
As janky as it is, that I think the hay bales were better.
Yeah, probably.
Like at least they exploded.
Right. Yeah, I agree. All right, let's get the next guy on the line here with JT too, because the disrespect that I got earlier on this won't stand. And I'm glad he agreed to take the call today on the PulpMX show. From Honda HRC team manager Lars Lindstrom. Lars, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We're good. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what this janky plan is of yours. I'm sure it's going to be. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, JT? I feel like it's going to be. It's not going to be good.
Well, anytime he has excitement behind something, I know it's going to be ridiculous. That's my general rule.
So
I hear almost like giggling a little bit, like it's going to be so. Yeah, okay, let's hear this.
So to recap, I was texting Lars about an idea, and he never replied, never got back to me. Hours.
My favorite thing ever is when Lars doesn't answer.
Hours.
The joy that I get when Lars just totally never answers, it makes me so happy.
Hours. And finally he comes on and says some bullshit thing about a meeting in Japan with Honda. Like,
Yeah, believe it or not, I have a job during the day, and especially Mondays are the busy days. So,
well,
that's my answer.
It's unacceptable, and so I'm glad you agreed to get on though for my idea. Look, I know you guys haven't won much lately. I know things haven't been going well for Honda HRC. I've got a way to turn everything around for the fans, the media.
Hey, can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
The shit, pardon my language, that you give everybody for us having Lars on the broadcast, and now you just have him on your show.
Well,
jealousy.
I'll just leave that there. I'm just going to leave that there.
We've always had Lars on this show. He's co-hosted.
Okay.
He's co-hosted.
That's the problem, right, JT? He's jealous that you're taking me from him. Like it's like he found this thing, and now people are taking some too. And he's like, no, that's mine. What are you doing?
Right.
Over? Like, it's like, yeah, it's
the team manager.
That's what I feel like. It's jealousy.
The most successful team in the history of the sport is getting interviews, and Steve feels somehow that it's like his territory.
There's only one man out there who's going to talk to Toru. Vital MX never talked to Toru.
I feel like these two people on the line would really back my racehorse theory. I feel like I'm really starting to gather some support here.
No, absolutely not. Before we get too far into this, tough blocks, Lars, we'll go back to hay bales. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. If there was an easy answer, there would have been none already. And I know that people like you like to give it a lot of crap, but you don't really have a solution, so
I do have
you
a
can't really be
solution.
too pissed.
I got a great solution.
Oh, you do? Is this about to be the solution? This is what we're talking about?
No. I've passed on my solution to Mewey, Prater, and
He's got some sort of triangle, different material thing.
Yeah, and a tray. A tray's involved. There's a tray and a few. Not Trey Kennard.
Kennard?
A tray. Yeah. By the way, too, Lars. Before we get too far into this, how about Downer Kennard ruining our ice cream drumstick moment? Like, thanks, guy.
Oh, because it wasn't the real ice cream, that whole deal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lars is eating a drumstick after the race, you know. And
what's a drumstick?
Oh, wow. Ice cream with the chocolate on top on the little wafer cone.
Yep.
Okay. And Lars is like, you want one? And I'm like, yeah. So he goes to get me one, and we're eating it. And Kennard comes by and goes, you know that's not real ice cream. And we're like, what? Yeah, it's just like a mashed potato. It's not real ice cream. And Lars and I are like, beat it, man. Like,
how can it be a mashed potato?
I don't know. It's like he says it's not real ice cream.
No, he basically said it's like the fake mashed potato that you buy that's like powder, and then like you mix it together with water and stuff. I guess it becomes like a mashed potato.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's like the same concept or theory or whatever. Yeah, concept.
Yeah.
Sounds like the option for an athlete.
We don't need your health concerns, Kennard, Mr. Kennard, after the race. So, anyways, okay. Glad you're on the line. I want to turn everything around. I want to get the fans on your side. I want to get the media on your side. I want you to get some more interviews here. Hunter should be back soon, right? You'll be back to a 450 guy? Right?
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
Okay, yep. Hunter should be back soon, but not looking like Jets coming back until outdoors, right? Maybe outdoors?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, and you do have the new Progressive insurance sponsor on your team, correct?
This is true.
They probably want to bike out there. They want to get some exposure. They want some feel-good vibes, Lars?
I don't think Flo is race ready, if that's where you're going.
No, not going there.
No.
They probably want some good vibes, some good feelings over there, right?
Yeah. I didn't realize this was going to be you were going to sell me on a rider. I thought this was like a really good new idea. All right, let's hear this. What is it?
How many texts did you get from people about filling in, by the way, on a separate note, and agents and stuff? Like, was the body even cold yet when you got those texts?
Honestly, I haven't gotten that many. I have gotten a few, but
a team manager,
not as many as you think.
Yeah, a team manager told me one time that the rider was in the Alpine Star truck, and he got a text from an agent. Hey, buddy! Like, dude, the guy's not even been diagnosed yet. You know. Anyways, all right.
Yeah.
Back to the plan here. I'm helping Honda out. I want all this to happen. 3, 4, 5 races from the end of the series. You got the bike. You got the mechanic. The bike's built. We're ready to go. Let's do it. Let's put Dean Wilson in his final races on that bike. What do you say, Lars? A farewell to Dean. He rides a Honda now. We love Dean. And here we go, Dean. Let's. What Lewis? What was your thing? What was your saying?
If you try to fly, you might just touch the sky.
If we try to fly, we might just touch the sky.
What if it's like Icarus, though?
I don't know, Jim.
Yeah, you don't get burned by the sun.
So what do you think?
I'm trying to. I got to scroll back here in these text messages and see.
I don't think
I'm pumping this up.
This isn't the reaction
I have the greatest. This is you.
Okay.
I have the greatest idea ever. It will get the fans back on the side of Honda. It'll get you more TV interviews. It will endear everyone to the Honda and the racing program.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
I was really expecting something earth-shattering here. Because believe me, I have thought about Dean Wilson. I like Dean Wilson. Me and him are buds.
Yeah.
And, you know...
Team 2 days, bro. Daytona.
Yeah, that worked for him. Yeah,
right.
That was his guy.
Right.
So, yeah, it has crossed my mind, believe it or not.
Oh,
and
there we
you
go.
You never know. You never know, Steve. But
what a way to go out. Dean on a factory bike.
But he kind of already retired from Supercross, right, last year?
Dude,
and if he doesn't now, he'll just be kind of whatever?
No, he's racing Supercross now in, like, Germany and England and Ireland.
And last year when they did the farewell press conference for AC and Phil.
Yep.
And they offered it to Dean, and he turned it down because he said his Supercross career wasn't ending.
Yep.
So he's...
So you'll get a press conference with a hat on from Dean?
I think the plan is for him to do races for Quad Lock anyway in America this year.
It is, yeah.
Okay, all right. I want to hear JT. Like, did you know about this, JT, or were you waiting just like me about what the greatest idea ever was?
No, man. Honestly, like, it's unbelievable that I'm still on the line.
Wow. Because
greatest idea ever. I thought you were going to have something totally new.
Yeah, I didn't know anything.
I
thought it was going to be something like a really normally you have really outlandish ideas. They're often very bad, but they're often very original. And I don't feel like this one was very original. Like, you could have gone like Nicoletti, and I would have been like, yes, bad idea, but at least you're thinking outside the box.
Let's get Dino on a Honda to end his career. Factory Honda.
I agree. I'm on the same boat with JT. That is the most unoriginal idea I've heard. That's probably the most possible idea because he is on a Honda, and if he wants to ride and we need a guy on a bike, we maybe we'll do that. But damn, dude, you really let me down on your
wow.
I just expected more out of you. Something really, I was about to be like really blown away. Like, this is something new and awesome. And
okay,
it's like the most obvious one.
I am a shitty media guy.
If you zero in on what's happened here, Steve has got multiple people on the line to tell them his idea of moving a Honda rider to the Honda truck. That's kind of what your idea is. And to that, I have two words. Glue factory.
Stop it.
I'm not stupid.
Stop it. Look, it's a fly racing rider, JT.
Oh, wow, we are clutching.
The idea is not the problem. It's how hard you sold this.
Yeah.
Next, you're going to tell Lars that he should re-sign Jet.
Greatest idea ever.
I think
he's really re-signed Jet.
I think he's re-signed already.
You suck, Matthes.
I was
okay.
Joking.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to help out some people and put some B2B together, as Watson would say. You know, I'm trying to.
Are you like getting into the agent business, and like you're trying to like?
Well, there's an opening now. There's a big opening in the sport. No, listen, man. I just people would love it. People would dig it. Like, here, Dean, I have a factory Honda. We know it's the baddest bike out there. You know. Ride this thing out, man. You reach for the sky, and maybe you can fly.
Like I said, if we do put somebody on the bike, he is probably the number one choice.
Oh wow!
Obviously, he's I mean, who else can ride at any level that in that area that's already on Honda that doesn't have a ride? Like,
I don't know. Yeah.
Vince? Wasn't Deuce was trying to sell Justin Hill?
Yes, he was. Yes, that's Deuce.
He sounded like the way I heard it from the thing was that was the greatest idea ever too.
Well,
so there's probably a bro in there as well.
Yeah.
Dino was flying through.
I didn't know this. I thought this was a good idea. I thought it was really cool. Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. The idea is good, but it's just completely unoriginal. And like JT said, the way you sold it was like, I had this outside the box badass idea, and then it's just the most obvious answer. So, you know what I'm saying?
You should pivot and now pitch him on Geyser, because that would be outside the box.
Oh, yeah. Okay. What about this guy? He's from Slovenia.
He's got a dad.
he's got a dad.
If this is coming from Lewis, he's almost as fast as Hurlings, but not really.
Well,
no, there's already some problems with Team Geyser and Lewis. You just made it worse.
No, we're good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Your love of Hurlings, like JT, like Paul, has just led you guys down the wrong path here. Just
multi-time world champion. 100-something wins.
Who, Tim?
100-something wins.
Yeah, but you can't count the what are they, like 60 of them were in the 250?
Oh, now Steve's back on board.
Thank you. Yes, yeah. Let's go.
Steve told me at the weekend in a quiet corner, passionately, he said, I'd really like you to rebuild the bridge for me and Hurlings. You can tell him that I'll allow him to count his 250 wins as 3/4 of a win.
Yes. I have moved from half a win to 3/4 of a win.
Is that your olive branch?
Yes, it is. Yes. So I think
the fact that you don't like Tim though bums me out because he's like the coolest, nicest
I like
guy.
Tim.
No.
Been in Tim's
like
motorhome
all the time.
Hung out. Me and Tim are great.
Listen to Lars. You shit on him all the time.
I think this is Steve's bad ideas getting in people's heads.
No.
Tim was my first. Tim was my first choice. I'm like, hey, if Geyser wants to come over here and race, we'll do whatever we can. But he's got his own championship to win over there. He can't be coming over and racing Supercross.
And now, guess what? Hurlings is hurt again. Oh boy, imagine that. Oh, what do you know?
Tim did go 1-1.
I really like Hurlings though. I don't. Maybe it makes it sound like I don't like Hurlings, but the dude is bad. But
he's a bad dude whenever he can race, but his fans are delusional. Lars, before we let you go, I'm upset. I'm upset that you don't like I'm upset that you didn't like my idea that much. But
I'm upset that you had that bad idea. But yeah, or that unoriginal idea. Good idea, unoriginal.
Okay, where are we at with the whole shot challenge? Because I had a rider on track walk this week ask me about it, tell me he can't wait for it, and tell me also that he wants to get in on the challenge because he thinks I'm an idiot.
Yeah, well, I told you once we get back to domination on the starts, we'll think about it. I think it'll probably work out better when we go outdoors. If we go outdoors and we're in the same boat, then we'll set it up.
Okay.
But,
all right. JT,
but it's you and JT.
JT, you're still in?
I'm in. I just I need 2 days notice, and I can do it.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm ready. And this rider on track walk, I guess he's gonna miss out. So.
Oh, he wants to be the guy doing it.
Yeah, he wants to be the guy on the production bike.
I mean, your best bet is me, who hasn't ridden in a very long time.
Yeah, when you first started backpedaling on this whole deal, it was against anybody, right? It was against Jet, Hunter, whatever.
It was.
And then he started backing up, and Hunter was ready to go because he thought you were so stupid for saying that. But
I admit.
You started backing out of it.
I went a little hard, and I didn't think it through all the way. But Lars, people laughed at me just like JT is right now about stealing a base on a major league catcher. People laughed, and I did it.
I did watch that because I met Chris Betts for the first time at Anaheim, maybe with you, can't remember.
Yeah, with me. Yeah.
And then Landon Knack from the Dodgers. But I watched that thing, and I mean, you did better than I thought you were going to do, but you didn't have like Kellen Brauer. Like the ball got there in plenty of time. He just didn't tag you, and that was Kellen Brauer. Like you should have done it with a real second baseman.
Oh wow! Oh, Kellen's smashing things right now. He blames Betts' throw. He said Betts' throw was bad.
I will say though, the throw wasn't great. I expected a little bit more from Chris because usually when they throw somebody out and it's like a perfect where you're like the hand doesn't even have to like come down that far, like right there in the zone.
Yeah, yeah.
So the throw
we had
wasn't
a few that
perfect,
were on the money. We executed poorly when the camera was on. Like when he was warming up, like firing, I was like, oh my god. But
you could tell too that was Kellen nervous because the ball was coming at him like so fast.
I don't think so. I think he was all right.
It looked like he was kind of like anticipating like it was going to hurt. I don't even know how fast that a catcher like that throws. I mean, I know the pitchers are throwing 100 sometimes, but what's a ball coming out from catcher? Was it like 80?
I don't know, but I stole 2 out of 3 bases.
Probably 60.
Oh, you think it's pretty far too.
I stole a base. I stole two of the bases. 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
So,
good for you.
And cool. The whole shot challenge is the same thing. People are laughing.
We'll see. I mean, maybe you'll just start practicing, and then you'll actually surprise everybody. I mean, I guess it could happen. We'll see.
And so
your biggest problem here is that I was never a professional baseball pitcher. That's your biggest problem.
People, and JT gets a stock bike with no start hook. With
no, that's not the thing.
No, yeah, a production bike.
No.
A production bike.
Yeah, but I
yeah, it was always you get a start hook.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
It was.
Yes, it was.
No.
That's not a fair fight. That's the stupidest argument of all time.
Oh, so
we can go back though. I'm sure that's going to be documented on one of your Jenkins shows.
All right. Well,
this has got terribly.
You could put anybody on there with a factory bike with a start hook versus a somebody with a no start hook. Like, give me a break. That's not what it is at all.
The back out has gone in like completely like 180, 180.
Yeah.
Like
Do you want me to have my engine off?
No
also?
problem.
That would be that'd be great also. That would be great also. All right. Well, listen, Lars, thanks for coming on. Thanks for supporting the idea. We hope it happens. And if it does happen, we're going to take credit for it as if it was original idea.
Before Lars goes.
Oh, you got a serious question?
Well, yeah, I feel like we should probably ask this.
Oh.
Chances Hunter races this weekend?
No.
0, or is there a chance?
Right now, I think high.
Okay. The
My
PR
personal
today was
opinion.
vague.
The PR today was what?
Vague.
Vague.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, I was too optimistic apparently about the Jet, his injury when the night that it happened, but and maybe I'm too optimistic about this, but I feel like the chances are good that he races this weekend.
Oh, good news.
Okay, and so Dean can get in Daytona, or Dean maybe Indy?
Dean's got the Arena Cross World Championship to win.
I think he's done.
That doesn't exist, sir.
No, it really does. First time ever.
I think
you can't race in like Belfast, Edinburgh, and Fork, and like claim it as a world championship. That's not how this works.
It's 7 rounds in England and 1 round in Abu Dhabi.
That's not how this goes.
All right, everybody. So look for Dean Wilson on a Honda HRC bike.
Arena Cross World Champion.
Yeah, real soon.
Well, yeah, thanks for the great idea.
All right, thanks, Lars. Appreciate it, buddy. Thanks.
See you guys.
All right, it's Lars Lindstrom, everybody. Lars, what trooper taking my call?
Can you imagine if like this was like 1990 and you had Cliff White on these calls?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
it would not go this way.
No, it would not work the same. It would not. All right, JT, thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use code PulpMX. Detroit this weekend, man, so bundle up. Bring your winter jacket.
Yeah, it's going to be cold.
Yeah,
all right.
Not going to be great. Thanks, buddy. See ya.
Yeah.
All right, that's JT. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Brought to you by Fly Racing. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Luxon Clamps, Pulp 2025 to save. Whether you're a top professional like Freddie Norn or many others competing in SX, MX, and MXGP, Luxon MX clamps are designed, engineered, and made in the USA. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger, with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. Pulp 2025 to get these clamps. Appreciate that. Also, Renegade Fuels as well. PulpMX 25 is the code to save. I went to the Renegade booth in the AIM show here last week in Vegas. Met some listeners. Met a bunch of listeners.
More than you expected?
Oh, tons more. RenegadeRaceFuels.com. Racers that win, pour it in. And they got the new SX Mini 50 as well. AMA legal. Oxygenated, high-performance, unleaded, and ethanol-free fuel. Deliver right to your door with the code PulpMX25 to save with those guys. And we got a bunch of calls on the line. Kellen Brauer is going to join us here in a little bit. We got the Race Tech Rant as well coming up. Let's get to Rachel on one. Rachel, it says that she has a hot take on the Lapper situation. All right, Rachel, what's your hot take?
Hi, Steve. So I'm just sitting here doing my nails, listening to the show, and I do have a hot take on the Lapper situation. Just to play devil's advocate for conversation's sake, at least, I don't necessarily think that this is the right mindset to have, but I think it's at least worth considering. So part of Phil's argument earlier was that the riders who are being lapped, who make it into the main event, should obviously be on their A game and be paying attention enough to know when the leaders are coming up behind them and to get the hell out of the way.
Yep.
Obviously, that's 100% true. But then my counter argument is the top 10, top 5 riders are arguably like the most elite in the world. So why are we not holding them to the same standard? Obviously, there's a lot of money on the line.
You mean as far as getting by these guys? Hey, you're super,
yes.
You're one of the best dudes in the world. Get by these guys better.
Yeah, and I don't think that's just like the end-all, be-all answer, like get rid of the blue flags and everything, but is that something worth considering? Because, I mean, dealing with obstacles like down riders and making split-second decisions and stuff, like that's an essential part of racing, and these guys are at the top of the world, honestly. So, I don't know.
Lewis, do you want to take
this? Is that something worth considering?
I mean, it isn't wrong, but then it's the same. It's the whole debate. No matter what side you fall on, there's so many variables and so many indefinites and so many you just can't quantify any part of any argument, which is why we're essentially not getting anywhere with anything. I mean,
you're right. Yeah.
That's a good way to look at it moving forward if we are not going to change anything, which we won't, most likely. And I feel like that is the standard that everyone is somewhat held to. But then again, this is 0% on Kenny, what happened in Tampa. So
see, I say it is on Kenny.
How?
Just, dude, you're lapping two guys that are in the sand, and you're going to go in the middle that it's sketchy.
But there was no room either side. So the only thing that you want him to do is grab the brakes and lose all momentum in the sand.
Check up. Yep.
And then not clear that double and lose 3 seconds? 4 seconds?
It's better than what happened, sir.
True.
I think I've been in situations, I've had a couple of races that I've lost because a lapper got in my way or someone who should not have been in front of me for whatever reason they ended up there. And despite how fucking mad that I get after that, the first thing when I get back to the pits is like, well, they're a lapper for a reason. You're better than them. Why didn't you anticipate what they were going to do? That's part of racing. So no matter what, there is a little bit of blame, I think. But what happens if we don't have blue flags for a race? Is it just chaos? Like, what do you think would happen?
Well, we need blue flags. Yeah, we definitely need blue flags. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like Lewis said, there's so many sides of this, and everyone wants to like when Vince held up Eli at San Diego for the couple of turns, like that was brutal. What are you doing? You're all by yourself, and but I mean, like JT said, Hand just got squirrely. He didn't think Kenny was coming to pass him and move over on him. He just got squirrely in the sand because it was a squirrely section. So, yeah, I don't know, Rachel. I don't think your take is that hot. I agree to an extent. Like, listen, man, the lappers have helped racers, and lappers have hurt racers. So it's like part of the game. It's part of an obstacle. It's like a whoop.
Yeah, I just hadn't heard anyone have that opinion, so I thought I'd throw it out there.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Thanks, Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right, see ya. That's Rachel there, and John's on 6. What's up, John? How are you?
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
So my question is based on, you've probably seen a number of tracks closed down because of the insurance requirements, because of different accidents that have happened, more so in the pits. My question is, what are we going to do as a whole industry to keep motocross sustainable? Because the grassroots level is really what's paying the bills for the top level guys, right? Buying Renegade on the weekends is helping pay for factory riders' salary, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, all of it.
But I mean, in where I live, along Midwestern area, in the past 8 years, I've seen 4 tracks close. I've seen a series quit running. I mean, I'm 2.5, 3 hours to a decent, reputable racetrack at minimum. And as I have little ones in the house as well, how is this going to look 5 years down the road?
I'm with you, man. It's scary, right? California, Southern California, the mecca of motocross, has like two tracks, so scary. And I mean, a lot of it's land development. It's not all lawsuits and stuff, but MX Sports banned pit bikes from Loretta's because of the lawyers, right? We live in a litigious society. It's brutal. Like, being from another country, Lewis, you too, like, there's ads for these injury lawyers everywhere here in Vegas, and I'm sure they're everywhere where you are. Like, it must be a massive, thriving industry with millions of dollars for these lawyers because they're everywhere, and they're promoting everybody, suing someone else for your wrong or your wrongs, that you got wronged on. And some of it's legit, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying everybody is, but holy shit, right? Like, it's bigger than a motocross question. It's bigger than a motocross track problem.
Do you think it's more so based directly towards the audience of motocross racers are at the grassroots level? Because I don't necessarily see this issue, at least where I'm at, whenever it comes to, the off-road races, the GNCCs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like that, when it comes to that, the tracks that are available, the series that are running are thriving. So is this a
that's a great point.
Issue with the type of people that we have? I mean, not to say that. I mean,
no, I get it. And you got a great point. The GNCC series is thriving, and I imagine there's pit bikes at GNCC series and e-bikes everywhere. Like, I know there's e-bicycles everywhere. Maybe there's not pit bikes, but yeah, you're right. I don't know, man. I don't know the answers. I mean, definitely, like, promoters should take part of the blame for some of it because maybe they don't state the rules enough. Maybe they don't enforce it enough. Maybe they look the other way. When they get, because from what I understand, there's only a few companies that offer insurance for motocross tracks, right? And maybe those companies you should look at those companies and be like, okay, what is allowed and what is not, and then maybe the tracks are being negligent in not knowing what's not allowed. I don't know. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's an issue. It's a problem, and pit bikes are a big one. You got these Surons, you got pit bikes, you got people zooming everywhere, people camping at night and drinking or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't have the answers. I don't have the answers for lappers, and I don't have an answer for this either, to be honest. I don't know. As a society, as a whole, man, I fear for it because of these. As I see, like, again, I see billboards and commercials, dude, for personal injury lawyers fucking every 5 minutes and every mile down the road, right? So that tells me, must be a very profitable industry. Must be full of people who know that they can they can take people for a ride and get some money out of this. So I think that's a bigger issue,
We all know that at the end of the day, most of the track owners are doing it to break even, and they do it because they love it. And they're not necessarily great business people, but they're, great track builders, or they're great people. So, they're able to get people into the tracks, but I don't know, the money that it takes to run this, it's not a sustainable model for anyone.
No, it's not good. It's not ideal. And I don't have the solution. Lewis, I don't think you have any thoughts on this.
No, I think, it's true what you say about the billboards for injury lawyers and stuff. And
commercials and stuff.
Yeah, I've never understood. Like, it's obviously a culture thing here, and also the
legislator.
That one, whatever.
Yep.
Like, it's possible to do here,
which
I guess it isn't elsewhere. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
I'm not smart enough for that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been in Canada for a long time, but and maybe things have changed, but I don't feel like in Canada you can just sue this easily.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm almost certain you can't in England and Europe. So.
Right. But
Lewis, I mean, is this the same issue that you see, across the pond? I mean, is this the same type of thing that's going on in Europe, or
what? As far as just tracks closing, or
tracks closing, or requirements changing for those, whether they're in the pits or not.
Well,
as far as what's allowed,
it's very, very different. I don't know. I can't speak for the entire world, but most of the world. Like, whereas you go to a practice track, say in America, and there are no sessions, and it's kind of just open season. You go to any practice track in the UK, for instance, and you cannot ride any bikes in the pits. That's always been the rule. Racing practice at any track. You go practicing, and you get 20-minute sessions grouped by skill. You're not allowed to mix sessions, so you can't just go on the track whenever you want and ride around. There isn't a 450 with a 65. The way that most practice tracks in England do it is there's an adult A, adult B, adult C, and then a youth group. So you don't get much riding, nowhere near as much as you do when you go to a practice track in America. And whereas in America you can go to a practice track at 9 a.m. and be done at 1 p.m., you go to a practice track in England, you arrive at 8 a.m., you leave at 5 p.m. and you do a lot less riding.
You do 3 sessions or whatever, right?
But it is very buttoned down and by the book.
Like, how in the hell does Glenn Helen, with 2 flaggers and 65s and 450s and bunch of coaches running across the track, how have they not been sued into oblivion? It's crazy.
For instance, I've had race meetings cancelled in the UK because... sorry, we only have 13 out of 15 marshals.
Yeah.
We can't find 2 people to fill these 2 marshal spots, so we're done.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
It's that, which maybe that's a bit over the top, I don't know, but it is that clear. Like, when you sign up, I don't know if it's still this way, but it was when I was racing, which I did do, with a body belt. When you would sign up for a race meeting, you would pay your entry and you had to supply a marshal for your championship at X number of rounds.
Oh, okay.
So, like, for these rounds, I would take, or my family would bring my granddad.
Right.
And he would go out and marshal all day. Just because obviously my dad needed to work on my bike and my mum didn't want to do it. So you just bring a family member to go and marshal all day. Otherwise you're not allowed to race.
Yeah.
Like a lot more rules and hoops to jump through.
Right. Yeah, I don't know, John. It's not an easy solution. Don't really know why. And people, it's definitely a thing that's going on in our sport. I know the Motorcycle Industry Council and the OEMs are all working to keep tracks open. Yamaha has an outdoor initiative access fund that you can grab. Tracks can use to help stay open. But, man, it's tough. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate the time.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, Lewis Phillips here on the show. By the way, speaking of that, Lewis.
Yes.
Have you dreamed of owning a pro motocross compound?
I have.
Well, Jerry Limeberger and his team at Scenic Sotheby's International Realty bring you...
Could you repeat that, please?
Jerry Limberger and his team at Scenic Sotheby's International Realty brings you an unbelievable opportunity. Justin Barsha's Bamland is for sale in Greenville, Florida.
Okay.
You still into it?
Yep.
Turnkey training paradise features 2 tracks, a motocross track, a massive shop, a gym, RV hookups, living quarters, and all the equipment you need to hit the ground running.
Awesome.
Yeah. Own the ultimate motocross dream. Call or text Jerry at 850-842-1058.
I'll give you $400 for it.
Well, you can call Jerry.
Okay.
I don't think 400 is going to do it.
I can stretch to 450.
I don't know if that's going to do it either. Cardo Systems, code PulpMX to save at cardosystems.com. I love these things. The Pack Talk Edge and Edge phones are waterproof and dirtproof, allowing you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. These are great for coaches, mechanics, other riders, with your buddies.
I want this system between me and you at the races, and I want you in my ear watching me in the pits, and you can go, Phil's waving at you over there. And then I'll see him.
That's a great idea.
Problem, solution, sponsor, B to B to B. We're making magic.
Lewis, 8 o'clock, Phil Nicoletti.
He's waving.
Yeah, he's waving. Yeah, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea.
We've fixed a social issue. We've involved a sponsor.
We have.
We have ticked every single box.
Speaking of ticking boxes, Michelin. Did you hear Randy Richardson is back riding now after his knee injury?
I am up to date with Randy's whereabouts.
Oh, you are?
Or roundabouts.
How come, I wonder? I know it's been kept on the down low.
Well, some people don't like to use social media.
Right.
Others do.
Yes. Good point. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires, Starcross 6s as well. Check them out. Mountain bike tires, too. They redesigned their E-Wild series for the mountain bikes. And they got some cool additions to their tire lines coming soon. So thank you to Randy and the folks at Michelin for all that they do. All right. The 9 o'clock hour coming up is brought to you by Ogio. And thanks to our buddies at Ogio, we have a giveaway. We have a couple things to talk about.
Oh, wow.
First of all, we love Ogio. You're dialed in with Ogio.
Everyone loves Ogio.
You're dialed in?
Yep.
Right. Pulp15 is the code to save for gear bags, backpacks, helmet bags, goggle bags, all of that. OgioPowersports.com, Pulp15 code. Right now, any order over $150 at Ogio Powersports using the code Pulp15 will get the Renegade Pro backpack for free. $180.
That's good. That's really good, isn't it?
It is. Kiefer loves this thing. $180 backpack for free 5 days after the show tonight. So
it starts after 5 or within the next 5 days?
Within the next 5 days.
Okay.
Use the code Pulp15 at Ogio Powersports. Anything over $150, and you get a free Renegade backpack. So thank you to those guys for doing this. And Pulp15 code at Ogio Powersports. And to celebrate this amazing deal, we are going to give away a Renegade backpack from Ogio Powersports.
No way.
We are. Yeah.
No way.
Yes, we are.
Really?
Mark, what's the problem, Mark?
You're fucking kidding me.
I don't know, Marks. I don't know the fucking details, okay?
I'm just trying to get the details for
Don't
the people.
worry about the details.
Are we still giving away a backpack?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, we are.
We are.
Sorry for
Marks
asking.
is
Sorry for asking
jacking
questions.
everything up. Any order over $150 using Pulp15 code will receive a Renegade Pro backpack for free. All right.
How are we giving away a backpack?
I don't know.
Oh.
We got Kellen
But we
Brauer.
are giving one away.
We are giving one
Hell
away.
yeah, we are.
Let's not get hung up on the details.
All right. Let's just go to this caller. Kalena Humphrey. What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good, man. This is Arena Cross Stark Star.
I am aware.
Yes, absolutely. What's up, buddy? How are you? Hey, Bogle, dude. You guys got beef now?
I have no beef. Definitely ran it in on the ground, but
he did.
I guess I wanna.
He did. Yeah.
Wanna leave the door that far open.
It was a good one. Yeah. You know what? But that's all right. There's more races, right?
Yep. We got Bike Week coming up.
What's that?
So we got Bike Week coming up.
Oh, yeah, Daytona. I know. Friday night before the Supercross, right?
Yep.
Dude, looking forward to that. Arena Cross, catch the
am-
fever. Now, Vince won the
I am
title.
too.
Vince clinched the title, right? You got that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Vince did clinch the title this weekend. Or I guess last weekend.
Yeah. How was the crowd? How was the race?
It was pretty good. The track was good. The Jetworks crew did a good job. They kept it pretty moisturized. They watered it quite a bit in between the night show. So there's actually ruts, which you don't really see in arena cross, especially in Arizona.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be the driest round, but no, the track was good. I think it was the shortest or the smallest platform of the year.
Was it really?
But
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but it ended up being really good.
Nice. Yeah. Check out the Arena Cross social for Bogle. Really showing the kid what's up.
I haven't seen this.
Yeah. Dude, the Stark thing looks fun though. You having fun doing it?
I'm having a lot of fun doing it.
Are you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. We got a good crew. It's fun to race, Hicks and Bogle. They're obviously really experienced. Hicks is experienced in arena cross, and obviously Bogle's a Supercross champion. So it's good for me to learn. And yeah, the bike's awesome.
What are you doing after Daytona? What do you got plans?
I got a couple video parts planned out, and I'm also going to Europe this summer to race the French stuff.
Oh, okay. On a Stark? Yeah.
Yep. On a Stark.
Nice.
So I'm really excited for that.
Lewis, did you check the video?
Yes. It's aggressive.
It's aggressive.
It surprised me.
Because Bogle,
yeah.
Bogle doesn't
It was a little aggressive.
Bogle doesn't ride like that normally.
No.
I don't know.
Definitely showed the little guy what's up.
Yeah, Kalana Humphrey on the PulpMX show. Red Bull Stark rider from Arena Cross.
Yep.
Listen, I'm going to Daytona though. I'm going to go there Friday night, so I need a pass. Hook me up with a pass or something.
I got you. We'll hit up Arena Cross, Sean.
Yeah.
We'll get you dialed in.
Yeah, I want to go for sure. I mean, I just the race I went to. Obviously, I don't know if you heard, Lewis, but I went to Arena Cross in Reno.
There was one person talking about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
didn't get paid to do it, by the way. Didn't get paid.
Didn't get paid.
Just for the love of the sport?
Yes.
Hell yeah, you did.
Everybody thought I was getting paid for this. I did not. Spent my own money to go there.
I liked Chase's theory.
Oh, he did?
No, I liked Chase's theory on why you went.
Oh, yeah. What
Made
was
sense.
that? What was that?
Well, between us, we theorized that you were so jealous of our friendship that you went to Arena Cross to try and find your own friend.
Oh, okay.
You were there. You were there when this conversation happened.
I don't remember it.
It was actually recorded on a podcast.
Vince? My friend? Vince?
Every lock has a key. Every key has a lock.
Okay. Reach for the sky.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll fly. Awesome, man. Anything else you got going on?
No, that's it. Also heard a deep rumor that Phil was supposed to race one of these.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen him.
No. He's been running scared. He wants money to race a Stark, and I don't think there's much money in it for him. I don't know if he thinks he's McGrath, or maybe he thinks he's Jet Lawrence and he deserves, $100K start money. I don't really know, but I was hoping he would too.
Yeah, maybe he can't afford the 3 other retirement parties from Arena Cross.
There we go. Yeah,
that
exactly.
have to do.
I know. That's probably it. I need my money back from him. I will tell, there's an interview coming out with Andy White from FXR, and he is also wondering why Phil is not racing. And they pay him. So he is also wondering, why am I paying someone and he's not doing anything? So
interesting.
Stay tuned for that.
Interesting. Awesome. Well,
all right.
Awesome. I'll see you at Daytona.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks, man. See ya. The show the stars call into. All right, we got to give away a backpack.
Okay.
So, email?
Trivia?
Email? How do you want to do it?
Trivia? Yeah.
What's your question?
What is my question? What would people know?
Well, that's the point of trivia. Go ahead.
I'm trying to think of something.
Why
good.
don't you throw in a GP? GP
Yeah,
trivia?
I'm trying to think of something good. You know, like not like how many world titles does Caroli have? That's not good, is it?
Right. Okay.
How many GP wins does Ben Watson have?
There we go. All right. Email Marks. What is it?
Contest@PulpMX.com.
Contest@PulpMX.com.
Hell yeah, it is.
How many GP wins does the mighty Ben Watson have?
Yes.
Beat up Ben.
Yep.
The
Big
second,
Ben.
Big Ben, beat up Ben, Benny Beta, whatever. How many GP wins does he have? And the first answer or the fifth answer or what?
We'll do the first answer.
First answer gets the OGIO Renegade Backpack. Pulp 15 is the code to save with OGIO. All right.
All right.
Sounds good. Let's get to our next guest here. We're jammed up tonight. We are jamming up, buddy.
Yeah, I feel like we've had non-stop callers.
All right. On the line from the award-winning LVK show, the co-host, Kellen Brauer. What's up, Kellen?
I'm the co-host now.
Well, aren't you both?
Lewis called me the host this weekend.
This is the issue with LVK. I step into the co-host role to let Kellen shine as the host because I host podcasts. Kellen doesn't, so I let him shine.
Yeah.
And then in conversations, he go, no, we're co-hosts, and then you just introduce him as the co-host. He's immediately offended.
I'm not offended.
You can't win with Kellen. It's always a lot of moving around.
So I will say I haven't listened to LVK for a while. I need to. And the comments, the YouTube comments, they're wild. They started off with a lot of Lewis hate.
Mm-hmm.
They've circled around. Now Kellen is the basher. Now Kellen is getting bashed. I can't keep track of anybody. But today there was a comment about Lewis being terrible. But then Keller is great.
Kellen's fan base is clearly very passionate.
So Keller, like old Keller, is great. So
I'll take it. I'll take anything at this point because it's been a rough couple of weeks on the show.
Well, Kellen, we've got a fan question here. Could you answer
it?
I swear Kellen doesn't know what he is talking about. No wonder he got fired from Moto Online.
Yeah. No, that's fair. It's fair.
Okay.
Do you have a reply to this gentleman?
I don't. I really
Okay.
don't. Honestly, I see it all the time. So
Okay.
good on him.
Well, listen, it's an award-winning show. I urge you to check it out.
Despite everything that was just said,
Yeah.
it's award-winning.
It is. It is. But really, Kellen, the reason you're on here is our friend Lewis, who, by the way, I've always supported and lifted up, okay? And now he's turning against me.
How am I turned against you?
Well, you just said, kill me and turn me into a glue. You just said that.
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds bad.
Yeah. So I've done nothing but lift Lewis up. And, Kellen, I do have to get this from you, though. There's a lot going on with Lewis. He's very mysterious. He acts in mysterious ways. He's got no friends, no girlfriend or anything. But, Kellen, you got a chance to visit his apartment this weekend in Florida for Tampa. And can you take us through this man's life?
Yeah. So first, I will say big thanks to Lewis for putting me up. Very appreciative of my dear friend Lewis for laying out the air mattress for me, giving me a place to stay, driving me back and forth to the stadium. Very nice gentleman.
Picked him up from the airport.
He picked me up from the airport, which I told him he didn't have to do. I would have Ubered.
No gas money.
At 11:30 at night, he still picked me up at the airport.
No tip.
So, yes, very many thanks to him. But we do have some critiques from the weekend. My first impression walking into his apartment, my wife asked me, "How is it?" I replied, "Barren. There's nothing on the wall.
Tumbleweed going down the hallway.
There's tumbleweeds going down the hallways. There's no snacks. There was no food really of any kind."
Yeah, what's in the refrigerator? Like, what's in the fridge?
Hold on.
No, hold on. You hold on.
This is context for this.
Okay.
The last time that we were both here, me and Kellen, remember he walked into your pantry and was just critiquing.
No.
He was like, "Oh, those shelves are empty." Oh,
I don't remember that.
Okay, that happened.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking that while I wasn't in the room, he did the same to me.
So what's in the man's refrigerator?
I don't actually know that I ever looked in the fridge. He kept that very he kept that very up to himself.
That's where the dog skulls are. stuff. Yeah.
He did at one point, though, just hand me a glass and say, "You can put water in this." I went through that glass.
What more do you want from a host?
I needed to find another glass the next day, so I had to look through the cupboards to find said glass, and the cupboards were rather empty. I did find a glass. There was only 4 of them that he had in there, but I found another one.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yes, no snack options. We were going to have breakfast on Friday morning, I think it was, and he said, "Well, I have bread and toast."
I said I have bread and butter if you want to use that.
Bread and butter.
Yeah.
No jam, no
could go
peanut butter,
out.
no, just
no,
butter.
No peanut butter.
Yeah.
And then I took a shower in the morning, came back out. He was cutting up this slice of bread,
making myself some
and
toast.
Took a few bites and said, "This is terrible," because apparently he bought different bread than he's had before. It was the wrong loaf. It wasn't good enough. So bread was out after that, and then we just went to buy food pretty much the rest of the weekend. I at one point asked him what he cooks himself during the week, and he kind of danced around the topic maybe 3 or 4 times before saying pasta.
With a question mark? With a question mark?
Did not see much pasta available.
I mean, do you think he has a strainer? Like, he would need a strainer.
I don't know what a strainer is.
So no.
So no.
What's
okay.
a strainer?
Yeah.
For pasta, for draining the water.
Oh, like a sieve.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got one of those.
Okay, so kitchen aside, yes, there's nothing hung on the walls. There's no.
The defense for this is clear. I do not have a single picture on the wall. Not being funny. I ain't really got much to fucking celebrate. What am I? I literally cannot even fathom what I would put on my wall.
A picture of Chad Reed in San Diego, 05. Your greatest race you've ever seen.
Okay.
Well, now you can screenshot. Lewis, this weekend you could screenshot race day live and hang that on the wall.
I'm not putting photos of myself on the wall like that. Like, you walk into Kellen's house, it's like a Kellen museum. Like, you go up the stairs and there's 15 photos, or you'll walk up the stairs of Kellen through his life, and it's like, Jesus, like, okay someone loves himself.
Right.
He's misrepresenting that. It's mostly my wedding day photos, so it's my wife and I.
Right.
Family.
We'll move past that.
Yeah.
If anyone doesn't know, Kellen is the Dominic Toretto of moto.
Good job
Big
knowing
family man. So the rest of the place, there was no photos hung on the wall. The air mattress was very nice. It was well pumped up. It did lose a little air the first night, but he corrected that, so he did a good job.
Not my fault,
no sheet though. No sheet on it. Just one blanket.
Yep.
He did have 2 pillows, which was very nice, and I was comfortable, so I really can't complain about the bed. He was a little bit confused why I wanted the blinds closed, but we moved past that.
We've been over this. I closed the blinds for you. You were confused when I said I don't shut those blinds.
I think you have that wrong.
No,
but anyway,
you have it wrong, because I live in this apartment and I know what the routine is.
You broke the blinds. I had fixed them for you by the time you woke up the next morning, but I did not hear a thank you. Just
no, but
you
did.
those.
You did hear amazement in my voice. I think that's more than enough.
But no, his place was very nice. I got a grand tour.
Yep.
He walked me around the marina.
Yeah.
We went to Creme de la Creme, which we've featured on the LVK show before.
It's an ice cream shop that's called Creme de la Creme. Is it not the cleverest name you've ever heard in your life?
I don't know, but he wanted to go to dinner at some burger place Friday night. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go somewhere else than a burger place, Lewis.
I will say when we went to this ice cream place, I did not get to go to dinner with you guys, so I picked dinner up on the way back on Friday night, and then we got to the apartment, and he's like, "I'm hungry. We need to go to the grocery store." So then we went to the grocery store, and before we walked in, he goes, "I think I want a milkshake," but we still went in the grocery store, and then we walked around like all the aisles with him going, "I want a milkshake. I don't want a milkshake. I do. No, I don't." And eventually we just walked out of the grocery store because Lewis decided I need a milkshake, so we didn't get anything at the grocery store.
You just walked in and walked around talking about
Walked
milkshakes?
in and walked around and left to go get a milkshake. And then we went and got a milkshake. Lewis played Connect 4 by himself.
No, I was waiting for my order. There was Connect 4 on the side, so I just put it all away for the people because I'm a kind-hearted gentleman.
And then we took a nice, lovely walk on the marina. He showed me his, what's it called, the community center you guys have?
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, which is very nice. It has a full gym. He says this is where he works. There's like some little office spaces and common area in
So
there.
you don't work in the apartment.
No.
You take your things like you're
Yep.
going to an office.
Yep.
And you go work.
Yep.
Okay. What about phone calls with riders and teams and all that?
There's a sofa, like it's next to the pool.
Okay.
This work area.
Okay.
So and there's sofas around the pool. So when I get a call, I leave my laptop in a work area and go and sit on the sofa in the sun or on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Honestly, all
but-
you need to know, people, is read the LVK comments. The guy on the phone doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. So all of this is thrown
pretty
out.
much. But it was a nice experience. He was a little bit concerned that every time we got back late at night, there wasn't enough parking spots. We had to park too far away.
I looked out for
he
Kellen.
made a couple of illegal left turns. He almost ran a woman over at one point. So we have a little bit of driving issues we probably have to correct.
Other
But
side of
otherwise-
the road and stuff, all that too.
Just so you know, play fast and loose with the rules. And it was an illegal left turn that saves you 6 minutes. Probably a good choice. Oh, since I was last on here, I did do my American driving test.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And?
Absolutely fucking smashed it.
Smashed it.
Oh, like they'd never seen.
Oh, really?
And not to blow my own trumpet, but toot toot, I did the theory test. I walked into the test center. I was out of there in like 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
It's multiple choice. When I stood up after 6 minutes, everyone in the room looked at me because everyone else in the room was seemingly having the toughest time of their life with this test. And me leaving, basically, I was the last one in, first one out.
Yeah.
And I just felt these eyes on me as they were like,
They're like,
there's
"There's
no
no
way.
way.
No,
There's
he
no
must
way."
be having a mental breakdown and leaving.
Right.
It's not that hard.
No,
Like,
I wouldn't think so.
Here is a woman in the road. Do you run her over? Yes or no? Like, obviously, I chose yes.
Apparently, you answered yes because you did almost.
You know that was a very specific situation that caused those issues, but we're not going to talk about that on the show.
Do you? So we went to dinner Friday night. Lovely steakhouse. Kellen, you couldn't make it. Very dedicated to Swap Moto. Don't know why.
Yes.
Lewis, do you believe in the curse? We went with Cade and Kyle Peters, and Cade broke his arm the next day.
I mean, all I can do is speak from my experience, and I had a great Saturday.
Yeah.
So,
no problem.
Maybe it only relates to riders?
I don't know.
Well, what if it goes through the rest of the week? Like, what if you have a bad week this week?
Well, life's pretty bad, but I don't know if I can blame that on Steve.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd like to.
I'd like to blame Cade's riding ability.
My therapist
not
says it
on
would
me.
be great if I could have someone to blame, but I won't do that to Steve.
Use Kellen.
Well,
yeah.
Read the LVK comments.
LVK.
They do it for me.
New episode out today. It's on YouTube. It's on Steve Matthes' show.
Where Kellen,
Cade.
like a bird of prey around a carcass, just asks me the same question 13 times, which is where the screenshot you got sent of me just going, I don't know what more you want from me. I can't give you any more information.
Over exaggeration again, sir, but we'll leave that to the judge of court.
Yeah. Well,
overall, as you can see, Kellen has no substance to his complaints, other than there were no pictures on the wall.
Well, 4 glasses.
There are 6.
You cooked
nothing in the pantry.
No, nothing in the pantry.
You said pasta? Question mark? Meaning you don't
I
really
make
cook.
pasta. Pesto pasta. spaghetti
No,
meatballs.
no jam or peanut butter.
No,
just butter.
You know I'm a plain guy.
Yeah, but just butter. Like, what kind of animal are you? Like
just butter.
So his logic, he told me, is like if he buys a jar of pesto to make with his pasta, because he's gone so often, the jar is bad by the time he comes back from all these places. Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
No, what I said
Exactly
is
what he
because
said to
I'm
me.
just myself, when I buy stuff that's kind of fresh and goes off, I have to like use it repeatedly very quick to actually make use of it.
Well, a jar of pesto will last a few weeks.
No, that's not what Google says. 4 to 5 days. Had to Google it. Was shocked.
All right. Well, Kellen, I'm just glad you made it out.
I did. Yeah. No,
Honestly,
it
he's not
was,
invited back.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Oh,
Immediately regretted my decision.
Wow. Sad.
As I said to him on LVK, this is America. I thought tipping culture was common. He left before I woke up on Sunday. I walked around my apartment trying to figure out where he left this tip. Can't find it.
Can't find it.
He left it in clearly a very safe place.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate.
Right. A few
but
bucks under a pillow would be.
Yeah. You know, picked him up from the
Maybe
airport.
it's in a deflated air mattress.
Well, just who knows? But I'm sure.
Well, as I told you, sir, the tip is in the advice of your life that I gave you this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I told Steve a part of that advice. He laughed a lot.
Yep.
But that's not for this show.
All right, Kellen. Thank you, buddy. Wanted to check in and see what it was like surviving Lewis Phillips' apartment. So
I made it.
Remember, Kellen, just like Dominic Toretto, you don't turn your back on family.
Nope. Not at all.
All right, Kellen. Hey, when are you going to the next race for Swap?
I'm in Detroit. I know you're not going to go, but I'm
snap.
there.
Okay. 2 in a row for Big Kel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Must not be a game that he needs to play that weekend.
Yeah.
We did just have the gamer guy on.
Yeah, the gamer guy was just on.
I know. I'm sad I didn't get to chat with my
I
buddy.
should have put Kellen on with him. I forgot. Yeah.
Sad.
He's a big fan of yours. He likes you.
Honestly,
Yeah.
the angriest that Kellen got at me over the weekend is when I said that he was using games to prey on children. Didn't appreciate that comment.
Yeah, probably not.
A little,
no, didn't appreciate that.
Little much.
Yeah, probably not.
You raped her.
All right, Kellen. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. All right, that's Kellen Brauer from the award-winning LVK show. All right.
Doesn't seem like he's winning any awards.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com Job of the Week. Wow, look at this. Malcolm Stewart winning for 7 Gear, and 7 is looking for a sales and marketing coordinator full-time job in Marietta. 7 brand, the next level in athletic performance, founded by American athlete James Stewart, seeking a talented and motivated customer service sales support rep with strong work ethic, who is highly organized, can work under pressure, and pays close attention to detail. Experience in power sports, action sports, and apparel are a plus. Full-time job. Hourly rate, $20 to $25 an hour at 7.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty good job. Check it out. Thanks to the folks at 7. And MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. Upload your resume for free today. First and only job board built specifically for motorcycle industry. All right, we got a lot of questions for the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment, but we also have the Race Tech rant.
Yep.
Racetech.com. Tell me, listen to Pulp. Get a deal on your suspension work, on your moto work, and they got Race Tech service centers all across America as well. So thanks to the folks at Race Tech. Race Tech rant. Do you have one?
You can go first.
Okay.
You've been teasing this all day.
Well, yeah, I got a couple of them, and honestly, they're kind of based around you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. And this was, I don't know if this was an official rant on the show, but I did talk about this on the show. But I don't know if it was in the rant section.
Previous shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to circle it back around and bring it back around. Okay, so again, no one has supported you more than me in this industry, given you a platform, talked you up. We're friends. I wish nothing but the best for you.
I will say that I have told other people that also.
Okay.
But considering I don't work for Pulp, you have looked out for me more than necessary.
Now, with all due respect, your friend, and again, you put out the Lucas Myrtle news from the Lawrence family on your social first, and then Vital grabbed it. Everyone grabbed it, right? Racer X, and it went out there, and that's a great thing to do. But let's just everyone back it down from talking about Lewis Phillips and his journalism. His friend, and props to you for having a friend that trusts you, that wants you to put that out. I admire that. That's a good thing. It's happened to me before. I get it. But, let's just back it down from the fans of the sport saying that Lewis Phillips is doing journalism. Your friend called you, said, here, put this out. And that's what you did.
Okay.
So
I know you don't believe this. Wait, shall I answer? Because you've got others. So should we do this one now, or do you want me to wait to the end?
No, we can do this now.
Okay. I know you don't believe this, but this is how it went down. Well, first of all, context. Am I good with Hunter and the Lawrence family? Yes. Did we have each other's phone numbers? No. We're not that
How do
tight.
I have their phone numbers and you don't?
Because my relationship with them is really no different to yours. We're not super tight like me and Chase are, or me and Max, or me and Ben, or me and Jeffrey, or any of that. Not even close.
Or you and Jeffrey. You had to throw that in there?
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Okay. So when Hunter called me with this, effectively how it went down is he randomly messaged me on Instagram, because again, didn't have each other's numbers, and said, do you have time for a call? And I said, yep, sure do, buddy. Then he rung me, and he explained why he wanted me to put this out. And at no point did he say, it's because we're friends, or, oh, I know you, or we've known each other years. He gave me very flattering reasons as to why he wanted me to handle it, which I won't repeat because it will sound like I'm blowing myself, even though I'm just repeating, but I know how this works. But he gave me very flattering reasons, which meant a lot to me.
Good job for all of those reasons.
And as my friend Weege said, the fact that I have put myself in a position where the Lawrences and Wasserman and all of that think of me as the trustworthy, reliable journalist is a result of great journalism. So although it isn't great journalism, it all ties together in a career bubble.
There it is. You kept denying it, denying
I'm
it,
just defending myself.
And now you're bringing it back around to indeed great journalism.
I agree with what you're saying about that specifically. But there is, I do take some pride or credit in the fact that they chose me. Because as I said, if I was still in GPs and this was any GP rider, realistically, I'm their only option. So it really would mean nothing that they've come to me. But I'm aware that in America there are many, many options, most of which bigger than me. So the fact that they thought of me and came to me flatters me.
It should be flattering, and good job.
But that's where I am, as you know, at no point have I tooted my own horn.
All right.
Next rant?
Next rant. You're walking around the pits.
I don't know where this is going.
You're on Race Day Live.
Ignoring
you're walking
Phil.
around the pitch. You're ignoring Phil. I'm worried that you're just getting too big for your britches. You're getting, in the words of Jason Wygant, too big, too fast.
So one of your reasons for suspecting this is that I'm walking around the pits.
Yep.
What would you rather me do?
I don't know. I can just tell the way you're walking around the pits.
Would you like I don't know what you want from me.
Stop walking around the pits.
Okay. I didn't realise that was offensive.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're walking around the pits.
I know, and I'm sorry.
Great radio,
Stop.
bros.
You drive into the stadium.
You're walking around the pits like you own them.
Oh.
Like you own the pits.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
You're not saying hi to Phil.
Oh. Honestly.
You're walking around.
Okay.
You're sitting in the press box. You're breathing. You're blinking.
Right.
All these things. And you're getting these Lawrence's the news. You're on Race Day Live. It's enough.
Okay.
It's enough.
Really odd that you invited me on this show, because I would argue that being on this show is more damaging than me walking around the pits.
Just getting too big, too fast, man.
Okay.
You're flying to the edge. You're reaching for the sky and touching the wind.
Well, that's the last thing I want to do.
You're reaching for the sky and touching the wind, man.
Okay.
So that's my race tech, man.
So what you've been teasing all show is the fact that you don't like me walking around the pits.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what to do with that, but
yeah. Race tech rant.
Okay.
Pulp show. Save money.
Okay, two things.
Uh-huh.
One, genuinely, I still feel like I'm very new here. This is to the Phil point.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't know what to do with this.
Okay.
I don't, in GPs, I was always head on a swivel, friend, hey. For here, I haven't really
Some
got to
say
that.
too many friends.
That's kind of why I left. I haven't, for Phil to say he was trying to say hello to me is still, not, that's weird for me, you know?
I don't know, man.
So, I feel like I'm not very aware when I'm walking around because I'm just presuming that no one's going to try and say hello to me. So I'm tunnel vision. But as I said, there is another person this year that had exactly the same story as Phil.
Yeah,
and
because you're walking around the pits.
Yes, we've established.
You're reaching for the sky and touching the wind.
So, I'm trying to open up my field of view.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's a process.
Yep.
Race Day Live was cool.
Maybe take your head out of the clouds, man. Put your feet on the ground.
The feet on the ground is the issue that caused me walking around the pits.
I don't know, man.
I don't know if you've seen something in the pits. I mean, there's a lot of people in those pits walking around.
Yeah, but it's you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sellout bitch.
I know.
So do you want me to stay in the press box or crawl around the pits?
Crawling would show some humility.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did that when you were coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, obviously I wasn't here to see it, but well documented.
No, yeah. Whenever I saw Jody Weisel, I just crawled.
Okay. That's fine.
All right.
Now I know what you want from me.
Okay.
And I'm more than happy to try and accommodate.
All right. I'm just, you're getting close to the fire.
Yep.
You're going to get burned, man.
Yep. Better watch where you walk.
Yep. Watch where you're walking. Stop touching the wind.
I will admit that so as we've spoken off record. Little Lou, or Big Lou.
Big Lou.
Sorry. Very in his head about this whole America thing. Was wanting to see some progress, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
With the start to 2025, with the Lawrence thing and Race Day Live and the Chase interviews and stuff like that, I am seeing the progress that I'd like.
Okay.
So I'm a bit more like...
Oh, yeah. Well...
Although, now, the issue is, I don't really know what... because my goal was to get on Race Day Live. That's quite a big thing for me. So now I don't really know what my next goal is.
Listen, man.
Apparently I need to go backwards and start walking around the pits.
Blah, blah, blah.
Listen, man. Don't play with fire. The sun will come out. Okay?
What does that even mean?
You should know. You should know.
Don't eat a sandwich. It's going to rain tomorrow.
That too, man. That too.
And once again, probably the most criticism I get on this show is laughing too much. And once again, it's just happened.
Yep.
It's Italy story. It's the glaucoma. We're back to another fucking situation.
Wash base. Ray Archer, the fucking wash base.
And now we've got me walking around the pits, which is similar. Somehow that's similar.
Yeah.
Doing terrific.
Listen, I'm just trying to, I'm on my way to the glue factory. I'm trying to get some advice here. Just trying to, you walk around, you touch the wind.
It's going to rain tomorrow.
It's going to rain. Race Tech Rant, everybody. You got one?
To be honest, I'm a little bit thrown off from that. I might
okay.
need to realign myself. What do I have? I don't really have anything massive.
Okay.
That call with Kellen was a little bit unproductive.
I wanted to look into your life.
But similar to this is Kellen on LVK. He brings the heat, but doesn't bring the heat. And you're kind of a bit like...
You bring the heat, man. You're going to play with the wind.
Like, I'm not really sure where he was going.
He wasn't going anywhere. I was asking him questions about it. I mean, I don't think he was trying to go anywhere.
Okay.
I
could do a rant, but I won't do it because it's the same old story. I'm sure I got it, and I saw you got it as well. We both said we hear Eli is fine, and then got the tweets going, "Great journalism."
Yeah.
What are we meant to do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't put Eli is fine, because I didn't get it from a solid source.
Yeah.
I put I hear Eli is fine, meaning I hear that, but it's not like stamp it, because I'm not stamping it. That's why I put that out there.
Well.
And honestly, like we talked about on the review show with the betting, that was really, I mean, look, Eli's fine to disclose what he wants. But you can't take us seriously if we're getting a Yamaha post saying Eli is in for tonight.
Yeah, I think said Eli is okay. So that's...
without any description of like, he's going to try to tough it out.
Yeah.
He's dealing with some things, nothing, and then expect everybody to start betting on things.
Well, not to put the spotlight on Eli here, but a cocky bastard was walking around the pits.
Yeah. Reaching for the sky and touching the wind.
I mean, how fucking dare he?
Yeah.
Who does he think he is?
I don't know. Who does he think he is?
I know, honestly, like now that you've made me see it through a different lens, I've got a lot of questions about a lot of riders.
Again, like, I just want the fans out there that were hitting me up when the Myrtle news dropped about Lewis. The next time my friend just tells me some news, make sure you give me some credit for great journalism.
It wasn't just telling me that, it was coordinated. Like they did really think about this. Like a talent show, like America's Got Talent, had everyone in front of them. They went, Steve, what do we think?
Yeah.
Glue Factory.
Yeah.
And they went, Lewis, non-Glue Factory. I mean, that was actually the sorting piles.
Dark.
Glue Factory.
ML. Glue Factory.
I don't know. I really thought you had a lot to... I was actually mentally preparing myself. Like, how am I going to defend myself against your rant? Right. It turned out to be... You're walking around the pits.
I'm trying to give you,
some constructive criticism.
Listen, stop digging a pond, man. Looking for ducks.
What the fuck does
What the, what? Stop it. It's just some advice. It's some fatherly advice to you in the Moto Media game.
Yep.
So just take that, man.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
That too. All right. Tyler's on 5. What's up, Tyler? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you boys doing
Good.
tonight?
What's happening? How's Fox Factory Vehicles doing?
Fox Factory Vehicles is fine. And, you guys were talking about, people, getting too big too fast and then, an ace driving test. And, does Lewis need a Fox Factory vehicle? Does he need a lifted truck?
Yeah.
Where are we at here?
Yeah.
I mean, came to this country with nothing. A truck
Well,
would
I'm
really see me on my way.
I just think things went so well with the whole Chris Betts thing.
Yeah.
Like,
Real smooth. Real smooth.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Some called
man.
it marketing genius.
Yes.
Others not so much.
Yeah. I caught a little bit of crap for that, but hey,
Let's
it's
make
all
it right.
fun,
Let's
but,
get Lewis a truck.
Yeah, we can make it
You
right.
know what?
Yeah.
What better way to stop me walking around the pits if I'm driving a truck?
Driving a Fox Factory truck. Yeah.
Holy crap! Yeah, we're fixing problems now. No more walking.
There you go. What a great way to save the rep after the bets competition.
Imagine just mowing down the fans of Supercross.
Hey, sorry, man. I've been told I'm not allowed to walk around.
Yeah, just full brodozering it down. I love this.
As I'm being charged with 72 murders, you're sat in the press box going, really proud that Lewis took my advice.
Yep. Yep.
Thank God that.
And make sure you buy a Fox Factory vehicle. Look at that thing. Crush those people. Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
So I'm actually like late night driving, so you guys are keeping me awake. I've got a show this week in Louisville, Kentucky.
Nice.
Steve, it's probably a show that you're really interested in, the National Farm Machinery Show.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
you've probably been wanting to go to that for a while.
Let me tell you, if it's not once, it's a dozen times I've been trying to go to that thing.
Yep, championship tractor pulls all week long.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
True Americana, but, I got to go to where my people are.
Yep. No, listen, buddy, I hear you. All right,
Yeah,
keep driving, man. Yeah.
So, Supercross season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't get to watch Mookie win. I'll watch it sometime this week, hopefully. What was it as electric as I can imagine it? Like, I was at Indy when Mike LaRocco won.
Mm-hmm.
Was it similar?
Yeah, it was. Everyone was into it. They were cheering. They were, when he got into third, people were like, oh, shit, and they were like following him around. And then obviously you saw the speed and the whoops. Like, didn't you feel it, Lewis? Like, it was pretty cool.
It almost felt like a foregone conclusion a little bit at one point.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Okay, now I've got one more question. This one's been on my mind for most of the Supercross season. As everybody's building their bikes, factory, privateers, all this kind of stuff, like, I'm pretty well involved knowing the bikes and everything. Is there a part on the bike, especially for Supercross, that everybody it's like a must-have part that nobody really talks about? Whether, like, I know the steering cups are a thing, or, the second injectors and all that kind of. Is there something like when you get a bike and you're about to go race the Supercross, everybody has to run and get this one thing?
Well, like factory guys or anybody?
Anybody, like privateer all the way
Ignitions
up.
are big. Ignitions are really big. Like mapping your bike is it can make a big difference. And for Supercross stuff, for needing the power right away and immediately and all of that, ECU stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh man, I was hoping some really top secret, but yeah, I've really enjoyed the show tonight. And when you guys just completely broke down about walking through the pits, I was like, yeah, I gotta check on everybody. So Lewis, be careful walking through the pits, man.
Yeah, man.
I'll be in touch about my truck.
Yep. Thanks, Tyler.
Yeah, y'all have a good night.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's Tyler Porter, Fox Factory Vehicles. Okay, 250 class.
Mm-hmm.
Surprises and disappointments. Don't give me you can't say Max as a surprise.
No, of course not. No.
Right. You know what I mean? Something that you didn't expect. You expected Max to run up front.
I didn't expect Bennett to be on a podium, but that's a given.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell you who I think is the most underrated rider in the sport worldwide.
Oh.
Cullen Park.
Oh, wow.
Don't you agree?
No. but he's sure. I'm as the most underrated rider in the sport in the
feel
world.
like no one even talks about him, acknowledges his name, and he just got 7th. And in the past, we've seen similar. I just feel like there is zero attention, praise, recognition.
Well, I interviewed him after the race, and I said, "Man, I thought you'd be like 15th," and he was like, "Wow." I'm like, "Sorry, man."
But
So
I bet, honestly, I bet if you ask his own team, they probably would have said, I think I just don't think there's the awareness of it. Kitchen was a disappointment. And whereas, like, for RJ, you can go, RJ was a disappointment, but X happened, look at that, disaster.
Yeah. Well, RJ, Kitch fell twice, I think.
Yeah, but he just failed.
Just
RJ
fell.
had a disc and a UFO attached to his bike, and, like, for Kitchen, it's just like,
right.
like, there's not a just cause, I feel. And to be honest with you, when he was upright, I didn't really feel it at any moment.
Yeah, it wasn't like he was charging massively through the pack, right? Yeah.
It was quiet, unassuming. Whereas again, RJ, disastrous, but there are. Well, did you see that? And look at that, and etc.
And RJ won a heat, so you're like, okay,
I was impressed that Jack Chambers made the main event because before he went to Europe, he was on the bubble, but often didn't make it happen. So to make it happen,
he was
in
a fantasy spoiler a lot,
Yeah.
right? Fast and then just never,
So to make it happen in this deep field, and after 2 years in Europe, because Race Tech Rant a little bit, everyone's saying Gavin Towers is doing well. He was in Europe. He was in Europe for like 5 months.
Right.
Like, we're good.
Yeah.
Like, that is an effect. He also raced the last round of Supercross last year. So technically missed no Supercross time. Futures.
Oh, Futures.
Yeah.
Got it.
So, like...
SMX next.
Sorry. Well, last year it was Futures, so maybe I can
You
slide
walk
through.
around the pits with that attitude.
Yeah, sorry. What's funny about that, though, is like, you have haters, I have haters. I feel like that is genuinely the mentality of some of these haters. Why don't you like X person? Well, just look at him walking around the pits. Like, that is genuinely the justification for it. Faulkner was sick, obviously.
Yeah, I can't really judge much there.
But at this point, I'm willing to scratch him from title contention. Fair?
I mean, I don't think I didn't have him in there anyways.
Okay, yeah, maybe he was on the
brain was on the table.
That's true. Linville, Dirt Bike Depot.
Dirt Bike Depot.
And I hear deep rumours that Linville is likely to fill in at Triumph.
Really?
Here shortly.
Oh.
Yeah.
For who? Jalik?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just just another guy.
Yeah, I guess they have to have 2 bikes, so they want 2 bikes. It was almost going to happen before round 1, and they wanted to see how he did, and you've got to think...
What about the Depot? Depot needs him.
Well, if this does play out, which I think it will, Dirt Bike Depot is living up to its name. Triumph have gone to the depot, shopped around,
looked around,
picked up a rider, left. So what better way for them to live up to
check him
their
out,
name?
or did they shoplift him?
Well, this is what we need to find out. This
Yeah.
is where the great journalism comes in.
Yeah, okay, that would be great
'Cause
journalism.
you can't just go to the depot and steal something.
No.
That's not how depots work.
Yeah. Maybe
Have some
you tell the
respect.
depot, like, hey, you need some parts?
Yeah,
Here.
you got to respect the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that will happen, and deservedly so. Mumford, I still don't understand how he's racing. I don't understand how you compound fracture your tib fib and are back on a bike in 6 weeks.
Yep.
I don't even want to attempt to understand that.
He showed me his leg, and it's definitely noticeably smaller than the other leg.
Okay.
Yep. But still.
Great journalism.
Thank you.
I feel like I pretty much named every rider in the class there.
You are a loon ball.
Me or you?
I don't know.
Okay. Max Voland?
I think Max was good.
On press day, he was my standout rider.
And Max would have been a top 10 guy if his bike didn't break.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't know if I had him there. He's got a handbrake and no leg.
Okay.
Great journalism. He's got no leg.
Great journalism. That'll be a headline on the YouTube channel tomorrow. My theory on Tom Vial. Like everyone else, I had him fairly far down the title favourite list. Tampa wasn't exactly confidence-inspiring.
He got dropped in the heat.
But...
and he steadied in the main.
As I process it more and more, he was worse than 5th all day long. So to sneakily pull out a 5th in the main event, that is how he's going to win this title. Because if you look at this list, who do you have confidence that they'll be consistent? Max, maybe, but apart from that, McAdoo's got a torn ACL. Bennick, I would expect some inconsistency. Kitchen's already had it. Hampshire's already had it. Thrasher, known for being inconsistent.
Thrasher came from 20th to 8th, so he rode pretty well.
Yeah, and I think an 8th is a modest start to the season that he needs. Like, that doesn't put a lot of expectation on him. He can just slowly build from there. But I could see now my justification for Vial not being a title favourite is kind of coming around in my head to being the reason he could be a title candidate.
Okay.
And that is my rapid fire 250 East review.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. We got a bunch of calls. I don't know, man. These people want to talk about lappers.
Really? Still?
Everyone's idea is unique and special.
Honestly,
I can't do the lapper comments.
Not to run the show.
Yeah.
I'm done with lappers.
We're done with lappers. Lewis said it. Look, he's walking around the pits. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com, tweets at Tallon.
We got a lot of good questions, by the way. So, guy in the corner there, buckle in. Strap up.
Only 16 minutes to get
Did
through
we
them.
get a lot of good questions, or did Lewis get a lot of good questions?
Either one.
Because they're like 90% Lewis.
Walking around the pits.
Taking the questions.
Yep, walking around, breathing air, blinking. Motorsport.com, dedicated team of gearheads there. Thank you to Motorsport. Go through the banner to help us out. OEM parts, aftermarket parts, e-bike parts, street bike parts, UTV parts, dirt bike parts. They got it all.
Can I have question 1, please?
Okay, hold on. Motorsport.com, dedicated team of gearheads there. Also, MTX braking, great braking pads. Mountain bikes, road bikes. If you had a bike, Lewis, which we're trying to get you on, and you're refusing it, PulpMX code to save at mtxbraking.com. Sold by Power Sport dealers nationwide. Thank you to MTX for coming on board.
Question from me to at PulpMX.
Okay.
Do you hate me?
No.
Okay.
No one has done more for your career. I've been there for you. But now, you're walking around.
Not even a pit stop, just in
Just
general.
walking around.
Tonight, you're going to be laying in bed, like, tossing a turn and going, I bet he's walking around the airport right now.
Yeah.
That fucking guy.
Yep. Fucking Lewis. All right. These questions are submitted to at PulpMX Show. Let's do this, Tallon.
All right, Steve. First, though, I just want you to remember, you may have caught the big fish in a small pond, but you scared off all the turtles.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't like these things. They really hurt my head.
Yeah.
You guys don't care about the lights on the forks for the lappers, right?
No.
We covered that one.
Mm-hmm.
MTS 1993, will we get a part 2 of Lewis and Steve go to a GP sometime during the 2025 season?
We should.
We talked about it.
Honestly, the review pod we did with Adam that Sunday night, I feel like that was really popular.
Oh.
I feel like we could do more now. Maybe another live show in the pits. Maybe we could be a bit more prepared. I feel like we could really make some magic.
Okay, but I told you the problem.
No, you did, but I can't remember what it was.
Wow.
You said you wanted. All I remember is you saying you want to go somewhere like Lockett, where it's just
no. The
random.
problem was we went to Majora last year.
Oh,
it was the first GP I've been to in a long time. So I've aged since then. Bet you it'd have been 10 years, maybe, maybe less than. I don't remember. You have to look back, but it's been a while. And honestly, I don't know whether it was just poor sleep on the plane or flying one day too late or what it was. I was a zombie all weekend long. I felt tired, dragged down. I drank 14 Red Bulls. I had espressos. We had the Gold Pass. You were scared of the food. But I just was like, and then I got back to home and I was like done for like 3 days. Like, again, glue factory. I don't know. I got to go in earlier or something. I got to.
How about this?
I got to get some sleep. I don't know. I just felt so out of it. And then when I got back, I was out of it.
Lommel doesn't clash with anything this year.
Mm-hmm.
If we go a day earlier, then we can go to like the
Jeffrey's
Star
house?
Workshop. I'll go to Jeffrey's house.
Oh, okay.
You can check out their glue factory. So, there's a justification to go a day earlier.
Right.
You can fly direct to Amsterdam.
I've been to Lommel 10 times. It sucks.
Okay.
It's not great to watch, right?
Lockett the weekend before.
Lockett I like.
JT's going to be at Lommel?
That's not a selling point.
Okay.
I'm going to replace him on TV.
Okay.
I enjoyed it. I just was, you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
I see a lot of value in it as far as covering the sport in America and coming back with a bit of a different outlook and different content for shows. And
Right. Yeah.
Do you see that value as well?
Listen, getting in that HRC hospitality, the super secret one,
Yep.
that Raj took us in, that was worth the whole trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
Didn't really answer my question, but okay.
All right.
From MDF. A couple weeks ago, Jordan Smith was detailing how Triumph signed him amidst the agent drama. Do I conclude from Jordan's story that he is not represented? Are all top 450 guys, say current top 10, represented?
Yeah, Jordan's got an agent. I don't know why. Did it sound like he didn't have an agent?
I didn't catch it. He didn't know.
Yeah.
I think everyone's represented, but it's different levels.
Yeah.
Like some guys don't have an agent per se, but they have an advisor, like a lawyer.
Mhm.
I think Barsha has a lawyer guy
Mhm.
that he goes to with his contracts and stuff. So maybe that's why there was a bit of a difference in
The Bobby
way it
Reagan
came
story
across.
was fantastic. Like, just Max. I thought you were older than Max.
And completely believable as well.
All right. Ranty80. Lewis, when do you take over the PulpMX empire?
Steve, when do I take over the Pulp Empire?
Guess when I'm dead. I don't know. I'm going to Glue Factory.
Oh, so this week?
Yeah.
The truck's outside. We're waiting for the show to finish.
Woodrow 303. Steve, what goes through your mind when you double book a guest that was supposed to appear on a different show? Is there a rift in the friendship circle?
No, listen, Dark. As Max was getting the checkers, Dark sends me a text. I've got Max for Tuesday. And, like, frankly, I don't care. I try to have the race winners on here or close to it unless there's a multiple race winner. He's a good interview. Lewis and Max are super tight. So, hashtag poor Dark, but Max has got to come on.
Yeah.
In my eyes.
Yeah, I know you
With
two,
you here and everything else, yeah.
I know you two coordinate somewhat, or at least talk. In my opinion, not to go all walking around the pits on you.
Yeah.
Just forget that. Like, who cares? You're at the end of the day, you're both doing your own thing.
Yeah.
Get on who you want to get on, whether that's dictated by result or dictated by who you think is going to be a good interview.
Yeah, that's how I roll.
Like,
Yeah.
it would be so weird for you to be like, yeah, no, Anstie's not coming on tonight because he's going on a different show on a different night.
Right. That's how I feel. Yeah, and Dark should just do what he wants to do.
Yeah, like, if anything, I think that Jamie can get a better interview tomorrow night by listening to this one and picking out interesting stuff and kind of like taking it further, you know?
Max will do that. Max will take that further.
Or he could just say, how are you? And then let Max run.
All right. Rogers MX93. Lewis, how's the dating life? Any new lady friends, car crash stories for the people?
The only car crash story is the whole situation because it's basically...
I mean, has there been dates?
Yeah.
And like on Tinder or?
Yeah, all those different.
And just nothing?
Just I don't know.
You go to dinner or you just...
The one of the recent girls, I went on like 7 dates.
Oh.
Absolute, like...
7 dates?
I know. Fucking ridiculous.
Oh, wow.
Rinsed my bank account dry. That's all fucking pointless. So I'm skint and lonely.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
Wow. Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't work. Something's not right in the universe.
Yeah, because you're walking around.
Honestly, I think the job is a problem.
Yeah, it could be.
But not because of the travel or anything, but whenever I describe my job and say, hey, look, I was on Race Day Live, there's almost a sense of like, you're a fucking idiot.
Really?
Or like, yeah, right.
Oh.
You know?
Oh, okay, goddamn.
I don't know. I don't think I'm explaining it very well. I think I lose them when I say, you know, I work with this guy called Darkside. I think that's where we enter murky waters.
Pookie, we met some people, Pookie's friends, and we met as the foursome, you know, as a couple.
Yeah.
And Pookie's like, they're like, oh, what do you do? And Pookie's like, he's a podcaster. And I'm like, yes, but a good podcaster or one who makes money? I don't know.
Yeah, like
I don't know how you say it.
I think if I say that to someone, it does sound like a hobby. Like you're in the basement, just like, oh, hey, I'm doing audio.
It's actually a loft.
I'm a podcaster.
We moved up from the basement.
Yeah.
Well, you may be back down here shortly when he goes to the glue factory. Just watch out. But no, I've got multiple people trying to help.
Mm-hmm.
There's all hands on deck with this thing.
And nothing.
And yeah, so if anyone's got any ideas, I mean, I know Chase Sexton, so if there's a girl out there that wants to be a friends with Chase Sexton and use me in the process, I'm open to that.
Okay.
There's multiple different ways that we can work this. Let me know. All that.
Rogers MX93. Is there a chance that McAdoo's knee forces him to calm down and ride smoother, resulting in less wackadoo moments?
No. McAdoo's going to McAdoo.
It makes sense on paper, but no.
He did say to me after the race that, you know, in my journalistic interview, that he had to watch the left-hand corners, you know, and be a little mindful of them. But when you're racing and things are shit's happening, like I don't see, Yeah.
So did you ask him if he has to watch his knee in left-hand corners, or did your friend just give you that information?
No, he just gave me that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adam Wheeler, On Track Off-Road. Now that Lewis is a titan of broadcasting, will he ever ask a question in an MXGP press conference a decade on and he still hasn't broken his duck?
I've got press conference issues. I don't know what is. There's something. Again, we're opening up Pandora's box here. Another issue I've got that I can't figure out is press conferences. I don't know why. It's all. People won't believe this. Well, people don't believe this and think I'm just chatting shit, but the people who knew me 10 years ago do. Like, I was very, very shy and quiet, and the first time I ever came on Pulp, like, it was really out of my comfort zone. So to go on Race Day Live is, like, unbelievable for me, and etc., etc. People don't believe it and think I'm just chatting shit, but, like, anyone who knew me when I was racing growing up basically can't comprehend how I'm doing all of this.
Who were you in Pulp with the first time?
I want to say Noof.
Noof? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In the original house.
Yeah. The original house?
Yeah.
The first house?
Yeah.
Really?
We've
You
been
did that
over this.
one?
I've done every house.
Wow. Okay. I did not know you were in that house.
Like Pokemon. Got to catch them all.
That.
If you want to be.
That's 6 years ago.
Yeah. 2017, I think.
You were on the show that long ago.
Yep.
Shit. Okay. All right.
Lax defense coach. Lewis, what has been your favorite part of Florida living? Have you been to a Lightning game yet?
No, he's done nothing. He does nothing. He moved to Florida to hang out with more people and everything else, and he does nothing. And Mark's nailed it. Show 284 with Noof.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, and that was 2017, I guess?
I guess.
Yeah. And yeah. So I was on the show 8 years ago, and here I am 8 years later, walking around.
Walking around. Yeah, because you've just gotten too big,
too fast.
Too big, too fast.
Those 8 years.
Yep.
So yeah, again, Pandora's box. We move on to issue number 3. That's also a problem. Weather's nice.
You don't do anything. You were moving from California because you're like, I don't do anything.
Yeah.
I'm going to Florida.
It's slightly better.
And you got to Florida and you don't do anything.
It's slightly better.
You don't go to the riding facilities. You don't go to dinner with Chase. Well, you don't do nothing.
My race tech rant.
No
again.
Max. No Matt. I don't. Max
He's
is far
too
away.
far.
Yeah.
Like I went up there for Christmas and stuff, but
Yeah.
it's a 5-hour drive.
Right.
My race tech rant a little bit.
Okay.
There's been a few times where Chase is like, "Why don't you come hang out at my house? Why don't you come to the baker's factory?" And in my head, I'm like, "How far in advance do we need to plan this with your reply rate?"
Fair. Fair.
Like, I don't know how you book that in.
Hey, I want to come to Baker's Factory on Thursday, and then he hits you back
2 years later, yes.
2 months later, yes. And you're like, okay.
But sometimes he replies instantly. I can't figure it out.
Right.
There's been times where he replies in a nanosecond. It's very confusing.
Well, maybe now that you're walking around.
Yeah. Imagine me at a baker's factory just walking around.
Yep.
All right, H.E. Pennypacker 51. Lewis, what are some of your favorite European countries to visit?
Latvia, and you're with me on that. Yep. Latvia is amazing, extremely underrated, tough to get to from most places, but highly recommend if you have the opportunity. Riga is a wonderful city. Eindhoven, which is 30 minutes from Lommel, so where everyone stays for Lommel. Amazing city, great food, a lot to do, nice hotels, clean. All the riders are around there. I do actually do stuff when I go there and go to people's houses. Karlovy Vary, which is where Lockett is where they filmed a couple of James Bond films. That's really cool, quite old school, but like something that you'd want to see, like different to anywhere else I've been in the world. European, I can't think of any cities, but I love Spain. Riva del Garda, which is where Trentino is, on Lake Garda. That's unbelievable. Again, great restaurants, great views, something that you need to see to believe type vibe. Yeah, there you go. 4 suggestions off the top of my head.
All right, Lax defense coach, update on what broke on Volan's left-handed brake.
He said it's clutch.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. Was it the brake?
I didn't think so. He
We
said
have-
it's clutch.
We haven't had a club PR today, which is weird.
Yeah.
Another one from Lax defense coach. Can Lewis name one NFL franchise or player?
What's a franchise? A team?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Super Bowl was literally yesterday.
I've got it. I just need. I've got the words. I just don't have it quite in the same. Like
walking around.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, good job.
The Seattle Seahawks.
What team does Taylor Swift's boyfriend play for?
I know this because I'm in that privateer group text, but it's not coming to me. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There we go.
You got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the LA not Dodgers.
No, that's baseball.
The Raiders.
The what city they play in?
Las Vegas Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
The California. It's yellow and blue. Their logo. LA, right?
Yeah. Rams. Okay. I got a question. I don't know if Tallon's going to ask this one.
Okay.
And it's a little bit of a race tech rant.
From you or me?
No. Mike Smith. To whoever knows, are these Instagram post-race recaps from riders that are being reposted to X required by Feld and the teams, or are they reposts from lazy journalism? This is Mitch Kendra, our buddy at Racer X. I don't know why he's doing that. Do you know?
No, it's new for this year.
Yes. I follow him on Twitter. He's about to be unfollowed. Because I can see those, Mitch, on Instagram. And I don't need Trevor Collup's recap. I'll just go to his page if I'm so interested. No offense to Trevor Collup, who's riding well. I don't know what Mitch is trying to accomplish here.
I could understand it if the update was kind of good, but when the update is didn't make the night show, we'll get them next week. I'm good.
So I don't know why he does this. Fake Glenn Helen asks, we all know Darkside is number one, but what's the order of media members Steve has helped the most to least in terms of helping to achieve their current success? Lewis, Seven Deuce Deuce, Kellen, and Kiefer.
I think, although Kiefer's got a massive career on the testing side, I think you have done a lot on the media side if you separate those.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess you can't separate those because they're kind of one and the same.
I don't know. Can you? Just walking around.
Him as well. Wow. I don't know.
Is Darkside number one?
Well, yeah, because he wouldn't have a career without you.
I mean, he was handing out podcast business cards.
That's true. Maybe that would have taken off.
He was well on his way.
He would have probably tried to hand one to me as I was walking around.
Yep, exactly.
Yes, Darkside's number one, obviously.
Dark's dumbest idea. Handing out business cards of his pony pod to random fans, or B, telling random fans who don't make the autograph cut that he'll get them an autograph from the rider.
Okay, new race tech rant.
Yeah.
Darkside is a nice guy.
Yeah.
But he does too much. He's doing too much. He needs to settle down. Like, when he's a co-host on a show, he's always got the callers in mind. Like he's always trying to involve the callers more than you are. And like, hey, Zach just sent in a question on Twitter, and it's like, he's too nice. He's trying to be too nice. It's too much.
All right.
He needs to back it down.
Race tech rant.
Not become a dick, and not become, just instead of becoming over the top nice, become nice.
Yeah.
Like, it's too much. It's overwhelming.
I had to tell him, I'm like, Dark, do not tell the fans you're doing that. I know it makes it feel good and you help the little kids, but you're putting the riders have to stop signing. Don't make them sign things.
Yes.
I need to know the logistics of this. Is he like just picking random people?
Yes.
I think he's picking a little kid who didn't get an autograph and saying, I'll get you an autograph, and then going inside the truck.
Okay.
And saying, can you sign this for this guy? Oh. And the riders are like, okay. And then Dark walks out like the hero.
He's walking around.
He's walking around, and he doesn't do this anymore, but I'm like, Dark, you got to stop.
He's too, like, if someone messages him and says, hey, I want to meet Steve, he'll try and make it happen. It's too much.
Yeah.
But to paint a picture, what Weege and I figured out is Dark is trying to be the Mr. Beast of media.
I don't know what that means.
Picking out random people, giving them prizes, all of this.
I don't know Mr. Beast. I've heard it, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right.
Someone will get that.
Dark's a nice guy.
All right. He is.
Yeah,
Dark.
too nice.
Yeah,
it's too nice.
Yeah.
No one else can live up to this impossible bar.
No.
Like, he tells me, hey, I just spoke to this person. I asked them how their day was, how their week was.
Actually, at a race this year, he left to go meet a fan. He left practice. There was practice going on. We were watching, and he's like, I got to go. I got to go meet this guy. And I'm like, seated practice is coming up.
This is the root of the rant. When he tells me stuff that he's like doing, I feel like the worst person in the world because I'm like, I'm not even close to this level of nice.
I don't.
And then I think to myself, no, Lewis, you're not the problem. Why blame yourself when you can blame others? So here I am.
Yeah.
To say that it's Dark's fault that he's being too nice.
Why skin a duck when you can just buy a dog?
Skip to school?
Yeah.
Breed a duck.
All right. Next question.
I will say, since we're on the topic of Dark, he was the first person when we were having the baby. He was the first person to send us like a baby shower present.
There we go. There we go.
It's fun to make fun of him, but he is a nice guy.
He's a nice guy.
How am I meant to live up to this impossible bar that he is setting?
None of this is meant to say anything other than Dark's a nice guy.
Too nice.
Too nice.
Dumbass race fan. When will Antonovich be on the
I don't
on
know.
to chat up his new deal?
I don't know. I've asked Anton. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. His site was supposed to launch in January. It's February 10th. There's no course heading. The course is lost. It's out in the sea. I don't know what's going on. So whenever Anton gets the course heading right, he's like the Dakar guy that went off the dune. Like, you know how they get arrows as you're riding in the and an arrow shows up? His arrow went over the dune.
That's fucked up, but that's funny.
I love Anton. As soon as he gets his course heading fucking figured out, he'll come on. I don't know what's going on. Anton's awesome.
He's representing course heading, like in press conferences. And he's doing like he did an interview with Pip Byra on his YouTube channel.
Okay.
So there are bits.
Yeah. We'll get him on. I think he wants to come on when he has, something to talk about. And right now it's off course.
It's off course heading.
It's off course
heading
heading.
off course.
It's heading off. It is headed off course.
Corn on the cob. I think the pre-whoop adds to excessive entry speed and is a direct cause of crashes. Thoughts?
No. That helps. It helps. It's good.
Otherwise, you'd just be hitting a brick wall.
Yeah. No, that's ridiculous.
Brop crew for Lewis. Do you feel like your moto journalism career is on an upward trajectory over your time in Europe? You broke the Myrtle Gate news for Lawrence's Race Day Live, LVK host, good interviews, minus Tomac.
The minus Tomac is uncalled for because.
Do you remember when he told you he didn't come out there to run 7th?
Yes.
Or you said that?
No. What?
At Budds Creek?
Yeah. But we said that earlier, and I couldn't. the reference was like.
Yeah.
And like that
either
was it.
You said it or he said it.
On press day, I said to him like, what happens if you just ride around in 7th tomorrow? And he kind of got offended and said, I'm not here to finish 7th.
And there he was.
And I probably finished 7th. Which, not to be a dick, but like, let's not blame the media guy for asking actually a spot-on question.
I like when you ask him a question, he just stared into your soul and didn't say anything.
Yeah, that was a start thing.
That was a dark moment. Mm-hmm. But actually, in Glendale Press Day, we did a really good interview by Eli standards.
Right.
Like it was, like I couldn't have asked for much more. To the point,
I talked to John for 20 minutes on track walk.
I tried to talk to John once.
Okay.
Keyword.
He's a bad dude. He's intimidating.
Yeah,
like,
we were in an elevator and
yeah.
trying to be the dark side.
Right.
I went, hey, have you had a good day? And he went, yep. And I thought, my day's good too. Thanks for asking.
I guarantee you he didn't know who you
No,
were.
he wouldn't have. He wouldn't know who I am. And if he did know, it would have been through a bad mention. The question, though, no, yeah, of course. I can understand how it wouldn't maybe compute to you, Steve.
Quiet down.
Me?
Quiet down.
I would understand how it maybe wouldn't compute to you. Because obviously you were around before Race Day Live started, so to you it's just like this. You've never really seen the value of it.
I don't see how Race Day Live could be that big a deal for you, bro.
No, but my point is because you've never used it. But for me, I remember sitting at home watching Race Day Live every week and counting down for it to start and watching it as just a core fan. So when I think to myself that I was in England in my bedroom watching it on my laptop, and then I get to the point where I'm on there, and not because I've asked, because they've invited me, that's quite a big personal achievement for me that I'm quite proud of. No? Can I not take that?
Cool story, man.
Look, you don't even.
I was just wondering what Marks was doing. He was looking like he was playing a video game.
I'm chilling, dude.
They sent me the producer sent me my segment.
Mm-hmm.
Did they do that for you?
No.
Oh.
I don't know what you mean your segment.
They cut the Lewis segment and sent me a link to it.
Oh. I didn't get that. Yeah. I'll have to check in with the showrunner.
Maybe doesn't look good for you, does it?
Why?
Well, I guess there wasn't much of a highlight reel there.
Oh, there was. I had a jacket on.
But point being, and I said this to someone, I press play on it, and before I come on, there's the Race Day Live music, and hearing that music sent me back to like hearing
Christ. Okay, I got it.
No?
All right.
Okay, I guess I'm not allowed
Walking around.
Honestly. But no, so being on Race Day Live was a big deal for me. I was flattered by the Lawrences. The Chase interviews this year have made me really happy because they're in the Sewer Hurlings mould, and I'm quite, if not better, to be honest. And I'm really happy that I feel pride in the fact that I can show Chase's personality and have fun and all of that. So yes, I'm happy, and I think that ultimately, although I've questioned it a lot and still do question it, I think that leaving GPs was the correct decision, although we'll see how, I guess that will be decided by how the next couple of years goes.
Listen, man, you mess with the beaver, you get the bull. All right? That's the bottom line. It's bottom line here.
Shoot for the stars, get eaten by a shark.
Yeah. You mess with
No matter where you are. Oh, I messed it up. No matter where you go, there you are.
You mess with the beaver, you get the bull.
We should have done this as a competition. Best random.
Yeah. All right.
3 more.
What time's your
Sean
flight?
Ireland.
11:40.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
We'll be quick. This one's just kind of fun. Better career, AC9 or Malcolm?
AC.
Yeah, AC.
And I said,
even though he doesn't have that 450 Supercross win, I'll go AC.
AC said to us, or maybe you weren't there, but he said to us in the press box in Glendale, like, do you guys think it would be better if I had a Supercross title instead of an outdoor title? And
I was there, yeah.
And I said to him, like, honestly, if you say to me, if you catch me off guard and say, AC won a Supercross title, my gut reaction will be yes, because my brain is just like, of course AC did. So although he didn't, I hold him in the regard that he did, because in my mind, he may as well have.
Right. I just got back from Reno right then. I walked in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Didn't really work out for you, that, did it?
Reno?
Oh, those 2 post-race interviews were really something.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, man. I thought they were pretty good.
No problem.
Okay.
MotoX Junk. How hard would Lewis have been if Anstie and Chase both won on the same night?
Oh, yeah.
And that in Race Day Live.
Yeah, that would have been a lot. Yep.
Lord have mercy,
All right,
I'm
and
about
then,
to bust.
Last one, Jimmy G. He says, gang, give us the biggest surprise and the biggest letdown of first 250 East Coast race.
We did that. We did it. Lewis did it. Biggest surprise was Dax Bennick, and biggest letdown was Kitchen.
Yeah.
Ish?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
There we go.
Did you guys touch on Forkner at all? I thought he
was sick.
I thought he looked, I guess he was sick.
He was
but
sick.
I just thought he looked different on the Triumph.
Well, it's a different bike.
I know, but like style, no, but like style-wise and...
I thought he looked different, man. Yeah, he's fucking on a Triumph.
Yes, I get that, and he's wearing FXR and everything, but his style and everything, like I didn't recognize him as Forkner. Most guys, like you can change gear, they still ride. I don't know. You can still tell who they are.
He had the MX Tech Air on. Maybe that was it.
Maybe. I don't know. I just thought he looked a lot different on the Triumph.
No, that's horrible.
Listen, man, you can give a guy some peanut butter, but he'll build you a dam. All right? I think we learned a lot tonight. Gargle cock.
This show is so stupid.
Lewis, best interview.
I can't believe people
Malcolm,
listen to this.
Anstie, AC, and Phil, or JT, or Lars,
or Kellen,
or
Kalana,
or Bo, the guy that didn't like JT.
Didn't get into your questions for Kalana.
What do you mean?
About where he's from, etc., etc.
Oh yeah. Well,
no. Honestly, despite the way it went, Phil. Because what hurts me the most about this Phil situation is I feel like Phil is one of the few Americans who I can be myself around, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Like you can talk shit with Phil, and that's kind of the whole British thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sad. Not no more.
You got some repairing to do.
I know, but you won't give me his number. I could have had this nipped in the bud.
You sound like Kellen now.
Why?
Because Kellen's like, I don't have his number.
Well, that's fine. But I do have to question. Phil says he was waving at me. Phil doesn't strike me as a waver.
Fair. Hi! Like, yeah, not something.
Hey, buddy!
Yeah, not something that Phil does. Yeah.
So we'll have to review the tape.
Yeah.
But Phil.
All right.
Lars, I feel sorry for Lars.
Why?
Because that was a waste of his time.
Says you. All right, best interview tonight, Tallon? Yeah, cool, man.
Am I off? My bad. I knew that. Mookie.
Faulkner looks different. Yeah, no shit.
You guys are taking that too literal. Like, I just feel like his style, his flow, everything. Like, I know he was sick, but I didn't recognize him as like Austin Faulkner.
Right. All right.
You guys suck. I'm going home. See ya.
Mark's best interview?
No, I'll go AC.
I'll go AC too. Yep.
It's AC 9.
Yep.
Honestly, to appease the people, I need to come on here and we need to not have one of these moments. But I don't know why this happens.
Well, listen. Markets decline, unemployment, COVID-19. Brian Stone can help you. He'll work with you to help you understand the impact of short-term events and how to prepare for the long term. Contact Brian Stone, 816-761-4066, Edward Jones.
Sell out.
I will do.
Bitch.
I know. He's going to help Dark.
Is he going to help me buy Barsha's compound?
Yeah, he will. For $40, what'd you say?
$450.
$450. Yeah, he will, absolutely. Also, if at first you don't succeed, Lewis, get a moose.
That might be the best one.
I just want to close with that.
Honestly, we should have done the Ojo competition as like the best one of these that gets sent in,
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Good times. Are you all right?
I don't know why this happens. Maybe it's because I'm locked in an apartment with no social interaction.
I think so.
It's funny. Like, this show's entertaining. It's good. It's funny. Like,
We got a lot of motocross talk tonight.
Yeah, more than last week.
Yeah. More than last week.
Well, last week was heavy on documentary.
It was.
Yeah.
It was very documentary. All right. Don't forget LCQ Challenge tickets. That's another rant I have. We're doing the LCQ Challenge again. Verb guys are going to put it on their network and for the YouTube and stuff. Marks, by the way, thanks for that. You're going to help with that. Yep. And buy a ticket. Help the privateers out. I do find it odd. I posted the point standings today. Hunter Schlosser took the lead. And I included a photo of him and talked about how he took the lead. And then there's a bunch of comments. Way to go. Keep it up. Keep up not making mains. Keep up.
Do people not know what it's...
Yeah, maybe.
Way to go, Schlosser.
They just see
way to never succeed.
See him in first.
I know. I don't know. Do they think it's the real standings?
You haven't made one main this year? High five, man.
Yeah. Like, again, these guys are awesome. I'm not shitting on Schlosser. This isn't a shitting on Schlosser moment. But, I don't feel like he should get congratulations for that.
Also, you could have ranted that the rumor is the word lights is coming back. But I guess that will be coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
Okay.
I don't know if that's...
Also,
okay.
We are now calling the East and West divisions, not classes, not coasts, not regions.
Yeah, let's add a bunch of shit that just fucks up the sport even more for no reason. Why would we change that?
I was told that 2 minutes before I went on Race Day Live and still executed.
Who needed that change?
Is there an owl?
Why? Who?
It genuinely took me a second to process that.
Who?
We gotta end this show, dude. I gotta go.
Knock, knock.
What is happening?
Remember, as we close this PulpMX show out, I want to thank everybody. Remember, all that glitters
You're feeding me.
is a cucumber.
You've Googled these. I just saw you reading your screen.
I was Googling things.
I thought you came up with them by yourself.
I did, except for the last two.
Okay, well, that was the moose one was the funniest one.
Okay. Well, no, I made up the moose. I just took a inspirational phrase and added a moose in there. It was literally the first animal that came to mind, maybe me being Canadian.
Okay.
All right. LCQ Challenge, buy some tickets. Live shows, Seattle, Indy, Vegas SMX are on the website. Lewis is going to be a special guest at one of them. And you're coming back with Adam Wheeler in a little while.
After Birmingham.
And that will be a serious show. That one.
Honestly,
will be serious.
If we try and do any of this,
he's not going to have it. He's going to walk out. He's a very serious journalist.
There will just be a silent shake of the head.
Yeah. Yep. All right. So thanks to Swisscore and Moser and Kellen for their help. And thanks to the guests tonight as well for calling on. Lewis, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for flying in today and flying out tonight. That's dedication.
Well worth it.
Yeah, I got to say.
Not one doubt in my mind.
Absolutely.
Anytime you need me.
If you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, go to the bathroom.
Not got much going on, so just give me a
all
call.
right. Tallon, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve.
Marks, thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for fixing my computer.
You're welcome.
All right. We were trying to have a Pookie versus Lewis contest. We'll work that out for the next show or something.
Yeah.
And the people are on hold. There's still people on hold about lappers. We're not taking your calls.
that big a deal?
We're not.
Just stay there.
Yeah,
We'll
we're
get
not
to you.
taking your calls about lappers and how you have the ideal situation.
We'll be right
all right?
with-
Yeah, we'll be right
with you.
there. See you next Monday. I want to thank everybody for listening. Check out the YouTube as well. Check out the sponsors, sponsor codes. That's how we are able to afford Lewis on beautiful Spirit Airlines. All right, so support the show, support the sponsors, all that. All right, for Lewis Phillips, I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.